could not. Money got me wetter than a champagne top. I'm a big gal, know that I get down. Send me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got that Hellcat, shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, pick on me now.
Loud. Edward Gaming.
Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, pick on me now. Send my PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got that Hellcat, shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some peace, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, I'm frozen. I can see the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in the red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds. He talking tough, but to me, just nothing. Cause the lames always be chirping, yeah, we keeping them ducking. It's the end of discussion, re-up on green just like a stamina. Girls keep on flocking cause I got with like a Madara. Up all night and I'm still to the AM. Rolling with some misfits, I got all my homies with me. Got me feeling animated in a digital world. And I'm posted up with Pinky. Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some peace, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, I'm frozen. I could feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. In a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
I got Suki with the black, I got good. Bad deeds like Sakura, gotta have my hair picked. Wanna buy my bubble gum, but sorry, but I gotta run. Chasing, oh big bag, I own what it runs. And I got that baby face, sounds so they call me Tokyo Girl. Got like the day, she can nights around the world. But what I like and I say what I want, cause you know I'm that kawaii chick. Otoko no me ga kiri shinai kara do some I'm getting late. Simulate and think I'm that you find so high. If I take a L, I'm going back, I still got more guys. Should you put your on another planet till the sunrise? I said mighty bang, you should do like you should nice.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some peace, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in the red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Wait for me, I'm not far behind. I know that I can change. Remembering all of those nights beneath the window frame. Don't lie. We could go round and round in the same place. Can't decide.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 4 teams are fighting for survival, and I hope everyone did their retro game shopping early, because I know I did. We have 2 squads that are going to be going home today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Valorant Masters Tokyo. Of course, we're here live at the Tipstar Dome in beautiful Chiba. I'm Golden Boy. Joining me at the desk, as always, it's my co-pilot, Mimi, my new co-pilot, Kukuka. We're going to have a great time here today. It's going to be...
They got rid of 3-man crews on planes like ages ago. You got to find
We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back.
What do you mean?
He said retro shopping, you know.
Retro shopping. You know, I went out there. I went to the book off close by over here. Just bought myself some things. I'm in a great mood. It's been a vibe today for me.
Is Valorant a retro game? That's the game I play.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready to have this.
It's like 2
One day
years
will be
old.
retro.
What time is it? Too early. Moving forward, though, let's talk about how we got here and what went down yesterday, because we kicked things off with a match that honestly was years in the making, and we were, well, I don't want to say we were promised a banger. We were hoping for a banger. We were praying for a banger. If you were a Fnatic fan, though, you got a banger.
Hey, it was a banger for the first half of the first map. It was very
those
competitive
12
at that
rounds
point.
were awesome.
Yeah, it was great. But after that, Fnatic just ran away with this matchup, which was so impressive out of them. We thought NRG was going to be one of the few squads that could really put it to Fnatic and test them in this matchup, but it just ended up not really happening. If the first map was defined by some great calling from both teams, the second was just like Fnatic showing why they're a super team. Every player on this squad was just stepping up and pulling off ridiculous rounds.
So many rounds in this fracture were unreal. The level of preparation that we were seeing from both of these teams, the changes in the composition also that we saw from Lau, probably something that, from NRG Summit, that they peaked from EG. It felt like 2 different worlds, what we saw in the first one, that what we saw on the second one. We saw a Fnatic that was definitely prepared for that composition and how to work around the Harbor Viper, even though we don't see it a lot in EMEA. So it was one of the teams that came very prepared for this playoffs.
And now what a crazy moment for NRG. They had to do a lower bracket run in Americas to make it to the Grand Finals. And if they want to have a run here at Tokyo as well, it's going to have to be the same exact thing with that first round loss.
Oh, 100%. Of course, we'll talk about NRG in just a little bit, but then we had a Pacific clash that I feel like we've seen time and time and time and time and time again. It is HyperX versus DRX. Except this time the circumstances change. You have a bloodied and bruised DRX, Kukuka, and HyperX that was rejuvenated by the addition of a sub coming in to replace the player known as Something. Just want to make sure I clarify that for everyone. And his name was CGRS, and he was busting out some pretty cool ideas.
A lot of people were thinking, expecting, what is HyperX going to do now that Something is not here? Not only because of the pivotal role that he played in the region, also because of the roles. Something that is always, you know, a question and definitely a talking point when we think about HyperX, but the way that he fit in the team, the way that he brought the Gecko in the second one, the microplay that he had, he just fits perfectly, and actually is one of the teams that doesn't suffer that much from changing someone if they can have this performance.
With the substitution, I really thought Something was going to be missing from this roster, but they still kept to their identity.
Yeah. They definitely had something,
that
but
was
it wasn't
intentional.
something.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys caught on. It was good from HyperX, so impressive for them to be able to.
One of us because we're old.
No, I'm not.
Just run the bracket, Zach, please. Just run the bracket. We're just, you know, we're just going ahead. I am happy though that Mimi's already starting with the dad jokes. That warms my cold dead heart. Now though, as we look moving forward, HyperX, Fnatic, Team Liquid, EDG, and then in the bottom in the matches that we're going to be focusing on here today, Mimi, it's DRX, NRG, EDG, Loud. Genuinely, and I know that it's a tournament. You're always going to see players and teams in weird positions in the bracket. But this is staggering to see like the #1 Chinese team, the #1 America's team, the #2 America's team, and the #2 Korean team all down in the lower bracket.
I mean, this tournament is just stacked.
It
and
is
how
truly
crazy
stacked.
the bracket already is proves that. But I don't know. Looking into the future, seeing into my mind palace, I'm just envisioning a lower round 3 of Loud versus NRG. It just feels inevitable, right? They're both down there already. One of them has to make a run to keep to it. But the thing is, the other teams there too very well could too. EDG and DRX, well, they've both shown some issues this tournament. They've had good runs. There's a possibility that one of those 2 top America squads could be going home immediately.
Could you imagine that? Because Loud, they're the world champions from last year. Do you imagine that they do not get a single
And second
win here?
place lock-in too.
Exactly.
Yeah, and wild to think as well that after today, 2 America's teams could be exiting.
2 teams, period. Like I think,
2 teams, period.
DRX could be gone without making it to like top 4, which is also unbelievable for them.
Yeah, actually curious to know what you guys think online. Get out there, let us know. Use those hashtags, VCT, Valorant Masters. We want to know from you guys. We have a poll question set up for y'all, which is which team do you think is going to survive today? Is it going to be Loud, EDG, NRG, or DRX? You can only pick one, so choose wisely. Scan the QR code on the screen. Make sure you cast that ballot in just a little bit. Also, let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. Go ahead and spam away. I'm looking at it right now. Truly, I'm not lying to you.
He's lying to you.
Yeah.
Voting's really important. The scriptwriters are actually watching this poll and are going to choose the teams to continue based off it.
Yes.
So, yeah, be very careful with your
Mimi,
vote,
you
guys.
can't let them know the secrets on the broadcast. Come on, man. You know, it's just...
We don't do scripts in EMEA. Nothing makes sense.
Nothing makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Script.
We
It's
just go with
basically
that.
an extended episode of Who's Line. In any case, though, guys, we're gonna get and we're gonna adjust ourselves for a little bit and have play a little game. We're gonna, decide to do something a little fun here. We like to call it 2 truths and a lie. It's a very, very simple thing because obviously we want to see, how truthful people are. Let's find the frauds out there.
I really like that you said we like to call it 2 truths and 1 lie, like you invented this.
I invented the game
no one's ever
myself.
done it before.
No one's ever done it.
This is a Valorant Masters exclusive.
We have trademarked it. It's ours now. And if you come after us, we'll come after you. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look. First up, we have a thing here from Loud. There it is from Cowanzine. Okay, so let's go ahead and show this one here. The point is that we have to find the lie. Which is the lie? Okay. So he's the youngest player, at Masters Tokyo, often referred to as by Loud fans, and he's only played 57 series in his career.
I mean, 57 series is quite a lot, honestly. He played
it?
probably like 15 at Americas.
I think
he
that,
played at 1 international event before.
But
He
is this
played at
counting his games before?
I think historically, right? In his career, I'm assuming. Yeah.
I feel like I would have heard about.
I'm gonna go with
I
pie.
don't know the pie. I don't know the pie. I haven't heard the pie. I'm
think
going
pie
for
is
the
the
pie
lie.
is the lie.
All right, let's see.
Pie
It's
is the
pie.
lie.
Pie is the lie. Let's see what it is.
Yes.
Pie is the lie because pie is sadak, and pie usually means dad. So
What does it means, dad?
yeah, like father or
Oh,
something
okay.
like that. Like we have different. It's Spanish and Portuguese all have different ones. So that's right. We use our
my mother, ma.
powers of deduction right there.
In
Look at
English,
that.
it's dad.
Let's see the next one.
for some more concerning ones. Next one.
All right, has been playing professionally for over 10 years, is a father to his fur child, Levi, and has posted over 10K tweets on Twitter.
I think I already know.
I like Levi, and he has been professional.
We asked him if he was going to stick around when we were just getting Megathon GB, and he was like, yeah, I'd like to, but I have to go back and take care of my cats.
That's
so
right.
I think
Wait a minute.
that one is true.
He is
I'm
a
pretty
fur
sure it's
child.
Let's go
Yeah.
for Twitter.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this is a lie.
He doesn't tweet.
Yeah, let's do the Twitter.
He's offline.
All right, let's
This is the
see.
moment.
How socially active is Finesse? Not at all.
We're good at this game. Oh, look at that picture.
Ay, qué lindo.
He
Look
has
at that.
2 kitties too, I think. They're very
Oh, that
cute.
is adorable. I actually miss my Stella back at home, so one day I'll see her again. All right, let's go to the last one here and see what we have. This is pretty fun so far. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it.
Yes.
All right, it's ConCon. All right, so recorded 358 ACS on Lotus versus Team Liquid. Played Gecko 2 times at Masters Tokyo, and is EMJJ, and his name is a tribute to his brothers.
know the
EMJJ.
last
So
one
the
is real.
first one has to be real. Just given some context, he won 12-1 in first duels. So I think that it was something outrageous like that. It was also an incredibly close one. So I'm gonna say that that is probably true.
Yeah, he only plays Gecko on Bind, and I only think they played
played
Bind
once.
So I think the second one has got to be the lie. But also, it is cool about the brother's name. We haven't really talked about it this event, but
Yeah.
Kong Kong is his ID, and then ZMJJ is his brother's, which he kind of carries on because it was his brother's dream of being a pro player. So
Yeah.
it's just really sweet.
Is
Pretty
there
awesome.
anything about EDG that is not wholesome?
They're so wholesome.
They're one of my favorite teams.
Do we wanna lock it in
there's
then?
We're locking it in.
That's the lie?
Gecko
We
twice.
know what it is. It's Gecko 2 times. We're geniuses.
This was our best game so far.
Guys, we're so good at this.
And I'm not
right?
even
Look at this.
gonna have to make accusations that he cheated this time because we worked together.
Yes,
That's great.
It was we worked together. We deduced things properly, and look at that. We came
You still
together
probably
as a family.
cheated, but we cheated as a
Probably.
family.
There's just no winning.
He probably wrote it.
You know what? I'm gonna go and sit in a corner of sadness, and then we're gonna take a quick commercial break. But then when we come back, we're gonna break down our first matchup of the day. It's Loud versus Edwards Gaming. Of course, we'll see you on the other side, and I'm gonna go cry.
Edwards.
Okay, there's like something.
Welcome back to Masters Tokyo. You know, if there's something that we learned over here is that you learn to expect the unexpected, and sometimes you unexpect the expected
What?
unexpectedly.
What does that mean?
That's right. Go ahead and
I don't
noodle on
think
that
that
one for a
means
little while.
anything.
No,
You know what?
but
No one could have seen this in the stars. No one could have predicted the matchup that we are about to see here today. It's Loud versus EDG in a lower bracket round one matchup, which is staggering to say the least. So let's go ahead and start first with Loud. And actually, Kuku, I'm gonna start with you because we talk about Loud all the time. It's like our job over in America. So I want to get your take on this one
The
because
thing is that I I've enjoyed Loud so much during your guys' regular season. And again, this is the team that world champions last year. And as you said, Mimi, also second at lock-in. And not only that, playoffs, it was almost immaculate. I think like they dropped like one map. I think that they just came into this matchup against an EG that is revitalized. Like the way that they have been playing on this stage is like home. A little bit with nothing to lose, but with really cool things like this execute that we're seeing here with their staggering and beautiful utility. For Loud, they just seem a little bit shaky, slow, not actually finding the right place and the right ideas.
It was so different from the Loud that we normally expect to watch. I mean, this moment in particular, just heartbreaking.
I felt scammed.
Yeah, it seemed like Loud was just slipping a little bit mentally after winning map number 1. And it's really the first time in ages that I've seen them in a game where they look fully off. And I think it started all the way back in the map veto where they're coming in. It's so hard to start a tournament in the middle, not warmed up. You play against CG on their best map in Fracture. You lose there, and then I think the series just snowballed for Loud.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to try and keep that momentum going, especially, and this isn't actually anything to take away from EG, because EG, if anything, forced them into that position to begin with. So credit to them for really like exposing Loud's like, not, I don't want to say unpreparedness, because they definitely were, but they were just the coldness, let's just say.
Sure.
The good news is, though, we actually did get an opportunity to catch up with Fraud, courtesy of HyperX. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that.
Fraud, if I can catch you real quick, how's it going, man? You good? So obviously after the EG loss, which statistically speaking is the worst loss that Loud have suffered, what are the main takeaways? How's the mental feeling heading up against EDG today?
I mean, when it comes to the loss, it is what it is. EG was playing a fantastic game. They're a great team, and a lot of learning lessons for us. So just something that we took back, spent the whole day discussing, and you know, we're here ready to play.
Awesome. Well, good luck today, man.
If there's one thing that I've learned in the way too long time that I've done this job, is that you never stop learning. And it is scary now that Loud have learned valuable lessons from that EG game, and I think they're going to come out with some fire lit under them.
Yeah, I think we talked about this when we were speaking about Fnatic, that they actually wanted to take a loss in EMEA to kind of be that wake-up call, be that game where you're like, okay, we're not undefeatable, we're not perfect, we can lose. And learning to lose is a big thing for teams that are always dominant, and I think Loud had that opportunity there. But now the question is, can they do something in a position they've never been in before? They've never been in the lower bracket at the start of a tournament, and I think the pressure is going to be on Sadak, on the leadership of this team, to rally these younger players and be like, okay, we took a blip, we took a loss, but we can come back.
The most important thing is actually that mental reset of, okay, we were called for whatever happened that day. It doesn't matter. We need to change it. We need to, you know, go back to the basics and actually, you know, make this run. We can perfectly do it and maybe change things on the way. Of course, it's not ideal to start with this pressure. That is probably something that happened during that ascent, right? When you're having that first half that is very close, you feel like you're always on the line, that every round counts double.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the issues in their game versus EG wasn't necessarily prep or game plan. I actually thought they had good ideas on how to shut down EG. On Fracture, they really prioritized shutting down comps utility, bleeding that out on their attacking side. The issue is the late rounds and the follow-through, where I think players were struggling individually. A call would be made, not everyone would really follow through. I really do think this is one of those games where you can chalk up a lot of their mistakes to they started cold, it snowballed out of control, and now this can be their game to rally back and show us the team that they were throughout Americas.
Yeah, and you saw Sadak there, obviously, like what he brings to the table as a leader. You're really going to be looking for those mid rounds. You're going to be looking for him to really set the tone in the comms for the team. And we actually did get a chance to speak with Sadak following that tough loss against EDG, and we want to know how they're going to bounce back. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Então, meu desempenho um pouquinho para baixo. Que vai ser jogo muito difícil. Já foi jogo difícil no VCT Américas e eu sabia que eles é time que aprende muito. Então, com certeza, nunca subestimei eles e sabia que ia ser jogo difícil. Os caras jogaram muito bem. Eu acho que todo mundo entende que, tá, a gente perdeu, temos que passar por essa situação negativa e voltar positivo, né? Voltar bem. Pode aprender muito dessa derrota. Eu acho que a lower vai ser muito boa para nós.
Gearing up steps, that paranoia is going to send most of EG scrambling. Best trying to find something. I'm just going to his by his side as well. It's very nice. And the crunch is on the way. It's just murder dish. Beautiful from Loud.
Não temos vontade de jogar contra ninguém em particular, só temos vontade de jogar. Primeiro, para continuar ganhando experiência com o time, né? E segundo, para ver como que o time vai reagir nessa situação de derrota igual, vamos voltar para casa. Então vai ser uma experiência muito legal de viver com eles e ver como que o time cresce e como afronta essa dificuldade.
I think that reiterates what we were already talking about, where he's saying that this is their opportunity to kind of learn from that defeat and take it as an opportunity to grow. When I watch this Loud team, I think you can always see the maturity from the leadership, in particularly Sadak, in being able to develop his younger players, give them these opportunities that when things are going wrong, just taking it to learn and instantly improving.
Yeah.
I also take out the fact that he said that they don't care about who they're going to play next, and that is the mentality that they need to have now they're in this lower bracket. It has to be all about them, all about how they can rectify those mistakes to actually show a different face on the server, a face that everybody's expecting to see from them.
And honestly, if there's a team that, you know, won't really be licking their wounds too long, it's Loud. Actually, we do have some tweets from some of the players where they actually talk about it. You know, Les saying, really hard to make a championship debut. We started badly, but we will do everything to come back. Thanks for the fans, you know, and it's pretty late, which it is actually quite late back in the entirety of the Americas region. And of course, we had another tweet from Aspas that came in as well, saying that we didn't debut well at Masters Tokyo, but we'll believe until the end. Thanks to those who cheered us on. Let's get back on top. And I think that, again, it just reiterates, Kukuka, that this team, right, like, yes, they have gotten set back, but they have been set back before. They come back stronger than before. EDG needs to be careful.
I like the fact also that they kind of agreed that what happened is that they were a little bit cold, that things could have been way better if, you know, it was a different instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in that game as well, they tried a lot of the things towards the end in desperation to save, in things that were working for them in Americas. And in particular, it was Aspas. Whenever they had a bad start to a game in Americas, when they lost that map, Aspas would step up in map 2. He would go ridiculously crazy and come back for the team to be able to win out these series. And it looked like he was going to maybe try and do the same here. I think on Ascent in particular, he started taking a lot of risks on that jet, was getting really aggressive, was trying to make some of those plays that had saved them in Americas before, but it was not working out. And that's where I think I'm seeing that when you're coming to these international events, when the competition is continuing to level up, it really is going to have to be a team effort. You can't rely on that individual to rally back a series anymore.
Yeah, but I think that everything adds up. Like I saw the other day, I saw Aspas and many other players just not hitting shots that in the region they would have hit 100%. So it has to do with the confidence that EG has been able to build up here on the stage. And also, you know, maybe Loud being a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Now the stakes are different.
That's true. And also now you got Aspas, who's going to be going up against a player who's got all the confidence in the world in Kong, and he is playing some of the best Valorant that we have seen on this stage yet.
Kong has been incredible throughout this tournament, and versus Liquid, when it looked like on map 3 it was just going to slip out of their hands, he stepped up in such a big way. He was like 12-1 in opening kills on that final map. He was trying so hard to save his team.
Liquid.
And he almost did it. It was 13-11.
71% first blood. That success, that is insane.
It sits in my head that it came down to a 50-50. This could have very well had been Team Liquid in this position.
Yeah, for sure. We were literally one round away from the overtime. And
it was a 1v1.
Literally. And not only that, every series that EDG has lost has also come to that third map being incredibly close. But every single time that they've won, it's been a 2-0. I think that is the team that it's going to push all the way. And even what you think is going to be easy with them is not going to be the case. Also, the fact that Kong is always the final boss. We don't care who's on the other side. They're always going to be afraid of, oh my God, we need to dodge this guy.
Like, we got to stop Kong. But actually, that takes us in a great segue right over to the biggest surprise here at Masters Tokyo. Of course, it's Edward Gaming. This team has truly been magnificent to watch top to bottom. They've grown exponentially here in Tokyo, and it seems like their ceiling is so high, they haven't even hit it yet, Mimi.
Yeah, their ceiling is very high, and they've already broken expectations, whereas for Loud, they came in with so much pressure on them. They were the runner-up at Lock-In. They're the winners of Americas. Everyone expected them to be at the top here in Tokyo. Yep. No one expected EDG. They've already broken a boundary by making it to playoffs, and it's a question of how far can they continue this run.
I mean, they already went against one champion. They have to go against another one. It's definitely not going to be easy. And I feel like the pressure is way more on Loud than it is on EDG because the result that they got already was good enough.
What was Loud's track? I know they played Team Liquid, but my God, I know we've been here doing this tournament, but it feels like time has eluded us. Who do they play before? Because it just feels like they're just running into like really goated play.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, these guys are just they're going through the ringer, but that is what it is when you're at a global event, right? You have no other choice but to really have to step up in those moments. Now, I know, Kukuki, you have a telestrator you wanted to break down because I'm curious to see your take on how Kong and the rest of EDG can really begin to grow on their mistakes.
Yes, I wanted to take a look at the split game that they had against Liquid because they decided to change the composition, something that we had not seen, a map that we had not seen here before from then on split. So I wanted to take a quick look at this round. It's round number 6, and I wanted to focus on how this round is preset and how it's going to evolve. So as you can see, everybody from EDG is already ready for making a quick incision onto A, but the response from Liquid already from the beginning of the round is going to be Nats taking care of all this space, and also with this strip guard, no contest here from the side of EDG is going to be on that left side of the map. They're mostly focused on the right side, but all the confrontation is going to come from Liquid side. So I want us to roll the clip and to see how EDG reacts to everything the Team Liquid puts on the table. We see that smoke from Viper is going to land here, and they sky flash. The reaction, of course, is Redgar putting this smoke here that is going to slow them down. But, you know, EDG keeps gathering back that space. The Sky keeps using that utility, and when they find that there is an instant response from Team Liquid, letting them know that they have a lot of control over it, they move over towards mid. Mind me, in this entire 40 seconds that is going to happen, nothing is going to be over mid or over B lobby, just because Nats has his camera here, and it's just chilling. So the thing is that Redgar now, they used, by the way, their first smoke. They hadn't even placed the stars. They don't care. They were very decisive on what they wanted to do, and they were adapting mid-round to what they see and what Liquid's bringing on the table. Now, if we pause here for 1 second, we can see that Yampi has decided to use the Seekers. Now, he wants to have the impact of, okay, we know that we have heard something towards mid, but we have nothing to counter it just because Redgar is playing behind. We also see Save moving quickly, and the reaction from EDG is also going to be instant. If we roll the clip again, now they hear that there's noise, they're not going to be stopped. Also, the wall is stopping one of the Seekers that Solkas has used, and the response from EDG is like, okay, they've already used the util. I don't think they have much more to burn if we think that Nats is also on that B side and is the only player that we did not spot. We do a little bit make a little bit of noise. Safe is still, you know, trying to find his place into where he wants to go, and then they go on the fast execute. Now, impact kills from Kankan every single round. He uses the ult, and even though this looks a little bit shaky, now we see the intention and the actually having a response in a mid-round call to what they have been presented with and what they're going to do about it. The end of this round is also crazy because everything comes to a 1v1, and I think it's very smart from Smoggy, another player that we need to be looking out for in this team. And just because he updrafts when he falls, he doesn't really make a sound cue, so Nats has to choose which side is he going to pick, and he gets the round.
Here's the thing though, EDG is that team who has kind of disrupted the idea of what Chinese Valorant is by really slowing things down, by having more ideas in the mid-round. But I also watch them a lot of the times, and I think that really slow pace can punish them. In that round, for instance, if Liquid in the mid-round had made a play to take space in mid, they would have had to invest a lot more into that
Would have been a
replay.
lot harder.
They wait so long. Yeah, they wait so long in their defaults, just sitting in main in so many of these rounds, that I think versus a team that's more willing to find that gap, get aggressive in the mid-round, they can really be punished. Because I don't think EDG leave themselves a lot of cancel options.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how Loud have done their homework, because if there's one thing that we know about Fraud, it's that they are astute when it comes to that VOD review. It's going to be fascinating, of course, but we did get an opportunity and also a great breakdown as well, Bia. But let's go ahead and jump over to HyperX, who's got a quick word with Kankan, everyone's favorite player. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Oh, Kankan, if I can just stop you for a second. Obviously, after the performance here in Tokyo already, making a name for yourself, how are you feeling about today's matchup going up against Aspas, who's widely considered one of the best in the world?
就其实你在东京大师赛的表现也非常的出色，然后在今天你们即将对阵到 Loud 对阵到 Aspas， 然后他也是全球范围内非常有名的一个选手，然后你对此有什么感受？
我现在也是全球全球里面最出名的那个 Jet， 所以说我尊重他，但是我一点都不害怕他。
I mean, I'm also one of the best jets all over the world, so I respect him a lot, but I'm not afraid of him at all.
Awesome. Thanks so much and good luck today.
Curious to see what ends up happening with EDG today, but you know what's really awesome about this team is that even when it feels like they're in the struggle bus, even when it feels like things are going bad and things look bad in that Liquid game at some point, they still find a way, Mimi. This team is fascinating to watch.
Yeah, they nearly brought it back in the Liquid game, but now the question is, after taking their first big loss internationally, in this tournament, I should say, how can they rally back? Because thus far, they have been fueled by starting in that lower bracket, winning 2 games in a row, riding that high, that momentum all the way into playoffs. Do they have it in them to come back after that heartbreaking loss and bring that same energy into the lower bracket?
I think that is perfectly feasible. Like as you said, they have already been on the losing end when it comes to this tournament. Now twice. I think that they know that they're going up against very heavy hitters. It was the same throughout the rest of the tournament. I don't think it affects them that much. I think that in the first rounds, we go a little bit about, oh my God, they're playing against their idols and people that they definitely look up to, but it hasn't affected their performance.
True. I honestly compare them to EG. I think they've already processed losing. They didn't expect to be here. Now they're just playing with house money, seeing how far they can make it.
Yeah, that is the best part about this EDG team. Of course, so guys, we asked you online to go ahead and vote in a poll and see who would survive today's elimination matches, and I'm not surprised.
Hey.
Everyone, a lot of people picked Loud, but it was contested.
Second one is EDG, so it has to be one of the two. It cannot be it cannot be both of them. So
true. Shocking though, Mimi. No faith in DRX.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be tough. But if you had to pick one, I would likely have the most confidence in Loud to make it out. But the thing is, EDG continues to defy those expectations.
I think it's gonna be a bigger
Yeah.
match.
Okay. Real quick before we throw, who do you think is gonna win, Kukuka?
I think it's going to be Loud. It has to be Loud. Like, it has to be Loud.
Okay, I don't disagree with it.
I'm so happy with what EDG has been doing, but I think this story might come to an end.
Logical, makes sense.
I think Loud will be the team to exploit EDG's attacking sides. They're so slow. They don't leave themselves a ton of options, and they really rely on these chaotic late rounds where Loud is great at as well. Loud is a clear favorite here. But again, it's EDG, man. Who knows?
Yeah. See, I'm gonna play the neutral role. I just want both teams to go out there and have fun.
That's so sweet.
Isn't that right?
Yeah,
but you know what though? One thing is for certain. Today we're gonna be treated to some excellent matches because 2 teams are gonna be moving on, and 2 teams' Masters Tokyo journey ends here. We have Loud versus Edward Gaming, NRG versus DRX. Day 7 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo starts right now.
일단은 뭐 도쿄뿐만 아니라 어느 대회든 일찍 집에 간다는 건 너무 힘든 사실이기 때문에
Being sent home is definitely difficult for us.
It'll have to be a lower bracket run.
It hurts every single time. That feeling of regret because you feel like you could have done things better, that feeling doesn't go away.
작년 2022 챔피언스 때 3등 했을 때는 아무 생각 안 들다가도 관중들 보니까 또 갑자기 슬퍼져가지고 이번에는 또 다시 그런 감정을 만들고 싶지 않아요.
Eu acho meu pai uma pessoa muito conhecimento, né? E ele falou uma coisa que ficou muito na minha cabeça, no meu coração. As vitórias você celebra e as derrotas você chora, mas nunca em excesso. Perder, ganhar, sempre manter o pé no chão, ser humilde, né? Que é o mais importante.
我们现在已经到8强过后，我们现在面临的所有队伍，我们都是抱着学习的心态去的，然后就是挑战者的心态，展现出我们一些前所未有的潜力，看看我们的极限在哪。
프로로서 이제 높은 자리로 올라가는 건 참 부담감도 있고 힘든 거지만 또 이제 그만큼 저희를 응원해주는 팬분들도 있기 때문에
我们都对康康充满信心，我们都有信心帮助他就拿下去我的偶像，所以说pass。
Our backs are up against the wall. We're going to give everything we have.
Falcho camino a ser un campeón.
All right, match one of the day. We'll go ahead and jump in. Loud, you are higher seed for this match. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Team A. So you will have the first band. You can go ahead and pick your first band.
Band Pearl.
Band Pearl, your band. Band Ascent. Map number 1.
We pick Lotus.
Side on Lotus from EDG. Attack. Map number 2. Fracture. Side on Fracture. Attack. So we'll go into the next set of bands, starting with Loud. You have Haven, Bind, and Split.
Band Split.
Okay, and your band, you have Haven and Bind. Haven. So map number 3 will be Bind, Loud, Side on Bind. Attack. Okay, so I'm gonna run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have Loud with Pearl, EDG with Ascent. Map number 1 is Lotus with EDG on attack. Map number 2 is Fracture with Loud on attack. Next set of bands were Split and Haven, so decider map will be Bind with Loud on attack. Okay, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Loud.
The America's champs find themselves in uncomfortable territory because their opponent has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Loud versus EDG is all the makings to be an incredible matchup.
EDG have already made miracles happen by making it to the playoffs, but for Loud, they now need one of their own. First place at Champions, second place at Lock-in. Losing this early in an international tournament would be unthinkable.
Yeah, exactly. And after the regular season that they've had, how dominant they have been on NA, it has to be something different today. We need to see that Loud shine again. Not only today, the rest of the tournament. We know what happened at Lock-in. They were very close from securing back-to-back tournaments. It couldn't be, but everybody's expecting them to get to finals.
This team does not lose for Loud. This year, it was Fnatic in the finals. It was NRG in the groups at Americas. They have not taken a loss since picking up their 2 new players in Puis and Palantir. So this is new territory for them. And this is the big question. After taking a loss that none of them, I'm sure, expected they would take, how can they rally back?
Yeah, you're hoping to see that Brazilian fury that Loud have just been known for. But on the other side, again, I have to reiterate that for EDG, at this point in time, you've achieved every single goal that you have set out for. Icing on the cake, a very delicious cake, if you will, if you're able to take out the America's champs, a team that many regard as the best in the world. I mean, you know, now that they find themselves in this position, we have to see if that comes to fruition.
EDG was 1 round away. They were 1 round away from pushing that series to overtime versus Team Liquid. They were on the precipice of beating the EMEA champs. The question is, can they get that revenge on the champions of Americas this time?
On the other side, we heard Les saying that he wasn't very happy with not playing on the map pick first and also letting Fractures lead through. Now they decided to be the team A, and they decided to pick Lotus, a map that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mimi, they only played in week 1 and we haven't seen from them?
Yeah, they played it once at Lock-in, once in the very first week of Americas. They were playing Gecko back then, but now they changed their comp to what seems to be the Americas meta right now, the comp that we first saw coming out of Cloud9, that EG has picked up, or excuse me, that NRG has picked up to good success. Aspas, I love the Neon. This comp is so good at finding fast defensive-sided rotations.
And not only that, they might have something prepared, but also they have the VOD from EDG literally 2 days ago. So, of course, the pressure is definitely going to be there, but some preparation and some specifics into how EDG treats this map is going to come into place.
And for EDG, this is going to be a surprise. They're coming in blind to this one, whereas they've already put that VOD out there. Loud knows what to expect. The question is, how much have they rallied since that loss?
Well, when you think about big game moments, you need big game casters, and I couldn't think of two better people to call the action than Pansy and HyperX.
Thank you, GB, and the desk there for kind of leading us into this one. And again, have to reiterate, elimination game between these two. Now, yes, EDG have thoroughly impressed us so far.
Absolutely, yeah.
Loud leaving us wanting more. That first game out on the stage, it wasn't it. But Mike, let's focus in on this one, right? I want your thoughts initially on the veto, because this certainly leaves me with question marks, and I'm sure you.
It does, and the desk kept touching on kind of, you know, out of comfort zones and uncharted territory being here in the lower bracket for Loud, but this one feels a little bit roll of dice. Yes, there's some tape out there from EDG, but again, when you talk about Loud having never been in the lower bracket, an international event, and obviously we're talking historically, to now do this, to pull out versus EDG, who put up a very good performance versus Liquid. Honestly, like I said, it came down to a coin toss, cool, however you want to put that down. This one feels a little risky.
It does.
From the side of Loud.
It very much does, and I wonder if this comes back to haunt them later down the line. We wait and we find out here. Tournament life is on the line. Something I never expected to be saying so quickly for Loud, let alone having EDG here in this position. Lotus to start. There'll be no tomorrow for one of these two teams. And it'll be EDG on the attack and Loud on the defense.
Really flash out from Loud here to clear Mound, or at least confirm there was no presence, but Chichu gets out the spike and behind it. Smoggy's probe sent out towards B side, won't find anything. EDG maybe reading this actually on the back of the flash, not catching. They should have a bit of space to play with outside C. County will spot on the second, Slight tag down to 80 HP, but at least noted here.
Spot from Salak on the other side. There will be a player to greet him eventually. They do decide to opt in that direction, but we can see where the intentions lay. It's towards C. 3 players in response coming in so far. Aspas taking a lot of damage. Almost back on 3 HP, but he is still standing, so the Frenzy will still operate as well as it does. Paranoia sent and the lean back towards B. So test C, pull rotation, hit that B site. And the spike should be going down uncontested.
Les actually nearly getting spammed here behind the wall, so perfect read from Smoggy. Still wins out though, Les will fall.
Yeah, lost a little in the smoke there. Didn't quite expect someone to be pushed up so deep, and now the retake gets a little bit more difficult. Tui, Sadak, Kalanzine, and Aspas, and keep in mind Aspas was already so low from that C attempt earlier on, but Tui's lovely shot towards Kankang. Now the... Oh, Chichu! Okay, I thought that was going to be a trade maybe at best, but apparently 2 for him is just fine, and the numbers are just insurmountable. EDG, big beginnings.
Chichu with a ridiculous snap on the second. Almost felt accidental. Kankang again left in that lurk position, looking to do some damage, but actually digs a little too deep. Gives away a Sheriff, but doesn't amount to anything. That, definitely accidental on the first. Aspas down to 3 HP, just catches one inside the smoke. Slow, very, very cautious approach here, or well-considered approach here from EDG. And I love the fact that Des touched on it. EDG, again, it's a Chinese team. You come in, you kind of expect that pacey sort of play style, but they've ticked a big box here in Tokyo and being able to master the macro game again against some teams.
Showing already against some of the previous opponents is very impressive. Now this round shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll see if it does get towards it. And I do want to pose the question of the mentality for Loud here. They had some very rough starts against EG, for example, who are notoriously good at converting the bonus, getting the pistol. They've never felt like they've had that big beginning here for Loud. And once again, they're putting in a similar scenario. Losing that pistol here doesn't set them up for that momentum shift to maybe feeling out the stage a bit. And this is just walking through, right? Kung already going to be finding Sadak here in the post plant. We only saw pistols. It was Frenzy's Ghosts, bits and pieces. Yes, still had a little bit of kit to play with, but never given the opportunity to make much of it. Yeah, this is going towards getting the knives out very early. That is terrifying. Yeah, he'll be feeling out the game here. Prime Gaming flawless round 2. EDG, light work on that.
Case of Loud. Well, to get into the buy round now, how they're going to approach the rest of this. And Mimi was touching on this as well, how much the Loud want to disrupt some of these slower attacking rounds from EDG. This is already an indicator of how they want to approach the attack here on Lotus, at least.
One enemy remaining.
Kung 2 away. Actually a very well-rounded purchase here. 3 Bulldogs, Phantom in the hands of Haldong. A Spectre to round things out.
Okay, so we look at how the map kind of unfolds. We've got the 3 players getting quite deep towards A. For Loud, so they want to try and take that space away, which is going to be respected by EDG for now. On the other side, obviously, Mound then, kind of exchanging hands. Being divided up. Very, very deep hold from Sadak too, sitting almost back of sight here. And it looks like EDG do want to test this, maybe just a little. 4 players now shifting over this way.
Stacked up from Loud, though. Actually poised up to take first contact. The smoke is posted deep, yeah. Will allow them to do so. Trailblazer will trade off at the same time.
Can't springboard off this yet. A little bit of stall here. Kang's in. Nice work from Tui's. Gonna stop that. Yeah, that's really put the brakes on that round for them. It could be a nice upgrade, too, if they needed it. They don't, obviously, for Loud. Chi-Chu showing a little presence on the C side, but that additional rotation is in. Less is there. It's not just Sadak anymore.
I guess they only really have the confirmation of Les being in range of that turret as well, so... Unless Sadak's snake bite spotted early here, but EDG could have forced their way on.
Yeah, but one's been caught on the cross already. Haldong going down makes it even more difficult as well. Losing out a little bit of that utility. Can these 3 make anything happen? Down to 2 Bulldogs, 1 Spectre. Chi-Chu the only one to really draw blood so far. Lovely. That's what Loud needed. A clean round to come back into this. Make a little bit of a stake into this map.
Yeah, stopping any early snowball from EDG. Kung will be 1 away from the Blades now. Chi-Chu 1 off the neural theft, but at least available here. Whether EDG even look to try and retrieve an orb here. It's curious, actually, as soon as the Cloudburst comes through, even ahead of Kung's dash into it, there's no flash, there's no setup for him to really pop back out of that smoke. So you see how quickly EDG reconsider that approach, but we have a little bit of a brawl here, yeah.
Yeah, willing to fight for this space now. Counting, lovely work though, just getting slightly behind Haldong. Able to isolate one, the follow-up's gorgeous! EDG winning out the bloody battle over towards A, and the site's completely theirs. 4 still standing. Plant looks inevitable. Don't think much is going to stop that. Sadak and Les, noted in that previous round, mostly leaning towards C. Mostly looking after that area as Les drifts through a little early on this. He hasn't been noted just yet. Yes, he has. Just spotted by Haldong. The trade's there. Numbers very favorable to EDG. This is going to need something miraculous, and it ain't going to happen. EDG instantly addressing that A pressure.
Beautiful pace change as well. Noting the stack there, obviously, in the previous round. Kung getting shut down, and then reading into the fact that Loud were heavily anchoring C. Both the Killjoy and the Viper, and here they get the rifles on the board. A beautiful second kill there from Haldong, actually.
Very nice, very nice.
Commits to the spray through the edge. And yeah, paying no respect.
But I like that they've tried to address this early. It looks like maybe the paranoia is going to be sent with even more bodies behind it.
They're going back in, yeah?
Yeah, this is something that Loud wants to claim themselves, and EDG are going to have to keep trying to pressure this issue. Aspas, are you aware that TP's taken place? Looks like you might be now already. Aspas, County looking this way. Haldong succeeded last time from here. And this time around, the utilities forced them enough away. They can't sit on that for too long. Have to respect it a little, but this will give up the site.
Let's give up control outside rubble here. The smoke will slow things down. No member of EDG past the poison orb just yet. Karanzine with a shot. Kung potentially, yeah, does find it. will remove the tip of the spear. EDG will be forced to reconsider for the time being.
Yeah, you can see Loud have retaken towards the site themselves. And they're showing a little bit of that presence, posturing up for Sadak. Leaving EDG looking for options, none looking too obvious just yet. Seekers as well, so still confirming their attendance, even noting that lurk in place from Chichu.
That's big info, yeah. That's what Chichu's early progress outside B. So it looks like the split might come through here. Spike not committed just yet, though.
Maybe trying to work off the back of that pressure, but Kaunzin is up to the test. Drawn away for a second, he expects to swing, but
he got two!
Smoggy got both? Wow, okay, Smoggy's made this look a little bit more doable. Suddenly the Spike's gonna try and get over towards that B side, go down, give themselves the time on their side. Still some kit for Aspas to play with, though.
Yeah, but not much.
Not a great deal, and he's still lingering over towards A, maybe expecting a later presence, but no, we know where all of these EDG players are. So they've taken the first couple of steps, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be spotted on this. Yeah, absolutely noted. Notes one, nobody's even going to isolate less. This is not going their way, and nobody holding this. Aspas can't make it through cleanly anymore. The options are looking dreary for him. Hard to clear on that far right corner, nobody. Denies it, and that was a lovely start from Loud there, Mike. That looked like the round was tilting in their favor.
I mean, how Smoggy's lined up too in that position. I'm not even sure where 2Es was.
Oh.
2Es caught the first bullet headshot here. That's tough. And it equalizes that early two-man advantage that Loud are able to create. Seemingly scot-free as well. There was no possibility of a trade coming back through there, but just hear it off screen. Kung now on the operator. Bladestorm available too. Loud continuing to try and take this space.
He wouldn't go any further, right? He's one away from the ult. If he gets that, game on our hands here, but this round, Danger Man himself.
I see a little bit of investment back into this. A Guardian, 2 Stingers, a couple of Sheriffs allowed to work with. And Bladestorm popped. Loud a little later on in the round, but still committed to this 3-man stack outside rubble.
Double pop.
Just going to leave him posted up with the operator. EDG love doing this as well. When he has the op, when you have the Bladestorm, they're happy to let him play his own game, be a distraction.
They still need to break this 3-man push. Not easy at all. Spam comes in, doesn't find what they want. Aspas still very close by, but look at the buy. Don't misplace what the balance of this round is. It is Stingers, it's Guardians, it's Sheriffs. It's not a lot. Seeker's going to come in, showing they've got a little bit of space towards that B site. Oh, that could be huge. It's not. It doesn't actually find any of the targets. They scatter on the other side. Can getting a little bit more interested and maybe a little too aggressive on this. Zadak's going to find it. And that would be an operator to hand if they really fancy it. Smoggy going to try and pick up the challenge. The adjustment on the spray from nobody is lovely. Expecting 2Es on that swing. Now the last two are going to find it very difficult to find value here. These rifles just way better situated. Chichu tucked in the corner. Got to be careful. Still a range where it could work. Left with a belter. Good trade for Chichu. That's expecting Howdong. Oh! Just off on it there. There's got to be a pause, Mike. There has to be a pause here.
It does. EDG are dictating the tempo so well, but Loud, I think, just a little too cautious to address one of the extremities. Take some space away. I feel like EDG just have so many options here. Again, Loud maintaining rubber control, yes. Other than that pace change in the opener, they did force their way onto A site.
Wow, no timeout. Straight in. They've got plenty of ults to play with, still a buy in hand. Maybe they feel they've got something here. This is the round, they've got to do it though. Paranoia going to come in, deep smoke as well. Aspas once again going to control this this space. But those late leans back in towards B have been working very well for EDG if they don't get that initial pick or that progress towards the other sites.
Curious here if Aspas, this is going to be the one round where actually they force through with a Trailblazer.
Yeah, deeper flash. They might, right? They have to. They have to test what's behind that smoke. Adjustment on the setup short from less, but I don't think it's going to really deny much. Smoggy's already off. He's got the support there, but 2Es lands a great shot. That's going to keep that B side safe. There's the fight we were looking for.
Finally taking that space back, and at the right time on the back of that B side contact. Smoggy a little. Oh, the last bullet adjustment there. Nobody Gonna find less.
I'm a little nervous they're overextending on this. Did Howdong even get checked? No, but he's going to clear it out quite quickly. And it is 3 very dangerous players currently. KangKang still alive, has that operator.
All the Killjoy utility's gone as well, though, with less down.
Yeah, but Tui's was great on this cross. But he's been red. KangKang almost got body blocked on the way back out, but he does get a little bit of room to work with now. Going to get a little bit further ahead. He has to be integral to this round. And he's willing to take the space. He's being audacious with it. No plant yet either. They're waiting for that pick, but they're just not going to be giving it. Discipline being shown by Loud. Double stack towards the A-side connector. Still trying to hold this. Keep some avenue safe. Smoke going to go in as well, try and deny some of that push-up coming in from that A-site. But you can see the utility coming back out from Loud. They want to try and forge a path, but time's starting to tick now. They do need to start working in. Oh, gets popped. He's looking for it. Shorty in hand. It's nobody to find him. Oh, Tui, Sadak, great work together. Howdong, how much can you do? Not enough. Sadak. Yeah, deep breath from Sadak there. That got very close.
It's like Sadak's re-clearing back towards like outside C. So conscious of alert coming through. So much time elapses here. And EDG, like I said, they go, I don't want to say overly aggressive, but they take a lot of space away from Loud. They're almost left wandering as well. And they get so dicey on site here.
That's a step away from potentially being a fair fight between the two of them. But again, the buy's not good for Loud. This hasn't been a string of rounds. This has been dribs and drabs, and they've been battered. So you're going to see Guardians. You're going to see at least that operator brought over. So Aspas gets a little bit of play in this.
Big change up here, though. First time we've seen this heavy an emphasis towards C, or towards Mound at least. Flash will note it. Actually, second bit of utility noted as well.
Maybe that operator being in play a little bit more favorable for Aspas to try and play around that. All going to come in, but look at KangKang trying to fill the space so quickly.
No respect.
Huge.
Zero respect for Sadak's pit.
So confident to take that, and that was a solo effort as well from Sadak.
On the back of this presence shown outside C, EDG love posting KangKang up to take 1v1s elsewhere.
Does Cowanty want to try and explore this further? Oh dear, that's a dead man walking! Nobody waiting, they read it so well, that want of trading a kill back, getting something on their side. And look at the way they're approaching this. KangKang is on the other side of the map. He's still punishing less. EDG, this is stunning.
You never get a solid indicator for what EDG are going to do in the early round.
Because KangKang's an army by himself.
Exactly.
He took down the pit, he took down Sadak, he explores further, he finds less. That could have been an A-take. It wasn't, but it could have been.
So it comes back to that point once again. EDG just have so many options in the early round. Loud, lacking a bit of composure here in terms of the bigger picture. And it's
the legs.
It's tough, but Loud have to take the initiative in some of these rounds.
Well, I kind of liked it, right? When they started to play out a little bit deeper towards A, testing what's behind that smoke, exploring late, punishing that B kind of, I guess, adjustment. But then once we go into this round, I mean, you're trying to trade a kill back at that point. They were so set up for it.
Enemy kill. Oh! One enemy remaining.
EDG are running rings around Loud right now.
It's not even close.
You see Aspas come online. Sitting at 2 and 8, obviously, usually the power play you consider in a match like this versus a hyper-aggressive team.
This is just still, yes, chip damage there, but we need Tuis to go beyond that, and he's not going to. It's now down to just 2, and KangKang is just striding through towards the site. Taking all that space away. Yes, Les can fill a little bit of the gap, but the timing's going to be rough. Okay, he's got a little bit of a window to play with. The Frenzy, maybe he gets a chance to work. Neither are watching this angle. Timing's actually on his side there. Nice attempt on the adjustment, but if it was a rifle, maybe something else could have happened. It's not. Sadak needs to deliver miracles on this. Sheriff, 2 big players against him. Chi-Chu, feeling like one of the unsung heroes of this team. Hard to share the limelight with someone like KangKang, but still, certainly showing his value. Potential rifle there, but time is against him.
Does have the Poison Orb and the Snakebite to work with, but doesn't want to give his position away just yet, yeah.
High-low, not gonna happen. Let's kind of take stock here, Mike, because Loud took a gamble, took a risk going to this map, and it looks like it's absolutely going wrong.
Yeah, I guess it's difficult to really categorize this without having the context from the inside of how they felt about the veto. If this was, they liked something they saw versus Liquid and felt like they could maybe exploit this. And here, obviously, with this start, they don't have the benefit of finances to back up, take some risks in the early round, take some engagements. So there's lots of questions here about what the approach actually was to bring this. EDG, though, have just come out of the gate swinging.
They look flat for Loud as well. If you're talking the mental game, and I kind of touched on this earlier, that EG game, EG are very hard to play against currently because, as said, pistol, bonus, and then you kind of run into the buy rounds. But I feel like Loud have never had a solid start in this. They've gone from one very compounding game to another. But EDG, credit to them, they've just turned up and played their own game. I don't think they've been particularly pressured. We haven't seen a single player having like a pop-off round. They've had no bailouts for Loud here.
It's funny as well to hear Kung talking about respecting Loud as a team and Aspas as an individual, and then just not seeing that in the server.
Not
at all.
Yeah, that's the way you want to see it though, right? Because it's a genuine thing, the fear of a name, right? Like you're kind of up against a big boy player. You've had them in finals. They've won some of these events before. And Aspas has been absent here. Again, regular season over in NA. Fabulous performance from them. Looking like they're about to correct all of those issues that plagued them. Look good. Come here and it's been missing. Really is. Now, I don't think this map was probably the best bet. Maybe again we could find out more once you speak to the coaches, you see their intention. I think putting Loud into a further unknown worries me, because the entirety of this is Loud basically playing into unknowns, right? We had EG on, it's a very small sample size, keep in mind. While I waffle, there is a tech pause. Again, the EG game, I think EG were playing above their station so far, so a little bit of an unknown quantity, right? They came in with such momentum, very hard to kind of manage that. Now you play up against EDG, another team, high momentum, high confidence, and you've given yourself the unknown of a map that isn't safe for you. There's no comfort here for Loud.
Well, again, just touching on further into the veto, we then go to Fracture, where EG absolutely spanks Loud.
Yeah.
They barely had a say in that map. EG ran away with that so early on, and we were crediting that towards Aspas being way ahead of the curve, Loud kind of forgetting early round protocols, not investing utility, setting Aspas up. He was still delivering numerically, but it wasn't really being converted into rounds or any sort of consistency across it. So you come out here with the Lotus pick, and this almost felt like it needed to be one-sided for Loud.
Yes, 100%, I'm with you. Like if you're, as I said, if we're talking about
if Fracture versus EG was an anomaly, but I'm looking at that as a red flag, a massive red flag.
Because it's poured through to this, hasn't it? This hasn't just felt like one map being wrong or one opponent over-delivering. Yeah, EDG are playing a fantastic game. I don't want to discredit them in any regard for that. Like, they are playing very, very well. But I don't think any of what they've been bringing was tested. It wasn't pushed yet. We saw one round them address one side of the map.
Well, especially here as well, if you bring Lotus out and you're relying on your prep, is that applicable to the way EDG play? Because they're playing very unorthodox. They're doing some things that, like I said, they're just going to keep Loud guessing, and we haven't really seen any set pieces executed here from Loud. Finances, round score aside, yes, it's not really going to enable them to take many risks, but if you were going to play this veto heavily reliant on prep, you don't get the opportunity now. That's it. That ship
That's gone out of the window.
Yeah, that ship has sailed.
Long ago. And to kind of add to that, if we're going to compound problems, we're speaking very realistically as this, I think it's just going back live now, so we can kind of pause that for now. But we haven't had that big Kang round. We haven't had that massive Chi-Chi round yet. They're just playing a good game of Valorant. This hasn't been a singular performance. This hasn't just been one player having those pop-off moments.
And we've had basically one example of, let's call it a set piece, an adjustment on the side of Loud, which is around the pit. Yes, they looked to heavily anchored or pressure towards Mound, and it was shut down immediately. Loud have just not had any semblance of stability. No opportunity to really be decisive in these rounds.
And here comes the switch up. Sadak's got to be really careful here. He's instantly under pressure. They are closing the gap. The Seeker's going to isolate and find out where he is. The fight's there for Kang as well. He wants it. Blades pop. It's less to find Chi-Chu, but he's right there with him. This is his sight until Aspas finally makes a little bit of magic happen for himself. They're fighting back for this one. Loud not letting them take the space away. A reminder of who this team is. Loud finally turn up to the fight.
Those sorts around are confidence builders versus EDG. Shutting them down, winning out in a scrappy engagement. Almost looked like Sadak was going to get caught off guard then. A number of times he's readjusting that poison orb. Kankan is just so quick, man. Loud build upon this now. Paranoia going to be sent here. EDG is stacked up once again, Lauren.
We're talking about brawls. Let's see if it continues for Loud, though. They won one of them finally. Haldong's in danger, actually. This is good. The follow-up flash. Oh, it's caught him. Aspas was blinded, had to fall away. Another bit of utility, just forcing him back and back and back. But Aspas, is he the one to save them? Kankan's dead. There he is, finally coming alive. Aspas holding the ground. Nobody's willing to fight, though. They are up for the challenge. They feel no fear. Oh, and there you can see why. Beautiful shot towards Aspas. Oh, and another response. Sadak is there, but nobody has given himself a 1v1. 1 minute on the board, less against him.
The ping's come through. Nobody's been given the information by his teammates here. But down to 52 HP.
Got a flash.
Trailblazer to work with as well.
He's got so much time to play with.
Les has got to be sweating bullets here. Nobody's trying to dig him out.
Yeah, I like this. Not even reloading, not using the flash yet. He's trying to clear as much as he can, maybe figure out how much space you'd have to work with. They have no idea of truly where each other are currently. All right, gonna go in.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna hold the push through, give a little bit of respite for Les. He's considering the C site now. There's been enough time passed that he's a little bit worried about that C site.
The turret would have spotted any push through from spawn.
10 seconds left.
Nobody going to opt for a safe plant here on 8. Lockdown and a nano swarm available. Les. What does he invest here?
He's got a bit of kit on this one. Nobody's seen him. He's been seen right back, but the HP's lower for nobody. There's the lockdown. You got to play this right. Do not.
Les!
You are mad!
Dancing with death. Behind a snappy one-tap.
Taking risks at this point. Bloody hell, it's a lifeline for Loud. Very close round.
But that's 2 now on the board. Well, they've won out in a scrap. And this looked like EDG were almost about to turn this back. Aspas goes huge to shut this down. Another confidence builder for Loud. 3-round deficit. A stark contrast potentially here in the outcome. The final scoreline, if this wallbang connects, is going to be heartbreaking. Aspas.
Okay. Oh, he's down 28. Yeah, he's very low here. Counting's close enough by. He should be able to get him back up to a decent amount of HP, but this buys time. And you can look at what EDG are doing. They're trying to explore the rest of the map while Loud try and get themselves back up to fighting form. Already split through towards B, a little testing over towards Mound. Big impact just off that Guardian alone.
They needed a spark, and these 2 scrappy rounds, please put them back in contention for this half. A 7-5 will feel like a miracle for Loud.
Kankang's come over a little later this time. No pixel noted, though. You can see Kaunzin drifting a little closer towards A-Long, but you see the Seekers forge the trail through towards B, and there's the fair fight, but Smoggy wins this one out, spots out Tui's as well. The Seeker giving him so much space. Flash, yes, for the shorty! Oh, the follow-up! They don't fight alone here, EDG swarming the site, and Sadak and Les feeling a mile away, and Chichu's position should be the death of Sadak.
Absolutely is. 1 left standing, and it's Les. Smoggy chomping at the bit. 3 bullets. Les will respond, though, but a 1v4.
Okay. This is getting a little much for me. It would take superhuman sort of performance here to try and work this one out. Let's give it a damn good go. It's not going to happen. Haldong's there. And look, the scoreline actually giving Loud a little bit of room. Not a lot, but a little.
There's something at least to cling on to here. I mean, the spacing is just... Talk about uncharacteristic things we're seeing time and time again. from
Nice.
Loud. They can't get this trade on in the last round, and it just spirals out of control so quickly, Lauren.
Certainly does. And keeping us in control will be the desk.
Thank you so much for that. And wow, I mean, if there's one thing that we learned from this without a doubt is that EDG's here to play, and Loud just gave themselves a little bit of a lifeline to work with, but not what I was expecting going into the half.
Yeah, Loud now the second team to adopt this Cloud9 Neon Sky comp on this map, and the second, I think, to kind of, I feel like, miss some of the strongest points of them. Loud was constantly going for these A-lobby brawls where they're full committing with their paranoia, with their Neon running in to take that space really early in these rounds, and it kind of made it so they were flipping these rounds really early on. And I think that can be a mistake with this composition. One of its biggest strengths is the ability to have your Neon and your Sky rotating in the mid-round, re-clearing space, using those stuns to stall out executes, almost like a breach. You can just run really fast across the map. When you're going aggressive like that against this double duelist Omen comp, EDG can just get aggressive ahead of that, teleport past you, and punish those aggressive plays as they did so many times.
Exactly. That round 4 was a perfect example. On the previous round, EDG saw the aggression and they were like, okay, we're out. On the next one, we're going to actually have a reaction to that. You have that double duelist. It's going to be easy for you to be snappy, to be explosive. Also Loud using that retake wall over to B and C. Like, the plan was very obvious and is something that fell a little bit flat. I think it was only one round that we saw them taking a different initiative. On the other side, we're seeing an EDG that is bringing what we expected, late round executes. Now going into their defense, though, we need to address the fact that that double duelist is there, and obviously the Cypher as well.
Yeah, 33% win rate for them on this half of the map. It is definitely the weaker one, so this is doable for Loud. Well, it wasn't a great first half. It was individual moments that got them those rounds. 4 is enough to make a comeback happen here. I think this Neon cap can be quite strong on the attacking side. You can flood through that Killjoy utility, and I think for EDG, they'll be forced into playing a retake a lot.
Yeah, well, these next 2 rounds that are coming up here can be critical for Loud to just get them right back into the game. Anything is possible. Let's send it right back over to Pansy and Hypon.
Now we get to find out the reality of, is 4 rounds enough? The desk was describing it, you know, the EDG face some issues now with this composition coming into this half.
But I think Loud do as well. Talk about Chichu already making a name for himself. Pass's ability to freely enter site. We have to see if that is something that causes some issues, because they're heading straight towards the setup right now. Unless his turret doesn't get the info.
No, but they are taking a lot of room here.
Dealt with.
Yeah, that's 1 down. 1 more to go. Chichu.
Took
a little
ton of
careful
damage.
here, yeah.
Coming back.
And who was it on this? It's Howdong with him as well. Now, there's a lot of pressure, but then no commitment initially. Maybe seeing if EDG re-clear. For now, Howdong's just holding. Thinking that no one slipped through and no one has.
Didn't catch it actually if Les's turret was destroyed or he recalled it because he was out of range.
There it is. Okay, so like a contact piece was being brought in. Not going to find the value it had wanted here, Chichu. Does he get away? How much does he get away with? Does he just get some timing? Just the best timing in the world. Slips a little closer, down on 1 HP though. Had to wait for that to come back up. Counting's got the punish. And Loud with this double pump towards the A side. It's worked out well. Les trying to hold this back line. Clean on that shot towards Smoggy. Shutting, yeah, hunted down. Okay. This is still a lot to do though. That's 4 players to clear on this side. Gonna smoke off Sadak and look to find a player watching that cross towards him. Nicely done so far by Loud. Nobody gonna go of it, but 4 HP. Oh dear, not gonna be enough. Loud stay alive with 2, do what they need to, making it up to 5.
Slow approach here, and I said Loud have to be conscious of sniffing out where Chichu's setups are, create a little bit of space. Just open up these choke points for Aspas. Yeah, curious if actually I'll want to run this through with a couple of rifles or actually invest fully SMGs across this. It will just be 3 actually. A Ghost and a Frenzy to round things out.
Okay. What do we have on the other side? I'm just seeing a Sheriff, Ghost for nobody, and that's about it. So, by all rights, Loud should have probably the cleanest round thus far. Get themselves up towards 6. A couple of orbs here and there. lovely day in the office. But there is a stack on B. And Loud gonna navigate around that, not gonna entertain the concept of it. And head back around towards A. Okay, so dealing with the turret though. Where do the rest of EDG head? Right, back round towards connector. Okay, so Loud, similar scenes, just doing their due diligence. This is all somewhat safe so far. Kang the only one who's really going to pose a threat, but the paranoia lands perfectly, spams in, spots out Aspas, who slides right on by him. A-Site is going to have some bodies on it though, Mike. This isn't completely safe anymore.
Nobody gets info on 2E's here. Perfect flash comes through,
Rifle.
finds a big upgrade.
Hold on, this is getting way more dangerous now. Zadak still in his frenzy, and look at the HP. Zadak down low. If nobody can land these, which he can! Oh dear! Loud might have made the biggest mistake yet! And then one more kill! Smoggy! Flies in! And EDG! Breaking Loud's hearts. That was meant to be the cleanest round yet for them.
We talk about an upgrade paying dividends here. Nobody goes huge. Again, left on flank duty here with a rifle. Disconnected a little bit. There's nobody in position to police that weapon. No buddy system in place. And EDG make Loud pay for that mistake.
All of those benefits of round one have been lost. All of that opportunity gone, and you will be furious with that. That was a sheriff and a ghost. That was it. There was nothing more to the EDG buy. And a rifle found, and a round taken. Loud. Devastating timing for this. On the way back in though, Sheriffs themselves a frenzy to add in. And the ult for Aspas has the shield as well, so looking like he wants to invest this. They'll slow down on the way in though, not gonna have as much ease of access, but you can see him trying to be brought in by Cowanzy. EDG, hyper proactive through middle, and that is a player hunted down. Smoggy wanted Zadak dead.
Move the lurk nice and early. Spike will be planted, but Aspas needs to try and find something here. Kang at the perfect time swings back onto 2E's.
Does Aspas have the chance though? Not really, and look at Kang, head first. Wants it, doesn't get it, punished. Kang gonna go down. This gives him a little bit of a window of chance, not much though. Solo, Aspas 8 HP, this has to be one of the biggest rounds we'd ever see from him. That's the start he wants. Diffuse started though, and it's not ideal for him in this situation. Another Aspas, a valiant attempt. Not gonna be enough though, and that's double digits for EDG, Mike. They've done so well so quickly.
That flip round,
yeah,
totally alters the course of the start of this half. Loud will be back on a purchase now, but yeah, just pennies left after this. Aspas at 1200, sure, but it's going to make any sort of investment very, very difficult beyond this.
Operator out. Correct site to be on.
Players stacked up.
Yep. Well, Kang, let's see what you got here, buddy. You're starting to look a little more heated in the cam as well, starting to get a little bit more into the game, standing up tall. Aspas, great work, but EDG responding kind. How on getting away with daylight robbery until then. Aspas really the only one to answer back. Flies in and flies out. Kang holding that so well. And it's just less. In the blink of an eye, we're still above a minute. This is systematic destruction, EDG. Taking no prisoners here.
No. Again, putting a stranglehold on the finances once again, same as the first half. Loud. Very few rounds to play with now. Unimportant. Look at Cowanzy as well. It's the TP up early. Loud will call a timeout here because, like I said, there's very, very few rounds left for them to have a say in this half. Look at them here toying with the idea of throwing a rifle or two in here. Aspas, ultimate once again, Cowanzy with the Seekers.
I have to kind of bring this back to reality that this just feels desperate from Loud. They haven't had answers. They haven't had their players there.
We saw this turning point in the series versus, well, actually even in the first map versus EG, where Loud just suddenly was just like, okay, guys, try and find a kill. There was no utility invested. It was just 2 or 3 players Loud just barreling towards the site, trying to take an engagement, and things just I don't even want to say slip through their fingers. They never even got a grasp in the second half.
Never got a hand to it. But this would be like seeing Fnatic, after the season they had in EMEA, faltering twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's historically, the only time we've ever seen Loud lose an opening game was to Optic at Copenhagen, and they were eliminated immediately after that. Again, we're talking history, but this is such an anomaly for Loud, but it's also now a real possibility with how this first map is going, unless we see a total overhaul on Fracture.
He's here again. You can't get away from this guy. Omnipresent, standing his ground, has to respect it eventually and fall away, but he stays out just long enough. He's not going to go in. He's not fully dipping away from this, and they've got the right read here as well. EDG have 3 players on that C site. Correct call. Maybe noting Kangkang is enough that they maybe adjust, that they fall away from this. He's going to chase him around this map if he has to. Loud can't play hide and seek the whole time. Going to take away a little bit of the utility invested towards A. Make Chichu a little bit more vulnerable, but you can already see the adjustment. Proactive over towards Mount, they've cleared, nothing seen, and the burst towards the site. How much can Chichu hold though? This is a very, very tough position. He's opted correctly, falls away to a little bit of a deeper position, force them to explore further, and punishes 2! Looking for a 3rd, he can't do any more, but he's done so much. And the beast from the east is here. This man is deadly through and through. Les gonna be caught off as well, EDG. Just pushing Loud down on the knees. This is flawless. I mean, EDG are outclassing Loud in every aspect.
They haven't missed a beat. And Kangkang rotating across once again, keeping Loud guessing in the early round. Like I said, it doesn't matter what side, there are no early round indicators you get from EDG.
Nope.
There's no way to feel out the setup, the formation, anything. You barely even get a chance.
Well, Aspas has his ult, they've got to buy. It's now or it's never, right? This was meant to be the curveball map pick. This was the map that maybe they felt they had some tape on, recent tape. They had a really nice concept coming in. They've got 5 rounds. You've got to do something now, Loud. Otherwise, EDG are tearing away map 1 with a huge advantage leading into map 2. And Kangkang's patrolling, prowling around. Singular hold towards A as well. He's going to have the fight against Sadak. Last time, so quick, you barely saw it. This time, Sadak's ready. Huge pick, taking away the headhunter himself. Chichu on the switch up though this time here.
Campbell spot. A couple of bodies from Loud, but as I say, it could be a concern that the Trailblazer is used so early on. Big damage done, 2East doesn't fall though.
They're chasing. EDG getting aggressive, herding them around the map. Look at the backfill of this space. Nobody is chasing them down. 0 respect given. They want this. The paranoid didn't quite land. They are literally hot on their heels. Loud are running for the hills, running for the site. TP taken for Howdong safely towards CT. And now the flank gets watched. Trying to bait it on the jump spot. Nobody swings but takes the damage. Aspas has to defend this side of the map. There are 3 players against him. Lockdowns come in. Loud are panicking. They got to hold on to this. They know the stakes. They're in this round.
We'll force them away here. The lockdown draws a line at the choke point. Howdong's still over in spawn, but looks as if EDG finally will relent. Will give this up. They're so desperate to catch the backside of that Loud stack because they know the spike's there.
Yep.
They read it perfectly. Dumping utility, the paranoia sent through. Nobody chomping at the bit. Smoggy will find one. Yeah. I mean, really, you're looking for damage control here from Loud. You don't want to see less fall either, but sharp to it.
Last player standing.
Great from Les, yeah. Wow. Okay. Said they had to do something. Took them a lot, but Loud got it. That's 6. Need 6 more to close up this scoreline. Have a full buy here. 1 away from the pit. TP, yeah. And 2 from the Seekers. So a couple of options coming close, but on the other side, I am also seeing that showstopper, which worries me. Still an operator as well for Kangkang, so it's so much still in the
And like I said, the fact that now Loud have to invest the Trailblazer to try and fish out Kangkang in the early round, it actually reinforces Chichu's utility a little bit here.
He's going for it!
Ahead of it!
This guy's nuclear right now, just gonna back away, try and readdress this, but EDG, get in their faces! This is a round that's sending a message, no fear, no respect. And Loud are struggling down to 2. G2 just wants it. They want him dead. They want him buried. They want map 2. And they might just be getting it right now. Finishing with a flourish. It's 13-6. EDG outclassing Loud by a mile.
Absolutely explosive once again. Like I said, Loud just unable to grasp anything here on Lotus, it felt like. Even some of the rounds where Loud looked to go aggressive. I said EDG played both sides of the coin perfectly. Absolute masterclass from them. Talking about last time versus Liquid, coming down to a coin flip. This wasn't even close, Lauren.
A totally different game in that regard. And you know what, that scares me. Those last couple of rounds where you started to see that, you know, the classic, like that Chinese style, right, where it's just hyper-aggression, raw fights. It's terrifying. So they can switch into that gear. They have that.
Yeah, versus a team like Loud that historically have shown us that they can play scrappy, they can brawl, they have the firepower here in this roster to be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the more aggressive teams across the world. But here, a 13-6 on Lotus, and the way that EDG approached this, the lack of respect, Loud unable to stabilize.
They've got to come online here. Loud have looked absent. There's no two ways to say it. This has to be a rude awakening for them. Again, first match, yeah sure, call it what it is, EG on a hot run, but EDG have compounded the problems. They've highlighted all those issues once again. And now we look to the next map. We look towards Fracture as redemption, and they need it desperately. Loud are one map away from being eliminated here in Tokyo.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
They just keep bringing us incredible gameplay. I'm joined by their coach After and Iris with me as well. You guys have beaten a lot of good teams already, taken masters of them, beating them in series. What was different about Loud? What did you think about this team?
因为来到这次大师赛的话 ，EDG 已经从很多支世界级的强队身上拿到了比赛的胜利。那这一次对战到 Loud， 你觉得他们的不同是什么呢？
我觉得他们的枪法还是挺强硬的。虽然我们在这一块也不会输给他们，但是我们还是要保持自己接下来的信心，因为我们有信心今天能更顺利的拿下胜利。
I think they're definitely very mechanically strong and their aiming is really stand out. But I don't think ours is inferior to them, and we're very confident to take this victory against them.
Thank you very much, Iris. Thank you, After. 加油加油! And we're going to throw this back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that, Sue. And confidence is, I mean, a bound peak as high as they possibly could for EDG. Walk away with not just any victory. Let me look at my notes. 13-6, Mimi.
That's pretty good.
When is the last time that you've seen Loud on the struggle bus for this long?
I don't know. It feels impossible. I think the last time that it actually looked like they could go 2-0 out of a tournament was Copenhagen, and this is a completely different team from them. Loud looked lost, but on the other hand, EDG looked incredible in this match.
The feeling that we're getting from EDG is that someone or nobody can pop off on this team. Is not only about the 1 or 2 players that can step up. The rounds have been so crazy. The retakes on a different level. I feel like especially Aspas had an idea what he wanted to do on the attack, but things were just not going their way. Mimi, you were talking about chaos. I think that EDG was working beautifully on this chaos. They were creating it. They just wanted it to happen time and time again, and we're looking at nobody here having the round of a lifetime, just going for every single pick, with Smokey closing this round. And this was right after Loud won that pistol. One of the things that we were concerned about after that loss against EG is EG not only getting the pistols, but also getting the bonuses, and something that Loud had to bring back time and time again. The economy suffers so much that you cannot have a reliable round.
And while that was a great round from EDG and from something to pick up that 4K, it also looked so unlike Loud. No one is swinging together. No one is ready for the possibility of that reflank and in a position to punish. No one's ready to shut down that gun from being recovered. It's all these little mistakes that are compounding into this game, falling apart for them. And honestly, picking into this composition, I didn't really see the reason why they wanted to make this change. It didn't look practiced to me, honestly. On their defensive side, I didn't think they were able to find the right read with this Neon. We're constantly getting over-aggressive on those A lobby hits. And in the second half, it also looked very one-dimensional. It was just fast sight hit after fast sight hit, and EDG was so proactive at re-clearing space and winning in those retakes.
We've been talking a lot about the depth that some teams can have in the compositions and actually the times running it and so on, but going back to fundamentals, EDG won 55% of their 4v5s. That is insane. We're talking about training. We're trading. We're talking about going back to these fundamentals and actually thinking that you can shut them down, even in that many occasions where Kankan or Smokey are just going deep, are just going for that first kill. We know that, Kankan just loves going with the blades, getting that first kill, working with that, pushing with the operator in hand. It doesn't matter for them because they always can recover if they lose those players.
And I watched some of EDG's games, and I think it's defined by the individual plays when popping off in the late round. This wasn't that, really. I think this was defined by EDG's fundamentals, like you're saying, not by any one individual popping off.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, obviously, because it's a part of the show that we are going to address an individual, we're going to go to the Aim Lab shoot-around, and it's Kong. But to Mimi's point, it is just going to give us an opportunity to further talk more about this EDG lineup and how they truly are the sum of all of their parts. It has been really blossoming a lot here in Tokyo. Obviously, Kong played a big part of that, and I also, this is literally how I play at home as well, with the monitor just slanted in my
You're
face.
You're an iPad baby. I was literally going to say that's how I eat.
I'm kidding, I do not
Because my attention span after all these years and after some apps that we have now, zero, and I cannot eat without a I feel like he's on the same drill, That's
Dude, you guys make fun of me for being young. I can just eat dinner and just sit and enjoy my food.
That is
a lie. Wow, Mimi. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for the clapback, the wisdom from the youthfulness.
Anyways, it's ridiculous the setup that Kong plays with. I love seeing pros very unique setups, but he was very good this map, as we'd expect. I'm not huge on this double duelist comp still, despite the fact that it works. But the thing is that while I don't think it's the perfect optimal comp to play on this map, EDG play really really well just together. I think one of their biggest strengths on their defensive side is Lotus, is how proactive they can be in re-clearing space in that mid-round, using a Skydog with one of the two duelists to push, while the other one is on the other side, stalling for space. It's really well set up by them.
In many occasions, we saw Loud struggling with the retakes. For EDG, this strat is very easy. Let's try, and if we're eating towards the map, let's just go on. Let's just escalate onto that very fast. Everybody going together. Let's just ambush them and float them, and it's impossible for Loud to have a good reaction, especially because, again, they're on the line time and time again.
Yeah, I really also just want to reiterate, you're talking about this, and we're talking about Loud.
I just think it's
We're talking about Loud, and actually we did get an opportunity to talk to Chichu, because honestly, win or lose, this team's having fun here in Tokyo. And they were very excited about their matchup against Liquid, and we got some words ahead of this matchup against Loud. Let's actually go ahead and take a look.
今天因为赛前的时候，要跟 Team Liquid 打的时候就已经是很兴奋了，因为 Team Liquid 我们也知道是欧洲的冠军嘛，然后我们也是作为一个挑战者的心态来的，然后今天其实也是没有压力的，然后打完过后能打这个分数其实已经超乎我们期望值了，说实话，然后也能跟到 NAS 交手，我觉得今天就应该就是很高兴嘛，也看到了我们的一些潜力，然后我们还想再。
Holding close, but not messing around. All the way straight back into the side as well. Cypher holds for him. Give him the ace. Why not? For the halfway round, and there you go.
试试看能不能往上面冲一下。我说实话，我今天是没有想到闹的会输的，所以说我觉得大家这2天准备时间会准备的很充足，然后看看有没有机会把闹的给掀翻。我其实打 EU 的队伍的话，对我们的一些中间的一些游戏思路可能会有帮助。然后美洲这边他们风格因为跟欧洲这边不太一样，所以说我觉得对我们去拉扯他们应该会有一些帮助。然后总体的话还要看我们这2天的调整，因为我们也发现我们的问题所在嘛。然后争取拿下之后的每一场，然后看看我们的极限在哪。
A team that is looking to explore where their limits are at a global freaking event. This team is outstanding.
Yeah, it's so cool. I think they already processed the fact that they've beaten their expectations, and from then on, it's just been about how close can we get, what teams can we actually beat, and the confidence just continues to brew. But what I took away most from that little interview piece was the way he was talking about learning from other teams. I think that's been the biggest thing about EDG. This is the 3rd international event that they've been to now, where they've had an opportunity to get out of China, to scrim teams from all around the world, and take their ideas into their own gameplay. And I think we're seeing that here with them really slowing things down, doing a really good job to re-clear in the mid-round. The strategic depth for EDG at this event is so much higher than in the past.
Yeah, well, let's, of course, update you guys. If you're just joining us here, your eyes do not deceive you. It is going to be Lotus for EDG. That was Loud's pick. They thought that they had a plan, but unfortunately, EDG had a better plan, and they were able to execute that one to absolute perfection. But now, Kukuka, we find ourselves in a very interesting situation here, because we're going back to Fracture, and this is where that tone was set in that EG game.
Yeah.
And it feels like, while you may assume that Loud have the reads on Lotus because they saw what EDG did there, now the question is, I wonder if EDG did their homework and are prepared for this Fracture from Loud based on what they saw.
Yeah, probably, but I think that Loud is going to come off of after that loss with actually a lot of reads and a lot of insight about why it is that happened against EG. So I assume that they were going to see another phase, also because they decided that Fracture is a map that they're floating. Maybe EDG was smart enough to be like, okay, I know exactly why you lost. I'm going to try and replicate it because I feel like we can do it. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, right? Well, good news is we are going to get some words with the coach. We have Fraud standing by with Yinsu. What you got for us?
I'm now joined by Coach Fraud from Loud. I know you guys are 1 map down right now, but I wanted to quickly get your thoughts on the map vetoes. Obviously, they took away your Ascend, but Haven was on the table. Pearl, somewhere that you don't really want to go to right now. How much of a risk is it, do you think, having to play Lotus followed by Fracture here?
I mean, for us, it was a strategic move to pick Lotus. We felt like we had a really good read on what they may do. Obviously, we didn't come through in the game. But at the end of the day, we feel confident on the maps. Fracture, we know, is a map that we've been maybe struggling on a couple, or at least against EG, but we feel really confident on that map. We feel really confident with our strategies, our tactics, and all that. So, you know, it's just, we got to play better, play more confident, and just click some heads.
I mean, you guys have done this before, so thank you so much for joining me and see, guys, if Loud can indeed bring it back.
As we get ready for map 2, Kakuka, something that really stuck out for me there was it was a strategic decision to go to Lotus, but now Loud says we're in our comfort territory here. You mentioned before they've been floating this map. It's now time to put up or shut up.
Yeah, totally. I wonder how the conversation has been as we head into the Prime Game and Agent Select, because we need to think of how the mental is for Loud now. Twice in this competition, they have lost that first map, and now they have to dive into another map that EDG has shown a lot of resilience in.
Here's the thing, well, Loud lost to EG. I think a lot of the troubles they were having were against EG's specific style. They didn't really seem to know how to play against a lot of those interesting ult combinations. EDG play a much more standard composition here.
Fair,
the solo jet, double initiator, double flash built a lot on Kung Kung and setting him up for success, and on re-clearing space in the mid round with both of those initiators. They've been good on this map in the past, but the biggest question for me around Loud isn't about the composition, it's about the mental. This is a new position. They're in the lower bracket, they're down a map, they need to rally if they want to show why they were favorites.
Well, this is it. Loud can go out with a whimper. Meanwhile, EDG can keep riding this high. Let's see how this all works out as we send it over to Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you so much. Now, kind of, I guess Frod's conversation then got me a little worried, if anything. I don't feel any more confident coming to this map.
I'm concerned if map 1's kind of characterized as a poor execution of the strat book. That doesn't fill me with confidence, especially for Fracture, because it was a similar situation versus EG where they were unable to actually get themselves into a position where they had any stability in the finances, in terms of the ult cycles, in terms of being able to be decisive and execute some of the set pieces that they had. So that's massively worrying.
I'm genuinely nervous for Loud. I am genuinely nervous for Loud. EDG, by all rights, should be sky high on confidence. Everything their way. They even got a map in hand. If they need it, hey, they've got bind if they need to get there. Fans still believe. We've got to see it in the server though. Again, yes, Aspas doing a little bit of work in that last one. Doing the best he could for it. Wakey wakey. But it's still not enough to get them across the line.
No, it's not. And the worrying thing being EDG, like I said, improving from that performance versus Liquid, coming out here and just, I hate using the phrase playing their own game, because we hear that such a... Exactly. But that's what they did. They come back, they improve. We saw the same thing versus T1. They lose, obviously, Fractures to them. They come back in the rematch, and it's a 13-4 response. Like I said, it is very concerning to be in this situation with the opening game we saw versus EG and the performance we saw. The nature in which they lost that map. And Aspas is back on the Neon, which it didn't look great.
It didn't. And I think we can be quite transparent and honest about this when it comes to Loud, that our expectations were higher. Let's say we bookmarked our expectations even in Brazil.
Arguably the highest.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. You'd put them up there with Fnatic, and even more than Fnatic, because they did win that final matchup, right? Yes, for me, EDG were always going to be a bit of an X-Factor team. Maybe it came together, maybe it didn't. Hard to tell with them until you see it live on the server, right? But you put stock in result, you put stock in historied events, capability on, on LAN, all of these kind of things. EDG have appeared several times at international events, but never have we seen them go this far or look this good. It was so much. And again, if you guys at home do want to get involved, do use the hashtag VALORANT Masters. We'd like to hear from you. Just get shown on stream. Isn't that fun? But again, when we discuss this, you have to put the question mark with Loud and just purely enjoy the fact that EDG are actually able to do this, right? This is incredible from them so far. It feels like all of those events previous are now coming together, right? We're starting to see all that potential actualize.
And demonstrating great depth. And I mean, we was touching this again, we were talking about it in map 1.
Yep.
In my eyes, EDG, the expectations are fairly linear, right? It's very surface level, but the fact that they've been able to come here and demonstrate to some world-class teams that they have the troubleshooting on the fly, the ability to really, handle curveballs and satisfy that slow game so well. They have an opportunity here to send another message to the participants here in Tokyo.
The fact that EDG have faced EMEA's best team coming into this, arguably, if you want to look at who finished in that first position from those regular seasons, and had a fantastically close game. Here now facing down Americas as well. And already having a map up. Kang. Oh, he wants him. Yeah, he's got him too. Aspas deleted, and he's going to note there are other players trying to zip across the line. Spots no one else. The north side is theirs, yeah. And Tui's now dangerous, alone. Looking a little nervous in this one. Got to hold the ground. He's got it. Beautiful follow-up as well. Tui's activating as is required, as nobody's still holding on to this site though. Stunning. Double from him as well. Both teams now starting to elevate a little. Ash comes in for nobody, allows him to reposition, and no pressure coming from drop. This guy's holding it safe as houses. Supports there. EDG start things off with a bang.
Looking to dictate once again to Loud how this map will go. Confident swing out here on the pistol round, and like I said, Kang. Unlucky not to get more, to be honest with you. The fault line following through as well from Smoggy. Now they just slip away on the ropes. Some Sheriffs invested here for Loud. Let's see, Aspas swapping out to a Frenzy here.
Okay.
See if Kang is going to try and farm up with the Marshal here, but nobody on the other side for Loud just yet. Hear this rotation though. It's big information for Aspas, but Spike in the hands of Sadak, not committed just yet, and won't be lost either.
Yeah. So the three Sheriffs need to find some real value here if they want to try and disrupt this, even with here in that rotation. Kang can still come back. He's just over towards... Drops side. He got the follow-up tag as well. Yeah, of course he did. Do you almost forget who this man is? Do you not remember Haven? He spotted another. He knows there's more here. Once he dropped down though, Kalenzi. Oh my word! This little shaky aim, but it's really good.
Oh.
Okay.
Want some less.
Give me some more.
Feels like a consolation. 20 HP, still 4 to find. It looks like they want to give Kang the opportunity to find this one.
Yeah, you hear that, Marshall, you back away, don't you? You don't stick around too long. He's being herded. Nowhere to really run in this. Where do you want to go, Les? To your grave. EDG, second round now. Kang. I want his aim. It's so bizarre because no one else aims like him. No one else plays like this dude.
So even in the first 2 rounds here, just look how active EDG are looking to remain here. One thing I had my eye on was Loud's inability to really grasp any sort of indicators and make a decision based on early round information. You could argue as well, potentially a concern here with Sadak being on the KO. Unless you get a tag with that knife, it's difficult to really garner much early on. Pace change here from Loud potentially.
Map's going to start getting smaller though. Kang is on the way. Northern side. Aspas taking a lot of damage there. And they're going to sit deep on this. Maybe allow time for these rotations, north and south side. Predominantly south side though. Going to have the 3-play stack coming around from EDG.
Les is going to have his hands full here.
The Spike's actually crossed down towards B main. Yeah, Les needs to encourage this movement from Sadak to get them going in this. Kang closing in. Look on the left. He does. Oh, that one goes astray. Not going to find it this time. Aspas lucky to be standing on that HP.
Aspas is reflanking. He's taking the rope across.
Not a bad shout by any means. That's 3 potential victims waiting. Perfect timing. The shot, not so much so, but it's enough to get across the line. Again, this is the bonus round, unless very safe on the site here.
Credited a couple of rounds in the previous map towards the end of the first half as confidence builders for Loud. Can't let this scoreline evade them early on in this half. This is crazy as well. That a 15 HP Aspas still survives in that situation. Seekers online already for nobody. Loud.
Operator out.
One away from the pit, Sadak 2 off the null command, but you're absolutely right. Operator available here. Proactive swing towards tree. Loud looking to continue with his pace change though.
I like it. Oh, Aspas, sharp as hell. Beautiful start. Taking over Sam completely. A-Site's theirs on a platter now. Yes, we did see the connection from Kang in the back lines towards Les. He's going quite far away from this, though. Howdong trying to at least hold towards CT, but for now, Loud planting that Brazilian flag over towards the A site.
Kaunzin semi-committed here towards the rope pole. Chichu will actually rotate across to the north side here. Howdong can find one. Spotted out here. Smoke will go up behind it, but Kankang finds it. Aspas
Great
sharp
trade.
for the trade.
Really valuable trade. Lovely positioning from Loud. This post plant looks incredibly secure. Making sure all of them were swinging off the back of that contact in case anyone got a little too dangerous. You do not want to give freedom to any of these EDG players.
Okay. We'll find one. Didn't do any further damage here. We'll decide to give it up. And it's actually a positive to see Loud commit towards, I don't want to say an aggressive post bomb, but committed positions, right? They weren't looking to sit off site and force EDG to come through and make a couple of deep clearances. So, at least in terms of the mental, in terms of the approach here, well, at least initially we haven't had any pop-off rounds yet from EDG. Loud looking a lot more composed, happy to rely on the fundamentals. Back to basics almost.
And again, if you want to talk kind of stylistic, right? If we talk region-wise, obviously China's always been kind of considered that very hyper-aggressive region. Brazil's not far behind that either. It's very much always been that very explosive style, high tempo. Nice seeing that gear shift from Loud coming in here. Sadak gonna make no subtleties of this. 3 players are here, one a little more dedicated than the others. That's gonna be nobody. And actually finds 2! How do you get 2 in that? That shouldn't have happened, and neither should have that. Howdong finding connection with that Sheriff has put problems to Loud. Bullish in approach and left in tatters. You got less than 2s. They've lost out on Sadak, and Kankang's there. Oh, come on! EDG shattering Loud.
Haven't had a pop-off round yet from EDG.
What was that, Michael?
So
say it one more time. Run it back to me one more time. Huh?
That composure we were talking about.
Confidence builders.
Getting online early here.
Oh,
this is outrageous.
That second. Oy.
Right.
Wow.
1 enemy remaining.
And this felt fairly all in.
Yeah, it did.
From Loud from the get-go. No command committed off the rip.
Okay.
That's a tough blow.
But it's Loud, right? Finalists. So the best there is. They can pick themselves up, get back into the game. Smoggy confirmed. No one's quite pushed through. Oh, he got 2 out of that still. Making it to 2v3. This is not impossible. Slightly improbable. Raspas. He's down on 22 HP. He's playing such a devious game, playing so dangerously.
Sadak got tagged up as well. He's down to 30,
you're right.
33. He ate some spam through the box there.
Okay, slowly but surely, Chichu's clearing through towards A main. He might get a fight on Sadak here. Because he's been unnoted this entire time.
Launching smoke.
Smoke's going in. Howdong gonna spot him. Careful now. He doesn't want to go down prior to this. Needs to wait for Chichu. He actually got the kill on Sadak, but the trade came in. Can Chichu find any of these players here?
Awkward plant here if Kaunzin falls.
The jump spot's going to be heard. The smoke's still in place. Contact comes in. He's going to look for Aspas. Not going to find him. Stunned up, though. Takes a shot. He's got to try and close that gap. He can't do it. Aspas played that really, really well. Patient in the end. Didn't want to just get too involved too early on, but that got way too deadly.
Coming back, though, after that round loss, to see Loud play very aggressively here and be decisive, those were the things
Playing their own
lacking
game.
from map 1.
Oh man, but again though, so many of these moments are on like a...
Such a fine margin.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, Smoggy's response with 2 there. Aspas is down to, what, 20-odd HP, so really could have gone either way. They might even try and fake a little bit here. Yeah, off the knife, and Aspas showing some presence.
Oh, I like that. Pull Kung back, so that's going to keep him preoccupied for a while. Deeper hold from EDG towards the B site though. Rolling Thunder going to come in. It doesn't really give too much away, at least.
A double pump.
Okay, yeah, but look who's waiting.
Yeah, Kankang's.
Oh dear.
EDG have almost got a good read on it here. The flash will confirm no presence outside dish, and Loud now, a pause for thought.
I'm terrified if they go to the safe
That's
side.
a massive investment, it feels like, to try and fake both sides. Maybe waiting here for Sadak's knife to come back online. I've invested fault line available as well now, but
And it's got
they have
nobody with him with a
yeah,
flash.
they have no tangibles.
One flash for Sadak. Door going to confirm it. And they found the first. Spike now down. And Smoggy gets to dip away. Beautiful. Nobody with him. Loud not finding success anywhere. Where do they go now? Do you back away? Yeah, they've got nowhere to go, Mike.
I mean, Tui's has lurked all the way back through underpass into the backside of Arcade, but the alarm bot will spot him out. An early indicator here, struggling to deal with it.
Paranoia did land. Going to reveal Chichu's position as the flood comes in through from B main. He's got to try and take one with him. Can't do it. Great trade from Howdong. A little dangerous, but Loud making it work here. 13 seconds though. Nobody making his way through. Plant going to come in. Can't go without operator. That is going to be hard, but that makes it much easier. Takes away Tui's. And now they've got to find less. Pit's there though. Who does he find first? Already there. That's one found. Kang down.
He's playing outside.
Trade around, nobody. He's hunting him down, he's clearing through this. This is nice from Les, smart play. Nobody left, wondering, waiting. Drop and the reveal, beautifully played by Les. Red Bull clutch there, deservedly so.
And that's a big round for Loud to post on the board. The one that now starting to test that early financial advantage that EDG had created, even with a very close exchange in rounds. Stingers, a couple of sheriffs here to work with. Orbital strike and the lockdown, and so one away from the Rolling Thunder for Smoggy. So some tools available if EDG can find some kills, get some upgrades. First time really Sadak's got a decent ping on the knife here. Aspas can find an opener.
Much better.
Alzine to double down.
There we go. Now just keeping control here. Les holding the other side of the map. Can hear a couple of steps as they rotate away, so that's going to be a call out for them. Danger Man Kang is here, but they should be able to cross safely to the site. Still have two smokes with Tui's as well. Wait and see if there's a re-challenge here, and you can see him getting closer. Kang is looking for a little bit of a battle, loses out. Aspas going to find him. And the last two looking quite irrelevant to this round. Loud getting a little bit of a grip on the pacing here. Okay. Fine. It's fine. They lose one. Not the end of the world. One comes in. Much better stability now from Loud. Not getting too caught up in that anti-eco.
That one actually kind of solidifies their position in terms of the finances. So a purchase or so behind this. EDG actually, they call a timeout here to consider the bigger picture.
Yep.
Said stark contrast, now Loud. Again, with the ability of the economy being in their favor. Options. They have a couple of rounds now where at least slowing things down has looked good for them. Previously, EDG hyper aggressive. Again, they had the opportunity to do so.
But also navigating away from Kangren as well. They haven't really been pinned down by it. A couple of these rounds now, you saw that double pump. Got a little nervous when they got back towards that side of the map, but even with that in mind, they've been able to kind of avoid that early damage that he's been able to achieve in the past. Not falling for this one. And I felt on the other maps, roll your mind back even to that last map, he was omnipresent, right? He was everywhere, very hard to get away from. Good read of the positioning here, not so much not having as much impact. Still, he's on 8-6, he's still leading the board. I mean, this guy is incredibly good. But Loud given a couple of opportunities now to, feel a little bit of that freedom away from him. And we're starting to see some of the ults come through as well. Only one away from Aspas as well. He's going to have his very close by. And Sadak's got his back on mine. So a couple of key tools to work with for themselves. Bigger tools on the other side for EDG, though.
Operator back in hand, and like you said, ultimates here for EDG. See what the adjustment is here. Looks like Chichu's going to commit his setup towards A. And yeah, Kankan, other than that initial operator purchase, first time we're going to see him in this committed anchor position. No command run through once again, but the combo might even land here.
It does.
It does.
Beautiful. Aspas the one caught by it as well, and they scatter in the end. They just get away to safety, but it's now being forced into the hands of this man, and he actually doesn't land the shot. First time one goes astray. The paranoia going to force him away from that secondary peak. Trying to quell this absolute animal on that B side, but he's ahead of the smoke. He's going exploring, of course he is. Audacious in approach and confidence, and he's got such information now. They can dip back towards that A site here.
Alarm bot removed here. Tui's will commit to it. Lockdown in response here from Chichu.
That'll be about 30 seconds at this point.
It's going to run the clock down. And look how much space EDG have taken outside tree. Already looking to pressure the back line.
Yeah, no options to back away really for Loud here. They have to continue on this path. Soig's still in place for the cross though, so they shouldn't have too many worries with that. There's the ult going to come back in, going to deny that first attempt at the plant. And Chichu's found less. They're starting to close that gap in now. And actually it's counting with the spike. Oh dear. He's got so many players on the other side of this. He has to get to the site, try and get something on their side. Kalanzine is in trouble here, and Kang gets revealed. Spots the players on the other side. Jump spot landed, beautiful trade out. Spike gonna go down, and EDG getting on the sights and getting the round. Loud crumbling under the smothering from EDG. They get so close so quickly.
A freebie here with the orbital strike combo. I think Zadak's even close to falling in the mix as well. And what's beautiful is, this is on one extremity, the other side, Kang happy to be there to greet Loud's retreat. Said it after this, EDG, once they know that the operator's shown, Loud show respect. They drift back towards A, and immediately nobody and Kang are there. They're looking to pressure the backline if that A site execute comes through.
4-5 now. Loud still in the lead. And Loud with the adjustment now. Nobody gonna see all of this coming his way. Kang is there as well, so they do have the support system. The readjust is gorgeous. Nobody all too prepared. The double swing! Oh, he almost had all three! Smoggy in support. It's a 3v2. Less than Tui's, where are you? Desperate to make that cross. Trying to get something favorable, and that's good for them. Howdong going down is great. They're still looking for another pick here, though. A tap on the spike, and they do not commit just yet.
Chichu's quietly made his way into the backside of Arcade here. Unnoted as of yet. Loud haven't got the spike down yet, and the smokes have dropped.
Okay, Chichu. Super close by, maybe an angle they don't expect. Spots out one, punishes less, and that's a spike loose. This has to be heroics from Tui's. One smoke and a TP, and that's all he's really got to play with. 45 seconds, avoids the utility and gets a fair fight. Did he spot?
He spotted Smoggy.
He's got to know one's close by, but what can he do with it? Can hear a couple of steps. Oh, he finds a great shot on Smoggy. Expecting the other swing from the other side of the smoke, but nothing there just yet. Takes a second.
30 seconds left.
Double checking towards tower. No one's present. 25 seconds, but where the hell is Chichu in this? Oh, hello, peekaboo, 10 seconds now, another smoke in hand, but he's so low on HP. Chichu played it so well, and we're tied up all even.
Chu's had time to play with there, tried to run the clock down. Chichu to clutch out. There's another one, it's around that feels like some of the executions versus EG. A slight lack of consideration. Aspas is running on dry.
Yeah.
He's got the ultimate pop, but
No
there's no flash over the
anything.
top. There's no fault line, and it's a player tucked in behind Dice. I mean, fault line was burnt up early. It didn't catch nobody initially on the stun, but
Lives are out. Players are here. Kang is stunned. He gets a second lease of life flow. Stunned again. No, dips away. Doesn't want to fall for this one. Nobody turns the first flash. The paranoia set. They are investing everything. It's still at 1 minute 20. Les wants to make something of this. Maybe punish those players falling away from Dish. And there's very few places to run and hide for EDG. But maybe they don't need to. Maybe they need to stand the ground and fight, and they fall. Loud finally making impact on the side. Howdong turns on a dime, takes down Tui's, but so many of them fall. It's a 3v1. Chichu again. So deep in the backlines, they're all on the site as it is, but this would need a miracle level of impact. You still have Aspas sitting relatively healthy, 75. You've still got the knife for Zadak too. 2 flashes, so much kit to run through. Now finally, you still have healthy. Any chances here for Chichu? Ah, he's dead and gone. Loud. Much better now.
it takes so much. Luckily, the pinch comes through from A-Main at the right time, because, again, some of the investment of utility on Lotus early on didn't amount to real value. Nothing for Loud to really springboard off. Again, trades much, much better. You look at that kill feed, and even visibly, a much, much better look than Lotus, and a much better scoreline here.
actually have a competitive game heating up now. This is what we wanted to see as well. Life in Loud, right? Like, you don't want them to go whimpering out of this event. Now we're starting to see them testing EDG, and EDG keeping up. Flash deep, and he gives away the opportunity there. And Aspas going to work off that instantaneously, taking all that space by Dish. There is a player on the way, though. Kang, oh dear.
Cancelled yet. Chichu going to be put in a position relied upon here by EDG, anchoring this A site. Pops the Nano Swarm early, actually. They don't spot him. They actually didn't clear this.
No way. And Smoggy's found counting. That's a spike down. Chichu completely unnoted. Oh, Aspas still gets him, though. Such a fortunate scenario as Aspas is saving this round from a couple of things that could have gone so badly wrong. How long? Going back through by drop. Over towards Dish. That's a lot of players to get through, though. Yeah, Les and Aspas are wounded, but still standing. The timing here for Les could be very good. Actually misses a little bit of a window with that. Ah, there we go. Finally checks on it. Timing's there. Adong down to 56. Give it a crack. Good damage! Oh, whoa. Okay, Aspas, thank you. And let's kind of, put a little bit of a bookend on that one as well. Aspas has woken up here, Mike. Much more impact, way more efficient in this one.
Well, I was talking about, obviously, the Neon not looking good last time for Aspas. It wasn't him individually. Numerically, he was delivering. It was bigger picture. I think we see one example here where the execution wasn't fully online, but at least here, the scoreline much better.
Yeah, 5-7. We finally have a game on our hands.
Indeed we do, Pansy, and this is what you want to see from Loud, but again, it just illustrates just how strong this EDG team has been, that Loud have been just pulling away at some of these rounds. And Kakuka, this actually takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment as we cover Les in round 7, actually. We got to talk about Les here because Les has had a decent amount of impact in this game, obviously goes without saying, but it really feels like this round here was the catalyst to give them that motivation to keep pushing.
Yeah, exactly. Probably a turning point for them. I think like over this map, they are playing their game, something that they needed to be happen previously. It's happening now. Hey, they still have time. They still can bring this back. I love how they're using Aspas. I love how he's just been the tip of the spear, something that he obviously needed to be, but I feel like he's finding the right pace to doing so, and it's kind of one of the things that I wanted to see on the stage.
And the thing is, I don't think Loud have been winning these rounds by really cool strategy, by perfectly out-calling EDG. A lot of it has just been these hard executes or these late round wins, and honestly, that might be what Loud needed. It's rounds like that that are reinvigorating them, that are getting them back into this game, rebuilding that confidence, and they finally have a lead in the series.
We were talking about the mental, how things are going to be after losing that pistol. Maybe we can think that it is all over for them, but no, they managed to bring it back. Beautiful rounds on their side, that they have learned about the mistakes that they made, and I think that we deserve a third map here.
But the thing is, EDG have an opportunity. Well, Loud have rallied. Their attacking side on this map is normally solid, and if they can close this one out, if they can push it all the way and take map 2 versus Loud, eliminate from this tournament 2-0, they could continue to make history, continue this miracle run. It's not over for them in this map yet, but it's the same for Loud. They have to be feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah, that's right. And now it's time to see how the chips fall as we send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. If you are just tuning in, the score is correct. Loud finally waking up a little bit here, leading the scoreboard after having a horrific Series 1, an atrocious Map 1 in this series, but then finally they at least get a half, right? This is what we want to be seeing. A spark back with this side, as EDG, the first big challenge they're going to be facing in this game is this half here.
3 players initially positioned towards B here for Loud. EDG stacked up on the other side, other than nobody. He's probably going to try and show a little bit of presence, but nobody from Loud to actually be there to receive it.
Yeah, nice counter to the contact piece. Aspas going to miss the window of chance on this. Brought down to 13 HP. Yeah, maybe a little bit too committed to chase that down, but Kankan going to backfill this. Aspas is exceptionally low HP.
They cleared the entirety of the north side here, Loud, so Les actually comes across to reinforce this arcade hold.
And the smoke timing. They're going to get maybe a 1v3 on the site. Yeah, they got to back away from this now. Sites, EDGs, it's not a comfortable hold, but you want to try and maybe overwhelm somewhere, give yourself some safety, and that's what they're doing. Focusing towards Sadak initially, and they get the trade. They've lost out on nobody, but they take down Sadak. So for them, I guess they'll take what they're given here. But still so close by, you can see the gap being closed. Aspas taking the tour of the map here, all the way around. And look at the HP on EDG. 1 on Chichu, Kang 14, How Long 37, and he's been removed. Down to the bare bones now, down to the basics, can't hold up against this. And 1 HP ain't enough. It ain't enough. Less brilliant round from him. Loud doing what they need. Pings now.
EDG's slow approach here. Get caught up by this trap play initially, doesn't really amount to too much, but like I said, Loud very proactive to clear the entirety of the north side here. They make the decision to reinforce this B-site hold here with a 4th member. Previously, Sadak had a lot of trouble holding onto that tower position versus EG. The onslaught of utility sent his way. I'm curious actually with just the pistol round, whether or not EDG are going to look to pressure that position as well. Wait and see here as turret towards tree, probably leaning towards a crunch here in A main.
Forcing
Quite big actually.
Okay, counting, gorgeous, gorgeous cleanup. Making light work with the utility. Softened and vulnerable on the other side, EDG. I mean, they only really, I think, had classics and maybe 1 upgraded pistol, but that'd be about all it is. Feels like a formality, as it should be. Counting, big progress here as well.
Yeah. 4 towards that rolling thunder. EDG unfortunately can't even get past the front door. The snakebite timing perfect inside the smoke. Seeing initially 4 members of Loud over towards B. EDG 4 on the north side, Chichu down on the south. Exchange here potentially. EDG's first buy round. The fault line might even be set in motion here for Aspas.
A little bit of aim training before the round started. Yeah, look at this stack of players towards arcade, and the timing's going to be atrocious. Aspas, he hasn't got a leg to stand on. EDG's so hyper aware of this. They sat back waiting. The flash is actually very nice though. Gives Sadak a fight. Gonna force Kang out of there as well. They're hunting them right back down. Loud, that's huge. Bringing the fight right back to EDG. And How Long the paranoia's going to connect. He needs to call for nobody to help him out, and he does. Nobody there on the bailout. They know the Tuis is there. Chichu closing on that gap too, but where the hell is Les in all of this? A mile away.
I'm saying no pinch comes through from Dish, and only nobody noted on the knife. So Les has to come back through spawn here. Chichu's going to note the reposition here, but no awareness. Tuis of his whereabouts.
Yeah, and Les will be kept here now. Hearing a couple of audio cues here and there. Les going to try and explore.
It's a mystery though.
Yeah, it is.
EDG have drifted back towards arcade.
Oh.
Smoke gives it away though.
He's got a chance to do some big damage here. Oh, still so heads up from EDG, but roll the mind back to the start of that round. That was very curious.
Yeah, EDG stacked up initially right against the spawn barrier, but I'm not sure if it's just a last second call. And then Aspas is thinking, yeah, we've only noted 1 on the north side with the knife, but he's on a wild slide out here, and the spacing just slightly off. Sadak's lucky to actually get back towards arcade here.
Okay.
EDG set up the same way once again.
That was a bonus though. So, you know, we'll put it where it is. Rolling Thunder 2 away. Still going to have the Viper's Pit as well, ready to go this time. Knife going to get destroyed, but Sadak got to be careful now. Tested early towards tower as the 3 players from EDG close in. Almost mirroring that. Loud on the other side by Dish. Nobody. The off angle was good for him. They had no idea. Oh, not good enough on the shot. Aspas quicker on the adjustment. But look who's slipping further ahead. Kang's found so much space. He's even got a little bit of cover to play with as well. He's hungry for more. Ferocious approach. The flash connects. Oh, but Smoggy, the timing on the save. Perfect. Sadak deleted. The site is all theirs.
There's nobody peeking for info. Kankang just walked up arcade.
It ain't over yet though. 3v3 Rolling Thunder going to be sent. Kaunzin, Aspas, Tuis. We're going to try and close in towards the site. Kankang's going to note that. Here's Tuis. Tap on the spike. They're not falling for it. How long is going to find Kaunzin? And Kankang's waiting this out in the smoke. He knows where to try and care of it. And Tuis outdoesn't. Even with all of that info, but the trades there. An orbital strike almost feels overkill, but Aspas commanding a lot of respect here. Another tap on the spike. Chichu the willing first man to challenge. And EDG not doing loud.
I mean, Sanak notes somebody there. The knife is destroyed. Immediately, EDG has 2 swing onto this tower angle. But then Kankang's allowed to shift walk onto site and catch less as he tries to put the pit down.
Goner.
I mean, that's just outrageous.
And that's the round that breaks Loud's money.
Yeah.
This closes the scoreline right back up. This is probably 8. I mean, there are no ults to play with either. So yeah, you're looking at likelihood of 8 to 9. Wow. That is a mistake and a half for Loud, and one that's going to potentially haunt them here. EDG, of course. Well, if you're Kankang, you're grinning ear to ear, aren't you? You couldn't ask for a better start to that. Just creep through to the site. Cool, are you on your ult? Well, that's unlucky. And patience being shown here from EDG. Want to be careful.
Enemy kill.
And Kankang has his ult from this as well, so that's lovely for him. 2 away for Chichu. Sanak going to take that orb, though, and get out of there.
Sanak unable to stop this progress onto site just yet. I don't think he'll really have a say of denying the plant coming through either. Tui's looking to sweep back on the south side. Aspas and Kaunzin come back through arcade, but will be noted by an alarm bot. Kankang traded out.
Good trade.
But a 3v4 now.
Still a little bit of kit, so they might be able to get himself a fight. Oh, the flank just got noted. Wow, nobody so heads up. Still more to be invested. Tui's is not having a good day at the office here. And it's all about time. Kaunzin does find Smoggy. 3v3. Pulls back a player to try and help out now. And Chichu's just farming. Yeah, this is comfy now. That round teed up from the one prior, breaking the back. And then now, only 1 round away.
Lockdown available. Knives available for Kankang too. 1 off the Rolling Thunder. EDG in a very good position here in round 18.
Yeah.
Ultimate's not quite there for Loud. But holding on to some funds here. A chance of maybe a forced purchase behind this. Again, it's risky when you see the stack of funds that EDG has sat on.
Speak of stack, we saw Loud trying this against EG a couple of times and actually worked out well. This time, not so much. EDG all too prepared, all too aware of what Loud tried to do. Read him like a book. Might have just well shut this chapter. He's trying to hold him back all by himself, but he's got a flood against him. 3 players now making up by main, spotted out again, forced out of here. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. EDG are out the door. And the site's going to be theirs too. Les has nothing to say about this. He can creep close, but to make impact happen would be almost unthinkable. Change my mind, Les. It ain't gonna happen. EDG tying things up now, 9 apiece. And this is when you start panicking if you're Loud. This is when you get nervous if you're Loud. EDG have just started to work you out 4 in a row.
It must be so frustrating to play versus a team that just seems prepared for everything. Yep. The stars align once again, and the reactive utility shuts down this aggression from Loud. Aspas completely separated, isolated. I was curious of whether or not the force would come through. Looking like Loud are toying with the idea, but a timeout called here. 9-9 the scoreline. No command back online here. Tui's has the TP, but not the same sort of options on the EDG side of things.
They got a nice bit of money behind them too. 5K on Chichu.
4 rounds unanswered, Lauren.
Well, this is crunch time. I thought that half that they had, a good start in the second. This map, I thought good for Loud. Cool, we're gonna get the 3rd map here. Brilliant, let's take it the distance. Have that big test of these two well, newly formed giants apparently when it comes to EDG, but it might be cut short. It might genuinely be cut short, and EDG will become a terrifying prospect to meet in the lowers if they continue going forward. Shown diligence against the best around the world. That is a very small group of teams who've been able to boast that sort of reputation. They've come in here and absolutely turned heads, but it's not over yet. It's 9-9, right? Tied up. Map 1, yes, it's out with EDG. There's game on now.
Loud need to remove some of these funds now, early on, before double digits, before we really start testing that recovery factor. So we might see something similar to what they employed a few times on Lotus. Kung posted up to solo, create some pressure outside A main here. Nobody actually regroups here with a flash. Aspas will be noted. They might just commit to the lockdown execution here, or at least try and fake off the back of it. They're drifting back towards Aspas.
It's all on his shoulders, and he's going to stand tall, takes down the first man in, and they've turned him away from this.
Oh, he gets the TP off, but he actually gets detained.
And for EDG, they've got the sight. They lose out on one. They gain the time on their side. Ah, you can't get away with that. The smoke faded just in time for Les to catch you, trying to drift away from the spike. Now, how long nobody in Chichu? What do they have about this one? Sadak willing to put his life on the line to cross first, going to get towards the site himself. Flash there to supplement as well as the wall goes up. EDG forced away. Tap on the spike, and someone from EDG does need to check. Put their body on the line, and they do Chichu with one. That's all he can get. Nothing to follow from that. Howdong and nobody now. High flash, they're all blind! Oh, they're all blind! Aspas just comes out of that. 33 HP. Loud going to make it double digits here. That was a dangerous round.
I mean, if the timing's any better there, he doesn't peek ahead of the flash.
Yeah.
That could have been a brutal. Because everybody from Loud fixated towards main here. Chichu nearly actually getting away with daylight.
I thought he had a second there as well, yeah.
I mean, yeah, Les the one that's, I guess, furthest forward, least affected by it. But like I said, Howdong caught it as well. Probably the worst end of it. Said that was the round we needed from Loud, though, to chip away at this financial buffer that EDG have, but another 2 rounds to go. Kung back on the operator now. Still got ultimates to play with. Smoggy back on the Rolling Thunder. Seeker's invested here by nobody.
Going to travel relatively far here. Show the aggression. Force the hand of Loud a little. Kankan going to have to depend on the knife here. Pressure early. Howdong still alive though, but the gap closed. Do they stick around on this? They do. Loud willing to challenge, and well, falling to it too. Chichu is the one to try and draw that blood out. Kangan still standing. He's hunting him down. He is wanting that one. Would put Les in his grave, but for now, Les stands, slips away to CT. Aspas is waiting on a dirty off angle. Middle of no man's land that time. Kankan moves forward, spots another, can't find it here. Damage on Les is significant though. He is willing to hold this line. Deny anyone try to take that space back. Yeah, moving away. He wants him dead. Falls away this time as the spike now goes down. Finds that next position to lean back to. Nice work from Sadak though, readjusting well. He's got to be careful here. They're ready for him. Oh, he's so ready for him. Kankan again dances away, 41 HP. Temptation, a swing. It's going to be Chichu to get it. Answering right back. 10-10 now.
Kung is just so slippery. The flash comes through, the fragment as well, but Sadak punished on the peak. And he's always posted up. He's never backed into a corner. He's always holding an active angle. Chewy's caught on the retreat there with the TP. I didn't even spot that.
Who could have predicted this?
Huge round to answer back with. Any of that momentum Loud would have had has now been absolutely broken because their money is
it forces Loud back onto a light purchase here.
The best they got is the ult from Aspas.
The best they got is 2 judges. And even then, actually, Sadak is forced down to 250. Again, with no investment here at the pit, maybe going to try and get a lesser purchase there and pass Sadak a rifle across.
Look at the patience. Do need to use that utility a little early to make sure there's no stacks, no naughtiness going on. Those judges, a bits and pieces, odds and ends, they can certainly try and work out. You can see Howdon very meticulously clearing. I'll do 3 of their players here. Keep in mind, Aspas is one of them, and he is the one who can pop that ult if required. Don't do it again. Don't. I promise you, Sadak, it ain't the time. Needs to get away. And there's the ult pump. Lovely timing for Aspas. Does he continue this path? Yes. He wants a little more. Doesn't want to overextend, though. And there's the close from the other side of them. Map coming in. This is now worrying. They've lost a big proponent and any ability to change the outcome in this round. 2 players still tucked into tower, though.
So they actually repositioned here. Sadak was positioned on Dice previously. Kang.
Oh, God. Oh. Beautiful work from Sadak to at least hold that side, but what more can you do? Judge going to close in. The only vulnerable player would have been Howdong down on 23. You're not going to be able to close that gap, but with the operator, I'll be able to do something a little bit better.
Problem being, though, EDG have been allowed to reset. They have the molly, they have the orbital strike here ready, and the time is ticking away for Loud to make a move, Lauren.
I don't know if they can do it.
They can't.
I don't think there's anything to be done. A tap on the spike, draws out the orbital strike.
Commit to the half, maybe.
Tui's has to die for this.
The molly's going to come in, though.
Oh, the shot's not even going to land. Let's just find Chichu. But this feels like a fruitless endeavor. Falling on the knees, Sadak can stand no longer. EDG making it to 11. Closing in on a 2-0 against Loud.
Curious here what the decision for Sadak is. See with that Judge and Light Shield purchase, down to 250 in the previous, limited options here. Rifles elsewhere, Viper Spit and a Rolling Thunder to work with. But it's do or die now for Loud. There's nothing in the tank behind this.
This is the one. If you wanted to say in the matter loud, now's the time to speak up. Because as it stands, EDG are on the cusp of eliminating Loud from this. EDG leaning towards A. All that temptation and want towards A main. 3 players hungry for impact, but you can look towards Dish.
Back door's open.
It is, and they have no idea. They're being drawn into this. Like moths to the flame, they want to so desperately hold them back. But look at that creep on the northern side, closing in. And it's going to be a burst, and they're going to try and overwhelm towards the southern side. It's great for nobody! There's no way! No! There's no way! He's done this! Nobody goes above and beyond. It leaves Loud in pieces on the ground. That was the best fight they had. That was the favorable fight they had.
Les will respond, but this one all but done. Les finds a third, actually.
He needs
a 1v2. 57 HP, but...
I don't think he's got time.
No. Time's already passed here. Nobody finds 3.
Stunned up, pressured. Smoke just dropped.
I mean, Aspas even slides behind him, so he's got to fully reset to find the first. That's one of the most outrageous things I've ever seen.
I'm stunned. Les, he's desperately trying. I mean, he's had a very good individual game, but it's just not enough here. 12 for EDG.
I can't believe.
We have to watch that replay. Run it back for us one time here, because that was something else. Look at this. Look at what he sees. Stunned, turns. Oh my good God. Monstrous.
That is just...
Heart goes out to Les for
I am
trying,
speechless.
It's a timeout for Loud, staring down the barrel of elimination, and their money is in pieces. You said it at the start of this, Mike. Start of that round just gone. That was everything they had. That was all of it, right? There was nothing behind that purchase, really. You can see it here. Well, we can, you can't. But Guardians, 3 of them so far.
Yeah.
Viper's Pit for Les, he's fine, obviously. Got a bit of cash in hand, worked that out. What do they go for? And it's what can you do? I feel like they are just, they're out of their depths.
Feels like we need another repeat of history where Loud were able to come back versus NRG on Fracture, force that overtime.
I don't know if they got it in.
But this doesn't feel like the same Loud today.
No, it doesn't. It hasn't against the previous opponent. Didn't feel it on map 1. Certainly not feeling it here.
Kang back on the operator as well. Lockdown available for Chichu. Options are plenty for EDG.
Yeah, one off.
And they've got Loud against the ropes.
Deep breaths now, folks. This is going to be the round that really is quite defining. Is there any grit and determination left in Loud? After being bullied, broken, those string of rounds, meticulous almost from EDG. They have to face down that 12, that notorious number against them. Map 1 already in the pocket of EDG, and we have a walkout.
Oh my God!
He gets to! The beast from the east once again appears, and Les needs to deliver. Stands for the first, turns to flash, overwhelmed. Sadak, the captain, the leader, faces the music, faces the loss, and Loud are left in tatters as EDG live to fight another day.
Another ridiculous performance from them. I feel like they just get stronger and stronger every single series.
Wow. Wow.
Speechless.
This team deserves a whole lot of respect. I know the fans at home, the fans here have loved watching this team. Truly enjoyed what they've been bringing. And my God, do they deserve it. Superhuman performance. Cross-regional, they played against EMEA's best, got so close to almost beating them, taking out Liquid, and then they had to face Loud. And they still came out of that, they came out with a 2-0.
Just to say that again, they play against both first seeds as well. Yes, they lose out by a fine margin versus Liquid, but here, I gotta say it, making another statement. Dismantling Loud here.
God damn. And for Loud, it was a disappointing tournament for them. I'm sure there's no two ways to put it. Time to go back, work things out. They came in cold to the playoffs. Never quite warmed up with this team. Completely blindsiding all of us. We'd seen the potential, sure. We'd seen glimmers of that. But this is a whole different team altogether. And I'm going to say it, no team wants to meet them in that lower bracket run.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We were talking about the other day of being excited to see EDG play against a variety of teams in terms of style and whatnot. This one here feels like, I got to say, the best they've looked so far here. They've already looked borderline flawless other than the performance versus Liquid. They came out swinging, but I'm so excited to see them to continue to develop here on the stage, because we've already seen what feels like a transformation in less than a week. You can see what it means to them as well, Lauren.
Huge moment for those players on stage. Huge. After having so many disappointments before this, right? So many tournaments just cut short, not quite showing that potential. The fact that they've done it against Loud now, after having such a close game against Liquid, nobody can doubt them anymore. No one can say it's just one-offs, it's cheesy comps. In my mind, as those EG performances as well. They play good games, there's no cheesy style, there's no cheesy comps, there's no agent that's OP as hell that suits them well. This is just damn good Valorant.
It is, and it's beautiful to watch. And let's not forget, they start this event by losing to T1. They bounce back, and like I said, they just seem to look better and better. Improvement, time and time again. And satisfying that second layer, the one that was the concern, right, for any team, the depth of this roster. Showing that they can handle a team like Loud and put up these sorts of numbers versus them. It is such a scary thought.
And it wasn't just Kang as well. It was the whole team. It was a collective effort. They are absolutely on the map. They are the real deal. They've proven it time and time again. No more doubts. No more question marks. EDG are here to play, and I cannot wait to see how far they can go.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stay awake. Don't startle anyone around you, for heaven's sake. Didn't you listen when I told you? Hang tight, I'm gonna be alright. Hang tight, we're leaving at midnight. Don't press me. I know I told you we'd be out soon. You're testing me. I promise I won't live without you. Hang tight, I'm gonna be alright. Hang tight, there's cover at midnight. Don't fight, you're gonna be alright. Hang tight, we're leaving at midnight. If you're coming with me, all I'm asking is for one condition. In every moment we were suffering, don't let it be for nothing. I walk through fire just to see the world, but in the morning when we'll be there.
EDG went from a team that couldn't take a series at an international event to pushing the EMEA champs to the brink, to eliminating the Americas champs. The moment has arisen for EDG. They have met it, and now they are the real deal. What a freaking match we just saw.
I think that every single time we end up celebrating EDG, there's something that comes alive inside of us just because of the fashion in which they did it. We were talking about those dominance when today they managed to do the same against a former world champion.
It has been an incredible run for EDG, and every match they win, I think, is continuing to break people's expectations. Loud is always the squad, expected to make it far, to make it to the grand finals, and they've been knocked out in the very first round by EDG, and you can see how much it means to these players. Kung Kung immediately after winning the final round, just breaking into tears on the stage, you can tell they've already broken their own expectations. They have been building up to this for so long. 2 international events without a win, and now here in their 3rd opportunity, they have just ran with it and made this incredible run happen.
So many times we talk about teams having no expectations and just, you know, playing with, like you guys say, with house money, right? And just, you know, coming to play being like, yeah, we're the underdogs. If we can make it, fine. But for them, this is now a reality. I was looking at Compton during today, and I didn't see him screaming, going crazy, something that we have seen with him in the past. I think that he was really taking this matchup seriously because now they see themselves as serious contenders, and that is the biggest victory that you can get out of an international tournament.
It is absolutely incredible for this team, and if we've learned one thing from Masters Tokyo thus far, it's the proof that those teams that, well, they may have struggled at the beginning of their lives as a team, if you stay together, you take the time to learn from your losses, to learn from the events where you don't do so well, you can come out later and make that run happen and improve. We've seen it with EG. We've now seen it with EDG. There are so many teams making miracle runs happen. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it's about finding the right pieces and finding players that are selfless and want to just contribute to the success of the squad. And
many teams.
EDG, all 5 pairs. This isn't just one person, it's all 5 players were contributing effectively, and that leads to the result that we see here today. And unfortunately, that means that we have to say goodbye to the champions of 2022, to the America's champions of 2023 in an 0-4, excuse me, 0-4 outing here from Loud. It was disappointing, but if there's one team that will bounce back, that will find the solution, to your point, Mimi, about sticking together and figuring it out, it's Loud.
It will be, but this is a huge disappointment for this team. The only other time we've seen a performance like this from Loud was at Copenhagen last year, where they went out in 0-2 fashion in the group stage. This really is a big difference for them. I think they showed up. They didn't look warmed up, didn't look ready versus EG on the stage, and I feel like that mental block honestly continued into today versus EDG. So many mistakes unbecoming of this team.
It's complicated to look at it now as it is so fresh, but Loud definitely are going to have the time to look at all of these mistakes before champs. They need to use this as a learning experience. You know, they know what it is to be at the top. They know what it is to succeed at expectations.
Yes.
Now they have to deal with the reality that they weren't able to find a single map here. But hey, it is not the end of the world. Loud is not a weak team. I just think that they're going to bounce and come back stronger.
Yeah, these next 2 months ahead of champion.
The reality
to do so, but in the moment, this is probably the biggest heartbreak that Loud has faced.
That's right, and the day does belong to EDG, and I am over the moon. We all are over the moon with how incredible this team has played. They gave it everything they possibly have, and now that takes us over to the stage because Yinsu's actually standing by, as she doesn't have just somebody, she has nobody for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the desk. I'm joined by nobody here, and Iris, who's going to be translating. First of all, gongxi, gongxi, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, with that win against Loud, you are officially in the top 6 of Masters Tokyo. What does this mean to you?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了比赛胜利。对阵到 Loud 这场比赛拿下来之后，你们现在在东京大师赛已经跻身到了前6的这样的一个行列。现在感觉怎么样？以及说这场胜利对于你的意义是什么呢？
我觉得这一场胜利，在我们赢了NRG之后，我们又赢了Loud，更奠定了我们的信心吧。然后我还很期待我们后面还能走多远。我觉得我想走得更远，我也相信我们的团队可以走得更远。
After taking down Navi and now Loud, I feel like our confidence definitely boosted, and I'm kind of wondering how far we can really achieve and what kind of future that we are having in this Masters.
I'm glad you said that because a lot of people are kind of calling your run a miracle, a Cinderella run. How do you see it? Do you feel that way too?
其实很多人可能看到 EDG 这一段征程了之后，会觉得说你们像是在进行自己的一个奇迹之旅。有的人可能会形容说像是灰姑娘之旅，你会怎么觉得呢？个人的感受来讲。
我觉得在我们没有做到之前，我觉得也挺奇迹的。在我们没有做到之前，但我们现在做了之后，我觉得我们的实力，只能说谢谢大家支持吧，我们会越来越好的。
After pulling this off, I mean, I would probably see this as 来讲 for ourselves. And I want to tell everybody that thank you for your support, and we are.
Talking about Kangkang, but you today and also so far in this tournament, you've won a lot of big rounds for your team and also your teammates as well. So what have you made about your own individual performance and you guys as a team?
因为虽然大家都一直在说嘛，说康康是一个非常非常出色的选手，但是不光是康康，包括你自己本身，其实可以说是为团队拿到了非常非常多关键的分数，以及说 EDG as a 所以你会觉得自己的这样的一个表现，目前来说如何，以及整个团队的一个发挥，目前又是如何呢？
我觉得其实我对于我之前几段表现是不太满意。
说嘛，
首先是我自己能维持这样一个状态，然后是我的团队希望能维持一个好的沟通效率，然后郑永康也能保持一个好的手感嘛。其实我们挺支持郑永康，就是拿着 operator 去前压的。
So personally, I was not really satisfied with my performance, but individually in the previous matches. But today, I would probably a decent putting all their efforts into our games. I was really concerned about Kangkang before. Today, I efforts of our decent. Them to push forward and to go forward.
Yeah, that trust has paid off definitely a lot. Thank you very much, Iris.
I would.
Match, but first we're gonna trust post-match highlights. We'll see you on the other side.
The America's champs find themselves in uncomfortable territory because their opponent has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Loud versus EDG has all the makings to be an incredible matchup.
Against the previous opponents is very impressive. Now this round shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll see if it does get towards it. That is terrifying. Feeling out the game here. Prime Gaming flawless round 2. Light work on that. And there's the fair fight, but Swoggy wins this one out. Spots out Tui's as well. The Seeker giving him so much space. Flash, yes! The shorty! Oh, the follow-up! They don't fight alone here, EDG! Fair fight. And look at the HP. Zag down low. If nobody can land this... Oh, dear! Oh. EDG finishing with a flourish. It's 13-6, outclassing Loud by a mile. The shot not so much so, but it's enough to get across the line. Again, this is the bonus round, unless very safe on the site here. And he gives away the opportunity then. Give it a crack. Good damage. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, Aspas, thank you. Oh, he's so ready for him. Kangkang again dances away, 41 HP. Temptation to swing, it's going to be Chi-Chi to get it. Answering right back. And Loud are left in tatters as EDG live to fight another day.
Another ridiculous performance from them. I feel like they just get stronger and stronger every single series.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending love to the home. You are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love. Sending my love. Sending my love to the, praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love to the, praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love.
Welcome back to Masters Tokyo, and our second elimination match of the day is time for NRG versus DRX. I'm your host Yingsu. I've got Kakuka here next to me, and Doug as well. What do you guys make of the day so far today?
It's just been a chaotic day already.
How are we in a world where Loud just got knocked out of Masters without winning a single map?
Yeah, not only that, we're also in a world in which maybe we end up with just EG as an American team at the end of the day.
The team that
How does that feel, Doug?
They weren't supposed to be here.
I'm okay with that. You alright with that? Just checking
I mean,
in.
it makes for a good story,
Yeah?
if nothing else, and I do love a good story.
Yeah, and speaking of good stories, when you make it to this competitive level in Valorant, having good aim is not enough. And as you guys know, NRG, their comms are on point. Check them out here with the Inzone, Sony Inzone even, open mic.
This is the game I want to be seeing. NRG being challenged on a map that is so notoriously good for them.
I'm gonna wall spawn and have
walling city. I'm literally walling city, okay?
Ready?
Fight them, John. I have rest. Fight them.
Hyper's in you.
Okay, I can ult this.
Gecko's backside. Gecko's backside.
Oh, okay.
Viper shower. Viper shower. I cannot plant.
We can
I'm not planting. Yeah, I'm not planting.
Watch flank Austin the whole time.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I have you all, John.
I have orb now.
Ah, it's hard.
Get out. TP, then come back.
TP in, yep. TP and come back A. Yeah.
Nice.
차보.
무조건이야, 무조건이야.
Hey.
Orb up sure. you're 보고 있을 거야. 천천히. Rip my shower, right? Rip my shower.
Yeah, I have your shower. Don't make noise. They gotta go A. We can't plant, can we? It's very hard. I'll dog. If you want, okay, listen. 30 seconds left. You want to drop ult? I can wall like this. We fight spot side, yes? There's three here. Listen. I'm gonna wall for you guys to fight.
I think you guys.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Okay. Pineapple. 슛을 막아. 픽쪽 스랑도 TP.
투
넷이야?
모르겠어. 셋이야. We have to bait here. Get good spacing. He's gonna be here.
10 seconds.
Following it.
I'm jumping. Planning safe. I'm planning safe.
What's the T? Long's full clear. I'm coming.
Okay, hold spawn with me. Hold spawn, John.
Almost
With you, John.
Did he cross or no?
No, didn't cross.
Okay.
Watch your flank.
I have elbow. One of you need to hold flank.
줄게 얘들아 어때요?
컵이 있었다. 조심해.
스팸하지 마. 월 업. 후카 있다. 후카 생 나온다. 팝 플래시 왜? 케어 팝 플래시. One out.
Okay.
One out for sure. Both. 할거 다운. 왜? 시티 선범.
On bomb lost. 40 down.
Nice.
I ran out of bullets. Really?
It's fine. 6-6. We recovered.
Clean from NRG, but that's when the pressure wasn't as on as much as it is now. It is an elimination match. We've seen both NRG and DRX play the first round of playoffs already, but the problem is, Kakuka, it looks like they were forced into making changes purely because how much they had to show in the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about two teams that have been a little bit exhausted into how much they have, as you said, had to show and how many maps they've needed to play for even making it to here. We understand that for NRG, you know, they went up against Fnatic. It's not something that we're going to recriminate against that, but as you can see, this is just a comparison of the rounds that they have played and every single map that they've played so far. Mind me, this is obviously compared to the teams that made it just straight into playoffs. This is just from groups and that first round.
That's just insane when you consider how many, it's just so many rounds. And when you think about a tournament of this format, given the fact that you had teams who were sitting in the playoff bracket, waiting, watching film, preparing for their own stuff, yeah, you're kind of forced to make some minor adjustments if you want to survive.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, Doug, we did see them make those changes in terms of comms, but both teams failed. It was not the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think on the side of NRG, you're referring to the fact that they went for the EG comp on Fracture, and yeah, it looked lackluster.
It doesn't look as good as when ADG does it.
No, not at all. Crashies were not able to find the same value that Calm does on the Sova. They weren't really able to play around it, so that it felt like there was a lot lacking there.
Yeah, but for the side of DRX, we understand why that happens. The fact that they decided to move away from Foxy and bring back Zest. I mean, it's the kind of changes that they needed to make. Let's see if with time they can get better results with it.
I'm glad you brought up Crashies because Doug, such an incredible player who shows up at international stage. We got to see him do his job correctly.
I mean, he was a phenom back in Americas. The regular season, he bailed NRG out of so many rounds, and it was the same story here at group stages. He saved NRG out of precarious situations countless times, and none of that was there against Fnatic. And yeah, mind you, it was Fnatic. I get it, but he didn't have that same spark. He didn't have that same success we're used to seeing him have.
Yeah, and also I think that we were seeing it on that video, how calm he remains, how well he knows his position in the map and what he's doing, what he's acknowledging. He needs to put up that performance today to save them from elimination.
Yeah, and speaking of Crashies, Achilleos actually caught up with him earlier. Take a look at this.
Crashies, can I steal you from you know the deal? I got a quick question for you. So here's the thing. You guys have been in a elimination position versus DRX in the past. You were able to clutch it out that time. How confident are you in being able to get the win here today?
Yeah, we're pretty confident. You know, they've never really beaten the core of us before, so we're hoping to keep that streak alive today.
All right, well, best of luck to you, my friend. Get out there, do good, do God's work.
I mean, the streak is interesting because out of all the times they face each other, which is 3, Optic/NRG have always won. But Kakuka, that was also against Prime DRX. DRX is not in that Prime right now, and I think Stax is one of those players we got to look to.
Yeah, exactly. Also knowing that NRG has a very, very strong IGL. Now Stax, he wasn't able to perform, I would say throughout this year. I feel like he is the one that we can see his performance drop the most because his performance is not based on numbers. It's actually based on the team doing good and performing, getting those numbers and getting those wins. Now it's not the DRX that we're seeing in an international stage.
Yeah, they do seem human, don't they? They seem a little bit more vulnerable, perhaps, than we've seen them look before. And, you know, it's been so heavily chronicled, the fact that they struggle sometimes and then pop off later, and the fact that they were able to get over the hump. But this tournament in particular, they've looked weak. Right? They haven't looked like the DRX we're used to seeing, and yeah, in large part of that could be the fact that there's just so much film out on Stax and on his calling.
Yeah, and also a lot of risk-taking as just NRG DRX too. We actually caught up with Buzz from DRX early as the team arrived here in the arena. Take a look at this.
All right, Buzz, my friend, let me steal you for a moment. Come over here. I got a quick question. Now, I remember at lock-in, you said you were really excited when you beat Ye for the first time. Now you have your chance at pretty much the rest of the Optic core. Are you going to be able to beat them today?
I'm very confident, but I don't want to jinx my team. So I think NRG is going to beat us and win this whole event, I think.
Okay, all right. I like the mentality you got going on there, buddy, but I'll let you get going. Fighting. Good luck.
I mean, both teams are confident. They are going to need the confidence, but we got to talk about the stakes here. This is an elimination match, and whoever gets eliminated, Kakuka, will be both of their worst international performance since Champs 2021.
Yeah, it's been a very long time, but I think that the difference here is, as we said, the performance that DRX has been having and how NRG is, has been in this position before throughout this year already, where they have to go back for an initial, not the best performance. But again, I think that also the differences in the group stage that we've been seeing. Like, I don't think anybody can blame NRG for falling against a Fnatic.
No, I feel like we're going back deep into the chronicles of Valorant history with this B-roll. Yeah, we saw a freaking Vision Strikers jersey. Finesse was wearing an Envy jersey. I'm like, I didn't know you could see those anywhere anymore. It's just crazy. But
we have them somewhere.
It's just insane to consider that that's what's at stakes here. We just saw, again, Loud knocked out this early in the tournament. Now we're going to have the same fate met for one of these two squads.
Yeah, and let's talk about the risk-taking here as well, because we saw Loud also take some risk in the map select, and it didn't work out for them against EDG. So I can't wait to see what we're going to see here, Kakuka. Is this the time to change more and take risk, or just go back to what they were doing before?
I think you go and play it safe, and maybe now that you have footage on both the teams and how they did during the group stage, maybe they want to see, okay, I saw some weaknesses here. Also, I acknowledge that we were weak on this stage. Let's just move to something different. Let's just try and think outside of the box where we can beat these other teams.
I mean, whatever they have to bring it out here, Kakuka. This could be one of their last chances. Coach Chair and Termi are standing by for maps, picks, and bans. So let's find out where we're heading for this huge elimination match.
All right, match 2. Let's just go and jump in. NRG, you are the higher seed. Would you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So DRX, you'll be Team A. We can start with your first ban. Ban Lotus, your ban.
Fracture.
Fracture. Map number 1. Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Take attack.
Attack. Map number 2.
Okay.
Haven. Side on Haven. Attack. So gonna go to the next set of bans starting with DRX. You have Ascent, Bind, and Split. Then Bind. Attack. Okay, gonna run through this really quick. First set of bans, we have DRX with Lotus, NRG with Fracture. Map number 1 is Pearl with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Haven with DRX on attack. Next set of bans are Bind and Ascent, so Decider will be Split with DRX on attack. Good? All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
DRX.
This is the elimination match. We never thought we were gonna get this early on. DRX versus NRG. It was not supposed to happen now and here. And the interesting thing is Kakuka and Doug, every single time these two have played against each other historically, it has always gone the distance. It has always gone to map 3. And Kakuka, even in that best of 5, it went to map 5. We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, exactly. We can expect that. I think that the last 3 matches that we've had have been pretty quick. I don't think this is going to be it. There is 2 chances here. We see a DRX that has been damaged, that cannot pull through, that is just going to sink a little bit under the pressure that they've been putting under this on this event, or we're going to see them thrive and try for that lower bracket round that we love.
I think it's interesting to consider the fact that we're starting on Pearl, which is a map that, I mean, in this tournament, both teams have played it. They both only played it once, and they both walked away with a win. But to think that Haven is next, NRG had the option to go to Bind. Now, Haven and Bind are both good maps for them, but the fact that they're going to Haven over Bind tells me that after the shellacking they took yesterday at the hands of Fnatic, they're a little bit hesitant about it.
It spoke the weakness, and definitely Fnatic showing the world how to play against that. Not only that, DRX, as you said it, they have already played this map, but Foxy was on that lineup when they did it, so we're still yet to see the adaptation in the roles of what we're going to see on that map. Is it going to be the double controller with the Harbor? Who is going to be taking the duties of the Jet?
I mean, this is the thing. The comp changes DRX brought out against HyperX, it just didn't work on that. Looks like they were comfortable with either, and adding Zest to the mix here, Doug. I mean, what even is their comfort right now?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how you do the mental gymnastics to slot things into a comfortable position for this map, and it's hard for me to kind of figure that out. I imagine you put RB on Jet, I guess, and then kind of fill in around that, but yeah, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting decision given what they're going with.
As you can see from the Prime Gaming agents, that is Buzz and Zest with the Harbor. What do you make of this?
I mean, it's fine. It's Buzz. I like it. RB's obviously played well this tournament too. Him on the Killjoy, I think he's shown comfort in that role. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at Zest and how he's going to adapt playing with Mako. We know that this is a synergy that is already existent, and it's not like they're breaking every mold or they're going crazy, trying to think completely outside of the box. Also, this is a composition that NRG knows to a T. So I'm expecting some very good quality game, especially on this first map.
Yeah. If I may, very quickly, we've talked so much about Harbor because of how prevalent it's been in Americas. A good Harbor is often found in the timings of the utility, and this is not a role that Zest previous. It was RB who was playing this before, so keep an eye on that. The Harbor utility, if the timing is right, it's going to be good, but if not, it's hard to succeed around it.
Yeah, both teams need a good start, and for DRX, I feel like no better lucky charm than these two gentlemen casting this game. Of course, it's Achilles and Paper Thin.
That's right, for realsies this time, no more debate. Brennan Sideshow, they have the day off. We'll be guiding you guys through this final matchup of the day, and it's an important one. This is an elimination series. These guys have faced off in the past. Optic then, now NRG, for the most part, have always come out on top. Do we anticipate that that's going to happen again? We'll have to just wait and see.
It's hard to say for sure. I mean, in every one of those times, it has been so close. Every series that they have played each other has gone the distance, and they have been within like 2 rounds on almost every map. So these are two teams who play very similar. They have a lot of the same ideas on how to approach the game. You can see with their agent comps as well that this is going to be a very close, hard-fought battle you would expect.
Pearl to begin, DRX going for that select. We knew that the Lotus ban was going to be coming through no matter what after seeing that just the once in the grand final. They've opted to never show it again. It may never see the light of day. So we're ready. The fans are ready as we go ahead, drop the barriers for the opening round, and already DRX looking for potential crunch over here at A main.
A response, a little bit of utility now to try to make sure that this Vault Orb isn't being gathered. It's going to be cleared here. Still Buzz, going to be playing behind the box, pushing the point. Now, another dog out here from Stacks to check into middle. Crashies. Just checking. Nothing doing.
Quick little peek. No damage going to be received there. For now, just RB holding things down, and Link, a classic at hand at this range. We'll see what he can do. Is he's just going to have to back away from this position. We'll see where he decides to go. Looks like he's going to wrap around, try to maybe get himself up into heaven. In the meantime, the rest of DRX starting to wrap through the attacker's spawn. Turret going to be cleared out. Bite the check in the back hall. Swarm grenades out to try to prevent them, keep them locked on this side of the site for now.
And I love this from DRX. They rarely do this kind of thing where they go this aggressive on a flank, and it looks like they might be able to catch Crash. He's a little bit off guard. He's pulling back now, trying to join the rest of the team. Flash now going to indicate the presence of DRX.
However, Victor, yeah, very much could get the same jump. You see him creeping back right now, working his way through shops. Are we going to be noted? Some looking to push up into him, but that's a classic at medium range, and he'll get taken down. More is going to be good for. He's running out of bullets. Will be able to give the Artis a death there as a parting gift. Now Victor arrives. A frenzy, though. Not going to be working too many wonders for him in this position. The push-up Crashies needs to be the hero. They're talking about him on the desk. Can he get it done? No. Zest is going to be able to take his head off. Buzz finds Finesse, and now it's just Victor. Finds one, but that's as good as it's going to get. 3 members left standing as DRX will take the opening round.
Yeah, and a big pistol win here to start the tempo and the pace for DRX. They've been struggling a little bit. I mean, granted, they had to go up against EG, and everybody's been struggling on pistols against them. But this is, you know, kind of a point of weakness for times of them. And this year, it has felt like the pistols have been a little bit slow at times for DRX. So I love this kind of ability to make sure that they're controlling the A space. They're not letting anybody get through mid. They're going to use the stacks utility on the Sky to check for that. And then they're able to go for this full flank with a 4-man stack to get through there. Really nicely handled. A good attempt on the counter lurk by Victor. Just wasn't able to get there in time to really have much effect.
Mako sending out a bite right off the rip. Looks like, though, for this eco, might just be B-side simulator here for the set of NRG. Flash out, push up. Mako just going to be tucked away on the side. And Crashy's trying desperately to get out of the Nanoswarm. Ends up getting cut down. Mako going to be able to find a second one in RB. Moving out from the back hall, we'll find another. Mako now 1 for 3, looking to fast track that pit as quickly as he possibly can. And with the spike not planted, Victor is going to have to try to find something here. Knows that he doesn't want to be carrying this Sheriff forward into the next round. See if he can find any damage here, because so far DRX looking for that flawless anti-eco.
And 4 Bulldogs for DRX invested into this round. So if they can carry all those over, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Stacks there, do a little bit of a check. Bird's not connecting, but no kind of obfuscation about where Victor is right now. Still trying to push this corner. This should be pretty darn difficult.
Spam out, and eventually one of the shots will connect, so Flawless does come through. DRX starting up 2-0. NRG now looking. Take a quick look back. I mean, Mako, he's had his ups and downs for sure, not only this season, but at this event as far as site anchoring goes. But that is the kind of thing that we have come to expect from him. That's why he has been the conversation for one of the best controllers in the world. It's been a bit fewer and further in between when we have seen those moments, but for him, at least a bit of a hot start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bit more up and down for Mako this year. He's been good at times, been great at times, but sometimes he's definitely slipped and had some problems. Now, him and RB were kind of the bright spots for DRX against HyperX in the last matchup, having pretty good scorelines on those mostly controller roles. But RB continues to be just a brilliant, flexible player, so good at side anchoring, whether it be on the Ast for DRX. Lining up for an A crunch here through Art. No utility really to check this until it gets to sight.
They got Buzz in such a forward position. He knows that they're not going to be pushing out into B main. With nothing spotted over in Link, they now fully suspect that this is in fact going to be that A hit coming through. Artis up on top of the side, drifting back. It's a bit of damage there. Dropping now into dugout, but Finesse with a great aggressive swing comes out wide, finds Mako. Pop flash through the wall. Turn. Finesse still eating a little bit of that blind. Stacks can't push in past this high tide. As he tries to, Finesse cuts him down. RB going to be able to find 2, but suddenly that leaves Buzz all on his lonesome, wrapping around from A main. Spike not yet planted, but NRG, 3 members left standing, relatively healthy, and plenty of time to try to burn down.
Difficult task here for Buzz.
30 seconds left.
See if he can get it done. They're right behind the box. Oh, they're going to get him in the back.
I mean, it's a great read. They do go for the back plant, and Buzz not quite reading that somebody's going to be over an Art. Wanted to try to stop that plant from coming through. And Victor with the covering fire on the flank finds him, and NRG get there first.
I love the way that NRG plays this round. They get aggressive towards the back of sight, towards Secret there in particular, because DRX was trying to buy time, trying to wait for Buzz to get to that lurk. You know, DRX had a pretty good read on this early. The other 4 members beside Buzz were pretty quick to rotate over to A, but instead of allowing DRX any comfort or space, NRG just keeps pushing, keeps taking advantage of that slight weapon advantage they have in that round. Now Buzz is going to be blast canning opping. You don't see this every day with DRX.
Definitely not. He's going for it. It's just going to be situated over there on B.
Round.
hard to say. Either way, they're not looking to play into his sightlines whatsoever. Again, plenty of attention being paid over here towards mid, through the double door into the link. And now maybe even just pressuring Zest out of water. All the way back over into the defender spawn. This is really good control right now for the side of NRG, but how do they maneuver this? Try to convert this into a site take. Mako pushing up, still looking to explore over towards A. Might make content if he continues to swing here against Victor, but Victor's now going to be pulling away from this position. And NRG sights may just start drifting towards B, where that op is continuing to creep up.
Yeah, you got the toxic screen over there as well. Going to be huge here for Buzz. If he can win a duel, he might be able to take control of this space. Maybe keep Victor at bay as Mako continues his aggressive lurk. But now they're shifting directions. NRG here, last minute. Looks like they're going to head in. The lockdown in response from RB. He's going to be under pressure potentially. No, they're going to have to back off.
Yeah, he just wants to fully dissuade this hit over here onto the A side, but they still have 3 members in the vicinity of Mako. Well, he might be able to get around and maybe find a pinch on a finesse. Is not in a position to really help them out here onto the B site, where everybody's going to become crashing through. Stacks the first to fall, doesn't even get too much damage across, and what he did find is going to be healed up. Zest's going to find 1. And now it's Buzz out in the open, no dash. Sees the cove, does he suspect that there's going to be somebody in it? Either way for now, hasn't been able to see him. It's going to start to fracture, it's going to break. Spots him, and the flash timing is absolutely perfect. Som scoops the kill. A little bit of spam out from RB, but it seems like DRX making the call, saying, you know what? There's 4 of them in that site. They also have a reckoning. Even if we try to get back in, it's just not going to be worth it, so they will start to back away.
This is just like a classic finesse round. He's just so smart. He takes control of the middle of the site. He's guiding his team around, kind of sensing the presence of DRX in spots where he doesn't necessarily like what he sees. You know, of course, that lockdown there, able to get that out in a way that doesn't have a ton of impact on the round. It doesn't prevent a plant, really. It gives a little bit of space for DRX, but they're not really able to capitalize on that. And Stack's losing in the back alley in B. Puts so much pressure onto Buzz, and that flash combo there was really, really good here for the side of NRG. But just the way that NRG push and pulls the map space, takes control of mid, and then they have free reign over kind of how they want to dictate the pace of the round. So I'd like to see DRX start contesting space a little bit more when they get guns back in their hand. Now this one's a bit of an eco, so you know, it might not be the round where they try to dig a little bit deeper, but looks like they are going for a 4-stack over onto A here. Just going to leave RB over at B. He's one of the ones with the rifle. Mako has a Phantom on the other side, but they're just peeling right off of this utility coming in towards mid.
Dog not going towards RB side. Just going to be skirting around this wall right here, giving up any information. RB, I mean, likely suspecting that they're creeping their way through. How many players, where they position now, are they going to be coming back my way? That is all completely and utterly unknown. Flash out, we'll get at least some sort of notification, some sort of confirmation. Creep up in, Mako does it just quickly enough to manage to find 1. Artist going to be taken down with some, responding in kind. Stacks now, pushes out from water, finds 1 for his trouble before getting taken out. Buzz will be able to get some with the classic. Weapons now recovered, 3 rifles versus the 2 here on the side of NRG. Find themselves here into the A site, the spike is completely under control of DRX for the time being.
This is a beautiful read here from DRX. They take control of mid by waiting him out, setting up a trap play right around the corner outside of Art. Really, really smart stuff, but FNS going to go try to get through water here. Get underneath this wall, potentially. Dangerous, of course, to go underneath there.
Not only are you already crouching, but you have to go through this wall as well. This additional slope. Find the elimination, but it's only 10 seconds remaining. Victor, he knows that he's had the try to take the fight to them. Win it out that way. He cannot make it happen. The RX will be able to shut him down at the end. Still bloody, but considering what they had coming into this round, a very nicely done round for DRX.
Yeah, I just love what they're doing here, kind of playing off what happened 2 rounds ago, where there was mid-control taken. You know, you're using the Sky utility, particularly early Trailblazers from the side of NRG to kind of gain space into mid. Makes it hard to kind of read how NRG is going to be wanting to use their utility later on to kind of dictate which site they want to go to. Instead, DRX just says, okay, we're just going to punish them. We know they're going to go mid again. We're going to set up a trap play here. They get a couple of guns. They get the spike down. They're able to lock it down. Now, NRG, maybe a little bit of a faster hit here as the blades have been popped for Artis. Judge in the back pocket.
Buzz not noticed. He was noted by Artis. Buzz just now pulling back away. Stacks as well going to be seen there. The lockdown will be coming through. No way to clear it out. Space has to be given up. Artist leading the way, continuing to dash forward. Judge in hand. Wants to check that there's no one in this back hall, given that there's that tiny little corner they can tuck away in. Knows that it's clear, and now it's DRX having to try to break their way back through this one. First is going to be the Reckoning now popped. Pit as well, though, invested from Finesse.
This is going to be so difficult here. A flash check hall, put a Judge up close.
Can't shoot those anymore, they're Artists. Sucked into the corner, Crash. He's in such a ratty position, waiting to strike. Mako able to find one. Victor, however, gets Buzz. Mako now falling. Crashy's with that kill, tries to swing out. Stacks will shut him down. A 3v3. Judge still in the hall, but they need to try to break through. The flash not available. There's one. Zest gets the other, bringing it back to a 2v2, but time is now dwindling. Finesse, however, falling, leaving Victor all to his own devices. No nano swarms to speak of, trying to clear out of the cove. It will get broken down, and it gets them both. The 3K clutch. Victor drags him over the line to tie it up at 3-3.
Unbelievable hold here from Victor. Great play at the end. Great start here for NRG, dialing up a big-time change of pace. Buzz able to get out there just barely. Smart here by DRX to save their Reckoning, to try to go for the retake, but that extra layer of ult utility here for the side of NRG, a big difference maker with that Viper's Pit. Artist, such a nuisance in the back hall with that Judge. Have to commit 2 players just to take him out. And you know it's going to be a trade, a 1-for-1 when he's back there. DRX gives themselves a chance, but huge hero play from Victor.
Absolutely monstrous. 3 kills and a 3rd round win to tie it up. And clearly Termi not happy with that. Doesn't want to be in parity against NRG, so decides to go for the timeout nice and early. See if they can go ahead, separate themselves away, try to rack up some additional rounds. But yeah, great tooth and nail fighting coming out from the side of NRG, and it's on the back of another round that doesn't have as hefty of an investment that they managed to walk away with a win.
Yeah, it's just really, really awesome to watch both of these teams, the way they're making adjustments already. 3-3, we've already seen a ton of great stuff. Curious what Termi wants to do. You've got a couple big ults online here for DRX. You've got the Viper's Pit for Mako. Stacks has the Seeker, so does Crashy on the other side. You know, how are you going to play for that? Are you going to, you know, pop the pit early and try to squeeze space? Are you going to, you know, a lot of times you see Mako wait for retakes. Mako is generally on the Viper. He likes to use it for retakes. He doesn't like to use it as one of those kind of space-taking abilities. He's more of a reactionary Viper player when it comes to it. Stacks with those Seekers. Pretty curious how they want to do this. I see 4 members, once again, of DRX lining up towards A. They're expecting an A hit here.
Well, there are going to be 3 players waiting for them on the opposite side as the pop flash does go through. A little bit of spam. Artist trying to fish for it, and he will find it. Buzz. Headshot. That might be this forward push abandoned, but no, DRX are continuing to push the issue. Trying to maintain control of main. Shot spread, another wall, pushing forward. Just looking to lock them out, but at what cost? Zest will be able to go ahead and slurp up that orb, try to get closer to the next Reckoning for himself.
At least got something out of that there for that challenge by DRX. But yeah, just, again, you know, Artist kind of aware of how DRX played this. It's very reminiscent of the pistol, the way that DRX did that. Threw up the high tide, came in behind that smoke, tried to gain a little bit of space. This time, NRG waits back a little bit, doesn't send any utility in really, just spamming it down mostly. Able to find that early big kill. Now still setting up here for this attempt. Crashies has the Seekers. Once those come out behind this Trailblazer as well, you've got to read this as DRX is going to be A.
Dash in, Mako eating the full flash, just trying to stay quiet, tucked away next to this poison orb. Does manage to come away with 1. I'm just going to be taken down, but not in a position where you can try to upgrade the weaponry here. The Stinger's still going to be in hand now. Mako gets it taken out of his hand. Sam with 2 quick kills. Finds those eliminations, gets that plant down. RB in the meantime has been quietly pushing his way up past Flowers. Gets himself in towards Secret. Still plenty of cash in the bank. How much damage can he do? Because the turret is there to play for his contact. Now, identifying Victor is over at main. Is he ready for the close angle? Yeah, manages to find 1, finds 2. RB jump peek. Sets up the turret, swings out, manages to get the headshot, and no way. Surely it's not possible. The bite to delay. Finesse. Just try to play this one out patiently. Alarm bot going to be cleared. Tap, bite, death. Finesse playing it up beautifully. Knows the limitations. Will upgrade the Bulldog. And does manage to find the round win, but a hell of a lot closer than they might have anticipated.
Yeah, and on a lower buy there, Stingers and Spectres for DRX. That's why they're trying to challenge space early. And it almost pays off. RB here still had that Vandal in hand. able to keep this through.
Oh, what a...
Yeah, that's pretty, pretty nasty.
Nasty follow-up shot on Mako. Happened to catch him in the head with a stray. Either way, you take that. Got them the site, it got them the plant, and eventually the win as well. You cannot understate the heroics of RB in the last round.
Yeah, this high tide, though, forcing Mako back. No contestation for that orb this time. Dog gonna get cleared, not gonna note to Artis, as he's gonna tuck in to the wine corner. Artis still gonna keep pushing space here, but now a cascade from Zest in response. So now NRG digging back into this mid control, trying to see if they can reestablish, break through the formations of DRX. It's something that does give them a problem at times on their defenders' halves. If you can kind of get those early picks, they can be a little slow to respond.
Buzz is not budging, but this could end up being quite bad for him. He's starting to drift away now. Might be a little bit safer. You can see with Stacks watching over towards water, decides to actually just send out the Seekers, which one of them going to be cleared. He's looking for the other ones. Artist trying to save his teammates here. A little bit of trouble. And they're getting spotted in the end. Now Reckoning going to be coming through, and that's what you're talking about, that reactionary pit. It comes down, Mako just sending it, drifts away from it, but so too does NRG drift away from the A site. They start making their way over towards B. RB waiting right now in the hall. Buzz now sprinting to try to get himself into a position where he can put this off to use. Swing out, doesn't see anything, goes against the collat! Turns away from Artis, who now falls to RB's hand. And Buzz is completely shut down this round. Finesse gone. I love the pivot, but the timing was just absolute perfection for Buzz.
10 seconds left.
Crashy's now just going to stay tucked away in lane, holding on to that Vandal as best as he possibly can, and we are going to be tied up at 4-4.
I fully agree with you. I loved the way NRG played this round. I mean, it's a good Seekers here from Stacks to really confirm this mid presence, to give Buzz the ability to really rotate back and prepare for this B hit a little bit better. That kind of helps DRX get set up for this. But I thought Buzz was dead to rights when he peeked that corner. I thought he was just done. And then he gets the collat. Unbelievable. I mean, just absolutely, what a flick there as well from Buzz. And then RB quick with the follow-up. So good reaction, good communication between RB and Buzz there. But, I mean, that's just, you know, those are the plays you're going to need here for DRX to get you over the line when you're going up against a team like NRG that you've been so close so many times. You know, best of fives, best of threes, always going the distance against them. So it's going to come down to those little things today, and rounds like that may be the difference makers.
Well, we were tied up 3-3. We saw the timeout from Termi. Now we're tied up 4-4. That's going to be Chet calling one as well. These teams are ever so familiar with one another. Seems like Chet maybe wanting to make some minor corrections to these mid-round calls that have been coming through from NRG. Because like we said, they're looking good right up until the moment that it doesn't. So maybe he's got something to try to course correct and give them some additional value. Maybe get some picks early so that way when they do pivot, there's not that full force of 5 waiting for them on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and they did a pretty good job of that in the previous round. They had 3 players of DRX leaning towards A. They were, you know, kind of expecting them to maybe try to challenge that pit potentially off the back of that Reckoning, but instead it is going to be an eco buy here for NRG. RB sitting on a lockdown. Buzz with the Blade Storm still op in hand. Now able to upgrade to the full armor. DRX has shifted over to that half armor strat in case you didn't watch the end of Pacific this year. And shame on you if you didn't, but
widely adopted for sure.
Yeah, but definitely DRX kind of halfway through Pacific decided that this may be the way right now, and with Buzz on that op, still locking down B on the other side. Pretty heavy stack here towards A. No utility on the site though for DRX. The Killjoy utility spread out across mid. DRX kind of worried about this, but now with the dash here, you got to know that A is going to be where the pressure is.
Now the double approach coming through Art. Robot will be there to play off a bit, but RB has widely pulled back away from that position to challenge. Spike plant starts coming down. 60 HP remaining here on Sam. Mako going to the left, kind of expecting that he was going to get tucked away into the cubby, but he delayed. But as that daze comes through, the call comes in, ping comes down. Mako does manage to find that wallbang elimination to go ahead and get one off the board. Time going to be dwindling. But NRG, they have to pull back. They have to respect this lockdown. Artist trying to play as a bit of a surprise, catch somebody off guard, find some additional kills to make the retake a little bit easier for him, but it's just going to be DRX holding it down. Finesse will come away with one. Zest will fall. Victor and Finesse, however, going to be cleaned up on the back end. Crashes again. Just has to stay tucked in the corner, hold on to the Vandal. The DRX off the back of NRG's timeout will be able to find the round win.
Yeah, the reaction here from DRX is really, really strong. The utility combination there to help Mako find that wall bang, and then the immediate lockdown, the response to use the high tide to cut off the site, the Cove to come in to protect the defuse, knowing that it's a weaker buy in particular, that Cove's so strong in those situations. So really, really nicely handled there by DRX, but now NRG back up to full strength with their weapons. Couple light armors here and there. Blade Storm still in the back pocket for Buzz. No connection on that flash. Mako able to dodge it, but now DRX has shifted the Killjoy utility over towards A, trying to keep NRG in check from trying another fast hit instead. Pretty big rotate over towards B, where Buzz with that op, he's been pretty good with it here so far today. Gonna have to come up huge.
He's gonna have to find something if they want to be able to slow down this taking the side, because everybody else from DRX is currently sitting on A.
He saw Artis do this earlier. He wants to try his turn at that angle.
Finesse again, creeping in behind. Jiggle peek from Artis. Gonna swing out. Buzz is gonna drop down. He's gonna go up aggressively. Dash at the ready. Shifts in, finds one. The shot not going to connect. Takes quite a bit of damage. It will be able to back away. Kills can now come out, but it looks like Stax is simply more interested in getting control of back hall. As Buzz moves up on a Heaven, clears out the dog. You should know based on the tracer where that shot came from, but Artis going to be the first one to fall. Buzz taken down, Victor finding that elimination, but Zest gets two on the back end. Stax finds Finesse, and now it's just Som standing versus 4.
30 seconds left.
Suspects there's going to be another one in Heaven. Tries to get ahead of the flash, plays it to perfection in that regard, but then Zest gets the counter swing. Shuts him down, and DRX will get a round stretch lead of 2. 6-4, with 2 more to be played in the half.
This is, again, pretty well played here by NRG on the initial kind of idea. You've got nobody but Buzz to deal with, but barely, just barely, Buzz is able to get down there, and Zest coming in huge here. Able to find 2 big kills on that entry, and then right there to back up Stax. So the good things I'd say here for DRX today, from my eyes versus some of the other matches we've seen recently, is the teamwork seems to be good, the coordination seems to be good, and maybe more importantly, the energy seems to be good today.
The energy? I thought you would.
I didn't even do that on purpose.
I fully
this
thought
time.
that you were doing that on purpose. I say, wow. I don't necessarily disagree. I do like some of the rotations they've been going through, but you know, as you're pointing out, DRX just have been getting some decent adjustments coming through so far, but still plenty more to be played out. And again, as we've seen in the past, these teams do like to go the distance versus one another. RB tucked away, not going to be spotted by the updrafts. Artis now, maybe look at the drop in on top of his head. Shots go in. He's looking for Mako. He will be able to take him down with a right click. RB trades one back. Kill out. Zest going to be taken down. Now the attacking lockdown comes through. They try to flush him out of this position. No one watching for him.
The timing.
Shot goes across. He's just trying to get anything that he possibly can before that lockdown comes through, but eventually has to pull back away. Trailblazer out. Sees one. Knives pulled. Just one remaining. But RB mows down 3 players. Dash into the corner. Buzz trying to stay safe. Finesse has now shown his hand. They know that he's in behind, and now he's all alone. Creeping around the back with a stinger. The spike not planted for him. RB looking for a 4th. Not going to be able to find it. But Buzz will be able to stabilize the spray at the very end to take him out. And now move it up by 3. 7-4. Things are starting to look dicey, but Finesse just unable to find that first kill coming through on the lurk. And then after that, the jig is up.
And RB has been absolutely outrageous. The timing he finds to scoot past the players of NRG during that lockdown, able to get to the edge of it, and it gets there undetected, allows him to stay alive. It finds a great double kill on that swing. 17-5 right now.
I was just about to point it out. You're talking about him. It's nutty, the impact that he's having at the moment.
He's been really, really good this year. I mean, RB has been playing the best Valorant we've ever seen from him, in my opinion, so far here in 2023. He's just been brilliant, not only in his individual play and his mechanics, but his ability to rotate between so many different agents is incredible.
All right, well, now for a fairly fast hit here onto the A site. Artis up and over again. The turret will be dealt with. RB trying to get himself swung in the dugout. Swing in from Artis. RB finds yet another headshot. Mako cleans up Crash. She sprays through to find Som. Oh, and that's just nasty. The pin is up, though. Finesse and Victor need to play this one to absolute perfection. Nano Swarm's already burned through. Post-plant util down to 2 bites. The dog goes on the chase. The rush comes in from Mako. Victor will shut him down a bit, but then takes so much damage, and it leaves Finesse all on his lonesome. The bite coming through, but he's going to be caught with util in hand, and the bite went a little bit too deep. Diffuse comes in, it's an 8-4 half for the side of DRX.
This is phenomenal for DRX. I mean, this is a map that they sometimes can struggle on the defender side. Attacker side is often where DRX is kind of doing a lot of the heavily lifting, at least in Pacific. Now, sometimes in International, that kind of does change here, but that spray through by Mako, great here that DRX still has Stax' utility in hand to clear that Viper Spit at the end. They still have a Guiding Light. They still have the Trailblazer. So they have the ability to really get through there and make sure that they find Finesse.
All right, well, on their map pick, they're now in the lead 8-4. We'll see how NRG replies in the second half. But first, we'll go back over to Yinzu the desk to check in.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paper Thin. It was getting really, really close in the beginning, but Kukuka DRX running away with it towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. And the performance that we're seeing from them, sometimes it's a little bit of luck. Sometimes it's, you know, Buzz re-picking an angle, pushing through a smoke, getting accolade. Sometimes it's RB being the best strongholder that we had in the competition.
You know, it really felt like NRG was doing a great job at getting, like, 3/4 of the way there, and then they would just get stuffed. And yeah, it took some heroics like this round here off the post plant. This really felt like one of the few instances in which they were able to get the spike down and they were able to maintain control. DRX caused so many problems in either not letting them settle in, or once they settled in, they would just lose the post plants. DRX's retakes were far too ferocious. Again, this was an exception to that trend, but DRX just really had their way with NRG for the majority of that half. And again, it wasn't that NRG was necessarily handling things poorly. 80% of the round felt like it was being played fine. Well, some might even say, but beyond that, the last 20% is where Buzz would come out with a collat.
Yeah.
Or they would just hold him at sight. They wouldn't allow him to get settled in.
Yeah, so many kills across the smokes, across the high tides. Also talking about the composition, and I think that we were talking about RB, we're talking about Boss. You can see it now on your screens. And looking into the next half, is NRG can rely on that lag? I don't think so. I think that some rounds might have looked overcooked, but to me, it just shows a lot of resilience and actually a lot of depth in a map that I don't think is that deep.
Yeah, and Doug, you think NRG they can pull it back?
It feels like a tough ask right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I think there were the little things that are concerning me that were going poorly for NRG, and those are very difficult things to adjust on the fly like that. You know, maybe Crashies gets to wake up. We talked about him prior to the map starting. He continues to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, a few of their players, if they do manage to wake up though, Paper Thin and Achilles is not going to be easy for DRX.
If they can wake up, and that's what we want. We want to see this run back. We want to see that closest, that tightness that we have gotten every single time these two teams face off. So coming back into the second half, we need to see a strong start, a pistol round win for NRG to get the blood flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I never, ever, ever count any team that FNS is calling for out. He's just too smart, too good. And again, I agree with Doug. It's just some little things that kind of went bad for NRG. There were some pretty good decisions, but yeah, DRX's retakes really, really strong. DRX's utility usage in that previous half, really efficient, really smart stuff for the most part, how they counter it. And RB is just outrageous right now.
I'm going to have to see that one in a replay, but I believe he just might have had that fully blind through the wall, just playing off of expected timing and game sense. I don't know. Either way, that's going to be an initial kill coming down. As Artis is dealt with. Buzz, however, going to be traded out on the opposite side. So the team now without their jets. Crashies on the flank, creeping up. RB seeming like he's going to be reading this one, but cannot win on the battle. Crashies, however, runs out of bullets and will be taken down. That brings it back now into a 3v3. Some on the approach, working his way through from Art. Flash going across. Mako now getting set up in mid for his post-plant util, but needs to send it pretty damn soon. Everybody's dead, and he's just going to be able to hold it. It is far too late. NRG flood back into the site. They take the pistol round that they so desperately need.
Yeah, this is just great awareness here from NRG. Victor winning a huge fight, a huge 1v1 against Buzz. A little bit of a nano swarm involved in that affair, but that kind of allows NRG to stabilize a little bit.
All right, RB.
I mean, just absolutely insane the way he's playing here so far. But then they come around the flank, and Mako isn't playing counter flank here. He's playing for the lineup that you were just talking about, Achilles. He's going into mid to use that snake bite. Instead, it just didn't matter. They all lost at the point of attack there. So now DRX on the eco. Sheriff, a couple frenzies. As DRX really, really favors the frenzies. They get a ton of value out of it. As many of you have seen, RB, the internationals, a few pretty insane moments with those. Marshall, a couple Spectres, only one Bulldog here for NRG. So let's see what they can get done. This Buzz is just waiting around this corner for seeing if maybe NRG try to get aggressive.
Steady creep up, Som. Gonna play through this one. Artist, however, holding forward, looks for that follow-up shot, has the dash away, is gonna be noted. Mako in the meantime, and Buzz gonna be taken down by Som. Over the opposite side of the map, that clears out that ace side, and oh my god, what a swap to the Classic! Artist just knocking down Zest and keeping them in this one for a potential flawless. Over the top, RB will be able to get him in the end, so not quite, but only the Marshall left on the ground. The Stingers, the Bulldog, the Spectre all saved. NRG will be able to win that anti-eco. Can they convert this next one, pick up that win and bring it to within one? That could be enough to crush DRX.
Absolutely. And Artist maybe getting a little bit overconfident with the no-scopes there with the Marshall. I mean, I know it's very, very accurate on the no-scoping, but getting over to that Classic in time to find a kill. So DRX finds a few kills here and there, but a Phantom is going to be invested for NRG. A little bit of extra cash to spare. DRX, of course, going to be on their near full buy. Start trying to cascade their way towards B. Is definitely DRX is a team that plays B simulator on this map, as you talked about earlier. This is a team that really, really likes to hammer home on this site, really likes to set up for post plants deep here, up by the screens. And let's see if they're going to be able to find much. Turret for contact off of Buzz. Their only response here is a little bit of utility.
It looks like just given the silence on the opposite side of the map, though, do they want to pull back off this position, or are they going to end up going to B? Buzz just drifts away for a little bit of a moment. Seems like they want to wait and see what info they get relayed from Mako and RB, who are going on an expedition through Art at the moment.
Well, there were some smokes over on the other side by doors that kind of led NRG to think this might be towards B still. So they're kind of still mostly keeping their feet planted at B, trying to lock down that area.
Oh, they're starting to work their way over towards Artis. The Phantom in hand, he can certainly do some damage now. He's getting a sense of it. Gun out, dash out. Won't be able to find any damage, but manages to keep himself alive as well to boot. Quick clear on the Trailblazer. Counter swing from Zest, a little bit too late to try to find the punish. Crashy's now sending out the Hawk, but RB entering, manages to find one. Crashy's though, makes himself known. Finds one, looks for a second, gets the dink, gets the follow-up spray onto the corpse. Mako now gonna be taken out as Crashies finds a third. Doug was asking for the impact, it is being found. Spike now gonna be planted, he's looking to push out of the cove, 30 HP in a dream. Crashies, surely he can't find more. Surely his job is already done. It's already good enough, and I think it just might be, because now Zest gets taken down and stacks the IGL on his lonesome, and he won't be able to find anything more. NRG will take this round for themselves. The bonus is theirs, and they now do bring it within one off the back of the heroics from Crashies.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff here from Crashies, going back and forth around that box on the A site, just causing headaches for DRX. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, the reactions here, the double dinks with that stinger, just nuts. DRX gonna be able to invest a little bit into this round. Since they go for the halves. I see a couple Bulldogs, Marshall. Well, it looks like they're going to drop the Marshall, just keep the Bulldog and a Judge here on the Buzz. You've got the Reckoning for Zest, so this might be a fast hit on the B.
Well, it's RB as well. They want Buzz with that Judge for the entry power. Oh, he might not get the opportunity. Will get knocked down to 73 HP. Stacks to the healing, however. Should be able to top him back up, and yeah, will do so. She, though, starting to back away, but the rotation's also starting to come in. Crashy's now making his way over towards the B site.
You haven't had any contact or any other utility in any other part of the map. Now with that Reckoning in particular here, High Tide coming up to set up for this entry for DRX. Buzz going to go right for the Hall.
Got an additional stun out on the Venice as well, but he's going to start creeping back forward. Goes for the spray. They know that they're playing close. Stacks, gets the timing, swings in. Not many bullets left in that Phantom, though. Has to go for the reload and has to back away around the corner. The lockdown now going to be committed in. Hall broken through. Buzz unable to find any value other than a little bit of damage, a smattering of it with that Judge. Will put Crashies down to 14, but eventually NRG do have to back away. They have to respect the lockdown. They pull out. Time still dwindling, but still plenty to go. Mako, the second snake bite now going to be let loose. Nano in hand. RB sends it as well. Desperately trying to pop that one, and he will be able to make it happen before they can clear it. Head spotted. Mako taking down Artis up on top. Managing to find one. The tap, the hold starting to come through on the spike. Victor and Artis going to be cleaned up. Stacks with a third. Leaving Crashies on 14 all on his lonesome, and he just does not have the time to play through this The Stacks will find 4, and DRX will once again separate themselves from our NRG.
And there's that quintessential deep post plant play here from DRX that they love to do. Just stagger the mollies, keep things as difficult as possible for your opponents. It's a good entry here, a good delay on this take by DRX, kind of backpedaling just enough to wait for some of that responsive utility from the side of NRG to get into the site, to get a little bit of comfort and get the plant down. Then RB gets that lockdown in as well to really give themselves a great opportunity. Fast hit.
Woo! Just get blinded a little bit, goes for the right click, and Buzz eats some damage, goes to 25, and the flash is good. Buzz is looking for more, and he will be able to find 3. Only as Hess lost, the Seekers now let loose to try to find the remaining 2 players. Finesse is going to be noted nice and early here. Across, and oh, what is that shot? Buzz with the fadeaway. Now on for the ace on the hunt. He's looking for Victor. Buzz is out for blood. Victor's got the advantage on the peak, and he will be able to win out the fight. But from there, just has to back away. That's going to be DRX getting the double digits.
Well, this is just so scary now for NRG. The economy's very much in shambles.
It's split. I mean, Sam and Artis, the 2 with some cash here, but
yeah,
a carryover from Victor. They should be able to put something decent together, but it's still going to be not full power.
We'll just give Crashies another stinger. I think that's a pretty good answer, it seems like. But no, man, I mean, this is just, if Buzz could start to come alive as well for DRX, you know, Mako, RB have been really solid. But if Buzz as well can really start to heat up on that Jet, he struggles a little bit on that raise at times, as we saw in their previous matchup against HyperX. But on the Jet, man, you and I have seen it time and time again. This guy can absolutely destroy once he starts getting the feel for himself, once he starts getting the comfort underneath him. And look at this, down to 25 right off the rip. Now he does get the heal from Stacks throughout this, but that is just wicked
this one,
good.
That one right there, just a pixel out of place, and Finesse just trying to get that bite to go for some further delay. It ends up costing him, and that's a back-to-back 4Ks from 2 different members on the side of the DRX. Stacks the round prior, and then Buzz coming in as well to damn near double his kills that he had going into it. But this is going to be NRG now calling their second time out, trying to find some stability, keep their heads above the water, and run this one back to steal it away from DRX.
Well, you got to be thinking here as NRG, maybe it's time to kind of play a little bit faster for the retakes. DRX hasn't been throwing much in the way of curveballs here in the last couple of rounds. They've just been kind of out-dueling NRG at the point. They've been really trying to just attack them on the sites, just kind of break them open and do what they like to do, get set up for those post plants. That didn't even need to happen in this round because Buzz just went crazy, but yeah, I'll be really curious how NRG wants to approach this. Maybe it's time to try to get a lurk through mid. I haven't seen a ton of attention by DRX towards that space very much.
Well, if they do want to try to pull the trigger on a little bit of a faster retake, that Reckoning from Sam is available. So maybe if that spike goes down, they just immediately reply with it. Maybe they even use it, in advance to try to just stop them from getting into the site, lock them in once they've now committed to going for that plant. Just try to get those stuns up, try to get the cleanup there onto the site. Either way, Victor also 1 away from having that lockdown available, which could be absolutely paramount in NRG turning this around.
And the concerning part is here, if you drop this round as kind of expected as NRG with the weaker purchase, and if you lose the follow-up round, then DRX is on map point and your economy is still a little bit shaky. Now they are going to carry over a fair amount of money.
Full rotate off Finesse's call.
Yes, I love this.
They got the orb, they have the lockdown, and now everybody's going to be in position. Buzz up over the top of the screen, spots one, and Sam strikes him down. Finds the kill, Sam going to be traded out. Still plenty of tools to work through though. Crashies, you're talking about the stinger. He puts it to use, finds Stacks, Mako going to be eliminated. Crashies gets a second. And now it's all on RB. Somehow, some way, try to defend this one versus 4 hungry members of NRG. Just now get themselves over on the spike. Swing out. Finesse will be the one to finish the job. The timeout will work a treat. They only lose 1 for their troubles. Upgrade weapons, and NRG are right back in the driver's seat.
It's beautiful. It's exactly what I wanted to see. The fast retake, off of the contact from DRX. Just know that DRX has just been, W-keying basically towards these sites. Just go for them and just get in there. The stinger, everything going NRG's way in this round. And it's because of the change-up they make during this timeout. Just really good read here onto DRX's tendencies. Now let's see what DRX is going to do in response. Now I need to see some trickery here from DRX. I need to see a little bit of attention paid towards mid. Try to push and pull the forces of NRG. Don't give them the opportunity to kind of play like they did in that last round. especially with the lockdown and some of these other ults.
Flash in on either side. Don't think anything really noted for the side of DRX as far as that flash is concerned. And Artist this time will get the better of Buzz. Takes him down, doesn't need too much damage. That's going to be DRX having to concede this space. Talking about aggression, wanting to see it. Well, NRG happy to show. Is Victor continuing the jiggle here? Back hall. Mako puts up the wall, so Victor will pull away from here. Otherwise, I thought maybe Mako in a wider position would have an opportunity to find a punish there onto the enemy KJ.
But the turret's been up here for RB, so he knows that mid is relatively free. He's going to start pushing through. There's nobody right now except that turret there to check for him. Here comes the hit from DRX. They're getting set up here. High Tide's going to come up. That's going to use that cascade as well. Victor going to respond with a quick lockdown potentially.
But not far enough in to try to find him. Spamming around, lockdown now going to be invested. Zest wants to get the plant in advance before he has to back out. He will be able to do so. Exits back out to safety. Stacks with a little bit of extra healing, can try to keep him back into this one. As the Reckoning is also going to be invested on the back end, so they really want to try to slow NRG down, stop them from being able to get presence on the site, and try to get this retake started.
Oh, look at Artis. He is way out there.
Oh, but RB now going to be noted by the Seeker. Up close. Finesse looks like he wants to try to flush him. Stack's going to be distracted by the Seeker, but still somehow wins out on Victor. Just a bit whiffy as both Killjoys going to be taken down. Tap onto the spike. Crashies looking to break this one in. Bring this back is Zest. Quick check, finds Artist, but now 24 HP. Turns from the flash. Tries to get to the opposite side of the wall, but Crashies has already seen far too much. It takes him down, and it's just enough time to go ahead and get the defuse across. NRG within touching distance. 9-10. One more round to tie us up yet again.
I mean, this is just oh so close. Oh so close for the side of NRG. Crashies on point. Doing a phenomenal job here. Able to take down Stacks. Flash through. Able to just see Zest in time as he's trying to cross over. Zest not able to turn that flash. Good pop flash from the side of Crashies. Really coming up big for NRG in that round. 13, 13, and 11 on the score line. Opting out for Artist. But yeah, those Seekers as well. You know, at least giving the information that RB was still lurking there. And Artist on that long flank, even though it's dealt with by Zest.
Okay.
Makes it just a little bit more difficult. Yeah, timeout here for DRX. This is a good idea now. Let's take some time. Let's push and pull the map. Let's not send anybody too deep early. Let's not lose Buzz off the rip there, you know, to Artist or something like that. Let's take our time a little bit here is what I'd like to see.
Well, we'll see what they have in mind for this one. As we were getting a look at their Buzz, no money, just, you know, kind of buying for his teammates, getting himself armored up, is going to be going for that Blade Storm in this round to see if he can find some solid impact. Termi still wants to pump the brakes. He does not want to allow NRG to get that tie again, to get to double digits. Wants to put another step towards closing out this map. For NRG, winning out here, that momentum has been on their side. That would give them 3 rounds in a row and no more timeouts, you know, realistically for either side, but for DRX. So if he can tie it here, NRG, they might just be able to run this back. After the deficit they were in at the half, it would be a monstrous performance.
Exactly. This is, again, what you expect from this matchup. Just brilliant round-to-round calling, changes of ideas. You know, one player popping off for another. It's kind of whose turn is it going to be to step up now between DRX and NRG. Artist opping on the other side of the map. DRX Blades pop. They're hitting the go button on this one potentially. Cascade up front, waiting for some contact. Stack's just going to grab the orb. He's one away from those Seekers. They might go to try to now kind of contest the other side of the map. Is that Trailblazer going to be heard by RB?
Might have just been noted, but okay, Mako. Yeah, just tucking to the corner. Says, yeah, there's an Artist there, and he's got an off. Poison Orb going to be thrown in. They'll look to flash. They know he's not going to be playing it too far forward now, but do they continue to try to press him? Do they really risk this?
Yeah, flash to confirm that he had backed off. Now they have to use a Trailblazer as well. Kind of get the angle here. Artist gonna pop the dash. Ooh, Buzz is right on him.
One knife already thrown. There's on the Cloudburst. Updraft over the top. The flash to try to escort him out, and Artist will be able to make it to safety. Just playing around, playing wildly with these updrafts, trying to make them really second guess what position he's going to be in should they continue to approach this B site. Meanwhile, Mako, utilizing the Poison Orb, has managed to creep his way up through Link.
And RB just cleared some utility at Art, and that's sending the players of NRG over to the other side of the map.
Aware of this, but he doesn't win out the fight. Mako just crouching through. Gets that kill. Will be taken down by Finesse on the opposite side. Updraft over the top. Buzz gets that kill. Crashy's good for one. RB as well now fallen. As Crashy starts to push up, working his way through Link. Flash goes through. Spray comes out. Not going to be making any contact. Buzz opposite recover that. Operator here for himself. Just going to be holding, staring towards Link. Seekers now let loose, going on the hunt. Noting all three remaining players from the side of NRG who need the clutches one out if they want to tie things up.
Viper's Pit as well, a whiff.
They do have that if he can get the position. It's another whiff here. Buzzo does manage to make that last knife work. Jumps out around the side, puts a little bit of damage down, one tap onto Victor. NRG, they're running out of time. They need to make something happen now. Feels like it's far too late as Finesse just eats that full flash coming across. Tap onto the spike. Victor trying to get Finesse into a great spot. What a readjustment! The headshot, the follow-up! Finesse! He gets it done! NRG pull the rug out from beneath the RX. They steal away the round, and they tie it up at 10-10.
The hero play comes from maybe an unexpected place, but it's NRG's Finesse with the craziest transfer with that Phantom. Absolutely nuts to readjust back down to the pillar and get the headshot onto Stacks.
Oh my goodness.
Good God. That is nasty. Unbelievable stuff there. And that was so close there for DRX. They had him where they wanted him. Everything went well. You know, again, though, Buzz getting just a little bit whiffy at the wrong time.
Well, in we go. It's another rush play coming through. A 1-for-1 so far. Art is going to be taken down. Crashy's noted, but it's just a bloodbath as both sides going to be losing out on two players. But that's now starting to creep across over towards A. For the time being, it's Sam Holmes Lonesome with the op in hand. Mako in the meantime splitting across, just hovering in shops, trying to see if there's any forward lurk coming through. Perhaps try to investigate the B side a little bit more, but now the pit. Finesse really wants to steer them away from A.
And the thing is, if they start making their way over there pretty quick, they might be able to cut through and get the plant down, depending on, of course, Victor. He's got all of his Killjoy utility set up over there. Nanos towards the long B side. The turret, though, to keep track of mid doors. Sam now will be taking space. Oh boy.
Can he get another of the answers? Yes, Stacks just walks right into the crosshair, and Sam jumps back through. Keeps himself nicely tucked away. RB. How far does he go to try to hunt this one down? He is going to be the spike carrier. Timing a bit off, but Sam, for him, it's absolute perfection. The clock strikes and Mako falls. RB now all alone. Knows that Finesse is going to be hovering in that pit somewhere. How does he want to play this one out? Yeah,
10 seconds.
Goes for a quick check. The alarm bot. Heard by Finesse. The plant now coming down. Victor will start rotating over. RB, he's been clutch. He sees him. The shoulder for a moment at the pit will get dropped. But they should know he's going to be secret. Maybe he could try to wrap around, get himself into flowers, but otherwise it's the back site. He's completely surrounded, and RB needs to try to find a way somehow to miraculously separate all three players of NRG and take these as 1v1s. The first challenge, Sam, and he's good for it. Cuts him down, a 4K, and NRG will claim the lead.
Just crazy patient stuff here. Sam doing such a good job of reading the movements and the rotations of DRX. They try to readjust to come through short, through Art. He's ready for it. Finds the timing as Mako's trying to cross again. It's a phenomenal shot there. Sam just fully expecting the position of RB around that corner. That is going to be NRG back in the lead.
Not only that, it's NRG in the lead and DRX's economy broken down a bit. You can see they're assessing what they can go for. It looks like they are going to invest down. The two Spectres, Bulldog just a vandal in the hands of Buzz. He needs to put it to good use. So he wants to keep them in this one, but Artis has got that operator on the opposite side, and he's just one away from the Blaze as well. Full flash will force out the dash, so some value going to be found here with the util usage from DRX. They're still no closer to this B site.
NRG was thinking about rotating. I could see Sam drifting in that direction, but now they're peeling off. DRX pumped the brakes just enough to give themselves enough space, get this reckoning down. Gonna use that Trailblazer as well.
I mean, you suspect that Mako has to invest the pit here as well. The Daze does come through, stops Artis from peeking on the corner a little bit more. as the answering reckoning now going to be invested. Buzz, does he get away from the sun? I don't believe he does. Stacks going to be taken down. The cove going to be broken. The plan just now coming through. They are all revealed. And this is all a disaster for DRX. Mako now the last man standing. The pit's still here. They're spraying through the screen, trying to find him. The HP dwindling down. The bite's already burned. Haven't tapped the spike quite just yet. Crash is just healing them up as they back off. They start to advance forward. They're just completely and utterly surrounding him, and eventually they will flush him out. Crashies gets the kill, some gets the defuse, hands it off to Artist to get the blades online, and NRG will take this now to map point.
Just brilliant stuff. I mean, a good idea here by DRX to pump the brakes. They bought themselves enough space to at least get towards the site and try to get that plant down. But pretty quickly, the utility comes out from Crashies, the Seekers, the guiding lights to really start clearing space, pushing DRX back.
But still, it feels too late. Trying to go for the plant, not having that pit already down.
Yeah.
To make it that much more difficult to find the plant and to find Zest in that moment, it ends up coming to bite them in the rear. Because of the half armor buys and whatnot, the DRX still will be able to afford a last one, but they need to win this. They need to take it now into overtime. Because remember, this started out as an 8-4 half for them with the advantage. NRG on this defending side, though, it's just been so clean.
They've been just immaculate. Other than those 2 rounds that DRX was able to string together, it's been all NRG, just having them read like a book. Now Artist with this op.
Couple shots through the screen. They really suspect that he's going to be in this position. Oh, notes 1. Dash away. It looks like he did spot that Buzz was going to be in a forward spot. Buzz just cannot get the punish. Artist bonking his head, still manages to make it out. Mako and RB will start to approach here through the link. Cutting their way down. Looks like it's going to be the B site once again. And Artist is thinking about going for this aggro swing. Shorty in hand. Shot still flying. No commit quite just yet. Cove down. The spike's starting to get planted. Victor, however, finds the opening kill. A lockdown now going to be invested. RB trying to drive them away. We'll start backing off. This one covers the entire tunnel. And then it's used from mid, so they have to pull way off the site and then try to go for the retake, but they still have the man advantage, and Artist now pops the blades. Mako a bite to try to delay, but he's not playing for a post plant. He's playing forward.
Delay might be just enough for DRX.
Back up, Mako readjusts. Here's the footsteps, sends out a shot, but now they know he's playing on the corner. He does manage to catch one, says with covering fire, will find Artist. Cove in, the tap of the spike, Victor gets one, Crashies goes down, and suddenly it stacks. The IGL, the captain, to try to keep them alive, and in this game, finds one, finds 2, but he cannot get the third, but the time has already dwindled. Victor with a 4K cannot escape. The clutch is there for Stacks. It keeps the hopes alive a little bit more here for the fans as they bring it now 1 round away from overtime.
I mean, that delay stacking here from DRX is just enough. That molly that Mako throws there, right underneath Evan, might have been the one. That might have been the one that bought this round win. Of course, Stacks, an absolutely just insane double kill there. We saw it earlier from FNS, the IGL for NRG. Now we see it from the IGL for DRX. You can see Stacks didn't even know after he died if he had it or not. He was not sure at all. That snake bite is deep.
Just looking to try to get that catch, that vulnerable punish across the map over towards A. Should they go for the crunch? But instead, it looks like, I mean, you're mentioning this, not a lot of attention being paid to mid.
Yes.
DRX, now it has their full attention.
It's a good time to do it. Better late than never here to try to put some pressure onto NRG. They've been really attacking the wings, the outer edges of the map here, and that flash is going to be dodged by DRX. So the check from NRG doesn't find its mark, and now DRX has some extra space, has some extra time, and this one looking to be a potential pretty fast hit off the back of this Trailblazer with Buzz leading the way.
Yeah, they're working their way through. The rotation's now going to begin. Victor, once he does arrive, will have that cutting side in lockdown. So we're not seeing deep takes here from the side of DRX. They're not pushing themselves forward towards Secret, towards Flowers. This time they are playing back. That lockdown can put that into such a forward spot now. Try to play this one out and end the game. Victor says, excuse me, Som. I need to get into that corner. Places it. Turns his sights back towards water to see if anyone's going on that deep flank, but as we can see, they are not at all. Fight from Finesse to try to cut them off. The hold to half. Already a fantastic start here for NRG to try to close this one out. Flash is flying there off the spike. Buzz not able to turn that flash. Eats the 4-1. Mako gonna be good for one, but a lot of kills come in for both sides. But suddenly it's down to a 1v1. He knows it's held to half. He's just gonna hold it. Artis just sticks to it like glue, and RB cannot find the shot through that cloudburst. And NRG, after being down 4-8 in the first half, will run it back 13-11 to take away DRX's map pick.
I mean, as good as RB has been on this map there, with not much time remaining, Artis able to stick it and find the win there. Almost pushing it to overtime was DRX, but this is exactly what we expected, Achilleos. An unbelievable back and forth map. Both teams playing so well on their defender's side, but NRG just that much better. Once again, as DRX now, of course, go over to Haven. But that's a map that NRG in the past, when they were Optic, when they were Envy, has had DRX's number on. They do a really good job against him on that map, especially that's the way he calls that map, the way he pushes and pulls DRX around there. When they're on their defender's side, it's really, really good.
Yeah, and we've only seen it from DRX once at this event. They were able to get a win. That was versus Foot to keep themselves alive and be able to continue to run to make it here into the playoff bracket. Do they decide to change things up? Because they have shown different comps on the past. They went back to bread and butter versus Foot. Do they just stick with what has worked? Do they try to surprise us here now that it's the 11th hour? We'll have to wait and see, but this is certainly not the position that DRX were expecting to be, and they had a lot of confidence going with this Pearl, and it started off so incredibly well for them, but they stumbled near the end, and NRG absolutely does not let go of it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but we'll see if DRX can bounce back, man.
A brutal position to be in. Now needing the reverse sweep here against NRG. NRG just one map away from keeping themselves alive. We're gonna go to a break. We'll have the desk break down the action, and it will continue, so do not go anywhere.
Hey guys, here with Coach Chet. Now, obviously, NRG has faced a lot of adversity in the past. You guys have overcome the odds time and time again. Even in that last map as well, it got a little dicey there. But after that Fnatic game, I'm really curious, like, what you guys took away from that, because I know it wasn't the showing that y'all would have wanted. But most importantly, how did you take that and then let that influence you going into this matchup against a familiar opponent?
I think we learned, even from the T1 game, that where fundamentals right now are not the strongest. So we really emphasized that before the start of this game, that we need to play fundamentally good. Yeah. And we just have to make sure that the things that we want to do are good and that we don't play like scared at all. Like, I think we're playing a lot scared versus Fnatic, and that cost us a lot.
Well, my last thing is when we're going to get more SOM operator. Your thoughts?
We'll see. It has to be a secret for now.
I love it, baby. All right, Chet. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Chet as well. I've got Kukuka and Doug with me here. And Kukuka, I know he wants to rely on the fundamentals, but the clutching, I felt like, is what got them over the line.
Listen, some operator, Boaster operator, Redgar operator, I want to see every controller on the operator now. But I think that we saw a lot of clutches, as you're saying, so many rounds from NRG were based off of that. All of them also, almost all of them were on a retake. You know, they decided to give the spaces, to give the timings onto DRX, and then decide what to do further. It worked, so, you know.
And all of them came in the second half when it was most pivotal. Yep. Remember, it was an 8-4 half in favor of DRX. Crashy's had a couple of outrageous moments. Finesse had his time to shine as well. So it was those little things too. But I do need to say, though, back to what Chet was saying, it was set up off of the fundies. And those are things that we saw even in...
Is that how you call it?
Yeah, the fundies. Those were also there in the first half. Remember, we talked about how it felt like they were getting 80% of the way there. And there was the little things at the end that weren't converting. They continued to lean into that. And then the clutches were what pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those right now in the Verizon high-speed moment. There were so many, we couldn't physically fit them all in, but let's take a look at this Crashy's one, because he was not doing things like this against Fnatic, and Doug went all of NRG and doing something like this. Look what they can do.
And this was, again, this was with the Stinger. The last kill comes through with 30 HP, and he almost gets a fourth, to be honest. He ultimately falls, but he was in such a good position, and those were what we feel like we're missing from NRG. That's what we saw. A ton of out of Crashies in group stages. Saw none of it against Fnatic. So for that to be something that we're starting to see out of their repertoire one more time in an elimination match is very important for NRG fans.
I think it's not only the fun, it's also punishing the mistakes. Now I have to say it's punishing the mistakes, and it's the small one, because DRX is a team that is not going to be committing a lot. It's actually the missed timings, the kind of forcing them onto them that you can capitalize on. I think the NRG was great at that. So falling onto the second map, I hope that they can continue this performance.
I can't help but feel like, though, there was a degree of luck involved. You know, I felt like DRX should have closed that out.
I feel like for DRX is what the same. Like, because it looks like it was a long time ago, but if we think about that first half, so many kills out of the smokes, the collateral kill after pushing a smoke, like, that is also a little bit of luck for them.
Yeah, and looking at DRX going into map 2 as well, as you guys see them on stage. Dark Spirits are still high, but what do you think about this Haven pick for both of them?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. We mentioned it at the beginning of the series. This is a map that historically has been very good for NRG. That and Bind have been their 1-2 punch, so to speak. So they avoided Bind, they decide they don't want to go there, and they turn their attention to NRG, to Haven, excuse me, which is where they also run this double wall comp, right? They run the Harbor, they run the Viper, and that historically has been so oppressive. So it'll be interesting to see how DRX play around that.
Yeah, and Kukuka, DRX looks so good here against Foot. So good.
Yeah, exactly. Especially against a team like Foot that has a lot of reps. They do have a very clear way of how they play the map. I am afraid, after what happened against Fnatic for NRG, that combination falls flat. But they decide to come here. They decide to go to Haven. They think that, you know, since Sesta hasn't had that much time, you know, to like prep into everything, even though Haven, it's very easy to play. It's really easy to fit in the roles because you've always been playing those very simple compositions. Maybe having the edge and going one step further into a composition that they haven't had that many reps on is the edge that they need.
My eyes go back to Stacks. I think a 3-site map naturally shines a very bright light on IGLs and how they're able to mid-round their way through situations like that. So I want to see how Stacks does up against Finesse. We talked about how his mid-rounding, especially in the second half, looked so good. And again, it looked good in the first half too. They just weren't executing when it mattered most. So given the fact that there are 3 sites, given the fact that the map tends to lean attack, and there are so many things you can do to manipulate rotations on the attacking side, my eyes go towards both IGLs, to be honest. But Stacks in a really hot spot here.
Yeah, I mean, they can't let that slip away from them again because just to remind everyone, the stakes, Kakuka, if DRX lose the next map, they will be eliminated and that will be their worst performance at an international stage since literally 2021 champs.
Yeah, exactly. But as we said in the pre-match, it's also the same situation for NRG. And I feel that after the performance that we just saw on Pearl and after what happened against Fnatic, they do need this. If they want to shine in the competition, this has to be a 2-0. It has to be consistent. It has to be determined. And also for the rest of the world to acknowledge that they are forced to be here.
I would be very okay with this going the distance though, and it goes back to something. I think I think it will too, to be honest. And it goes back to something you said earlier. We talked about luck, and when you have two teams that are this good, that are clashing at an international stage when pressure is at its highest, yeah, there are going to be times where luck is the difference maker, right? And I think that can easily go both ways. So I wouldn't be surprised to see DRX pull out some nasty stuff. Buzz was on a tear on that first map, and there's no reason to think it'll slow down here.
But also, it's never been a tour. I know NRG, Optic, Envy, they have always beaten DRX in the past on the international stage, but they've never done it cleanly, Kakuka. Not one time. And we do actually have a quick interview with Finesse from NRG, talking about how what went wrong against Fnatic and how they corrected everything in preparation for this matchup against DRX.
Fnatic's definitely a good team. We knew that coming in. They're fundamentally very sound, and a lot of the things that they did were obviously correct. We were expecting that. We had counters ready, but for some reason, some of the mistakes that were made today were very uncharacteristic from us, especially like individually. We gave up too many early kills to them, specifically in showers. We gave them too much comfortability and too many kills at the start of the round. Made the game harder for ourselves instead of just waiting for them to execute and kind of playing those 5v5s out, those retakes out. So we just have to work on that and get better, because you're never going to beat a team like that making those kinds of mistakes.
10 seconds for the plant right now, nothing left.
Still, Chronicle is that could have secured the round. I believe it did. I don't think there's enough time. There's not.
So DRX is a dangerous team overall. They're fundamentally sound overall, and they are the epitome of a team that has discipline. When they get going, it's really difficult to stop. So the key would be to break their momentum. I'm definitely excited to play them again. It's going to be a revenge match for us, which is a big deal for us. We never lose to the same team twice, and we don't plan to lose to you guys.
Wait, is he talking about DRX as a revenge match?
He just doesn't like losing.
I was gonna be like, what did they do to him? He's always beaten them. Yeah, if anything, it's the opposite. I feel like Stags should be there saying, oh, I need to take down Finesse. He's been, you know, breaking my dreams and all this jazz. But Finesse, though, he is on his way. And I gotta say that Doug, that clutch on Pearl, kind of tasty from him too.
And, you know, I think it was Paperthin who said it on the cast. It was one of the more unexpected sources to come from. No, it was the unexpected source to come from. Let's keep it a buck, right? You don't expect something like that out of Finesse, but he was very good, not just in his calling, but also in his individual playmaking. And that's been something that we've seen some hints and some sparks of throughout his career. So it's important that it's happening here.
Yeah, I think it is important to also, you know, be one more when all of these practices are happening, and it's not only about the calling, it's actually about that individual decision making and actually hitting the shots, that he's just one more of the team getting the same performance, because we always get those kind of IGLs that maybe don't shine that much, but there are so many occasions where they might be overlooked.
Yeah, and I also think for NRG, this lower bracket run is very, very interesting. You know, they've never fallen to the lower bracket at the playoff stage this early before. They're going to have to, if they want to win this tournament, they're going to have to win every single game from now on. There's no more second chances. But for the side of DRX, you know, I feel like it's even more difficult. It is an uphill battle right now, Kakuka. They lost their own map pick, and they have to now go on to Haven to face NRG.
Yeah, it's definitely very complicated. I think the entire tournament for them has been a little bit of an uphill battle, not finding the gist, but hey, things are looking better with Zest ever since he was incorporated more definitely into the team, into the mix. I really hope that they can take this to map 3.
Yeah, we heard from Finesse already. Let's hear from DRX's Buzz after they lost to HyperX, and let's hear from what he had to say and his thoughts.
일단은 지게 돼서 상당히 아쉽고 너무 분하고요. 저희가 조금 더 잘할 수 있었는데, 잘할 수 있고 이길 수 있었는데 저희 개개인의 실수로 좀 무너진 느낌이라 조금 너무 아쉽습니다. 뭔가 3연패 이런 거는 전혀 신경 안 쓰고 있고 진 거 상관없이 패자조에서 저희는 저희가 낼 수 있는 성적만큼 내면 되기 때문에 일단은 저희가 이번에 솔직히 사소한 것들이 조금 사소한 것들 때문에 진 게 많아가지고 그런 것만 아니면은 마스터즈에서 어떤 팀이든 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
6 bullets towards the back. RB is playing it with patience. At its core, this could be momentous. Slow it all the way down, son. Don't reveal anything.
One enemy remaining.
Finds it. Brought it to a 1 versus 1. He expects it as well. He knew where CGRS was. Spike's picked up 14 seconds. Lands the shot. 3 kills.
일단은 이제 전 옵틱인 이제 현 NRG가 이제 멤버도 어느 정도 바뀌었고 이제 저는 그 옛날만큼 시너지가 안 나온다 생각하거든요. 일단 그래서 충분히 해볼 만한 상대라고 생각하고 이 마스터즈를 우승하려면 꼭 이기고 넘어가야 되는 상대 중 하나라고 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 뭐 저희가 옵틱한테 이제 많이 졌던 기록이 있어도 저희는 전혀 쫄아 있거나 그러지 않고 일단은 뭐 저희도 이제 옵틱한테 많이 졌던 기억이 있다 보니까 이제 그 전 옵틱의 코어 멤버인 새 멤버들은 매우 자신감이 있을 거라고 생각하는데 저희가 이제 또 많이 준비를 해왔기 때문에 절대 만만하게 보면 안 될 것 같습니다. 저희를.
I think this word of preparation keeps coming back up every single matchup we see. Buzz, they're talking about how they prepared a lot for this, but I have to go back to the point we were making, Doug, is that they both played so many rounds already. Even if you do prepare for each other, I feel like it's inevitable that they also have a lot of footage on you to prepare for you as well.
And it's funny to watch both teams and like their physical reactions and kind of how they're wearing it, and you can almost see it on their faces. You can see it on the way they're carrying themselves. There's so much pressure, given the fact of the stakes of the match, but then also given the fact that everyone's been watching you for what feels like an eternity.
Yeah, and before I let you answer that question, Kukuga, I just want to let everyone at home to know that we are having some slight tech issues, but it's looking pretty good. We're loading into the game anytime now, so don't worry about that. But yes, Kukuga, the preparation from both sides, it's kind of mind games, and then more mind games.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's also the tiredness that you have after playing here for so long. As we were saying, it's different for the teams that just came and joined from playoffs to actually this, and everything that is on your shoulders is the performing plus for the side of DRX, changing a player into anti-starting the other team on top of. Now, I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw some changes in this composition, maybe from NRG. I think there's something that they feel comfortable enough not to make any changes, but I am very looking forward to something that I think we were missing a little bit on that first game, and it's the head-to-head between the Jets.
Yeah, well, here is the Prime Gaming Agent select. You were talking about the changes they might make, but I guess they didn't fancy listening to you.
No, I think it's fine. I think that is something that they feel, as I said, very comfortable in. I think that crashes on Sky is something out of this world. We need him to perform and actually be a hope and saving grace for this team to close this as a 2-0.
I think on the side of DRX, the last time we saw them play this map was against Foot. They started on defense and they went up 11-1 at half. They obliterated them. The one thing to that, though, is that means we didn't see very much of their defensive side at all because they won 13-4. Now they're starting on defense. It's a different beast here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're going to bring out here. Of course, they have to win this map. Achilles and Paperthin, you guys doing all right? How's the heart rate?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Yinsu. The heart rate's good, but it's only because of gameplay. It's because we do want this series to be close. No accusations of bias here whatsoever.
None.
Because honestly, if they go home, they go home. That's the end of it. We're staying here, so screw it.
Look, we're here. We're for the long haul. I don't know.
We're here to enjoy Tokyo. They can go back to Korea. That's the way that it is if this does come to an end. Now, one of the things to kind of keep in mind, because we're talking about how they have never been able to take down this Optic Core. You know, they finally beat Ye Lock-in when with him on Cloud9. That's it. You go all the way back to the last time they played against this Optic Core, lower final at Champions. Haven was the map they got sent home on. It was a 13-10, another close bout between these two squads, but one that DRX could not get over that final hurdle. Can today be different? Do they get that win here to extend this all the way to split for a final map?
We'll find out. It feels like we're destined for a third map with these two teams, given the history between them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been tough for DRX against NRG on this map. And look at this early push out here from NRG. They're already getting in. RB gonna see the edge of him.
He's ready for it. Does manage to react in time. Gets tagged down to 40, but wins out. Finds that first kill here of the map.
They have no idea.
Crashy's continuing. Oh, but he just takes so much damage. Knocked to 22. And even if he had the healing, obviously wouldn't be able to use it on himself. So we'll just go ahead and rotate back. Link look to reinforce alongside Victor, who's just sat here in hell.
RB had to use all of his utility to watch the back. Watch the flank.
Now Swarm out, the swing in, the stun's in, but Buzz is just trying to play around this cloud burst, but the turret finishes off RB. Crashies arriving, will find one before getting taken down. That brings us back into a man advantage now for the side of NRG. Tag low, Victor on for 3. Zest will be the fourth to fall as Victor claims them all. It's a pistol round start for NRG.
It just herded right into Victor's utility, and Victor makes the most of it. A good early push out here by NRG. Even though it doesn't pay off, even though RB is able to win the better of that trade, it still forces DRX the direction that they want them to go throughout this entire thing. And that's in towards A with all this Killjoy util waiting. You can see there, Buzz shaking his head. Not the start. And of course, DRX is looking for, and onto the eco. As somebody, or excuse me, RB here, I think grabbed a Sheriff. Indeed, he did.
Sure for him. Most firepower they have. Artist in the meantime popped up top, and I mean, it seems like Stacks is just more focused on grabbing the orb. He wants to have that Rolling Thunder as fast as possible. So just stays glued to it. Mako, however, taken down, and now in an eco without your smokes. Trying to pull this off and get a thrifty. This certainly starts seeming nigh impossible. Clear on the alarm bot, push in from Artist. Takes out RB. The Sheriff now on the ground. Zest picking up one, but then as soon as you, I mean, it's got to be cursed. As soon as you pick up the Sheriff, you end up getting taken out. Cleanup going to be coming through with a nice little no-scope. Artist will have 3 in the round. Also try to fast track towards that Blade Storm, and Victor will get the defuse to get just 2 away now from that initial lockdown. A flawless round to move up 2-0. Fantastic start for NRG.
This is just, yeah, really good stuff from them. Just reacting very well to all of this. You know, Artist up top, DRX kind of challenging to make sure they can get the orb. Trying to get anything out of this round that they can. Get the plant, get the money, get the orb out of that. And that's all she wrote. So now my eyes firmly on the Stacks here on this attacking side for DRX. You really kind of want to watch for these fault lines. Watch for the way that he's maneuvering around the map. He is oftentimes the guy, not just because he's carrying the spike, but because a lot of the utility that DRX uses to set up their hits comes from him. And you can see already a heavy stack here towards A off the back of that fault line that pushes Crashies back. A high tide going to be the response from NRG to buy time for the rotation from Artist over to A, and DRX is just kind of pumping the brakes. They're just going to wait on this a little bit, try to reassess. Now let's see if Stacks is going to try to dial up something different. I would like to see that. I'd like to see early changes of direction for DRX.
I know there's one on the right side, tucked away. Bit of a rough spot there for Mako, but Buzz counter swinging out from the left, does find one. Crashy's going to be taken down. Shot goes across, and Buzz and Stacks both so very low. They put Artist to 89. Still in a very strong position here, our NRG, especially if Artist continues to find value. Sees the hands for just a brief moment, but eats the full flash. Dash in, noted on the flank. The rush through Artist with a Sheriff in hand, finds one, some, gets another with a stinger. Buzz and Mako now taken down. It's a 3v4. The gun grabbed up. Artist says, thank you very much. Zest now rethinking about this one. Decides to back away. Or at least wait until they get into a better position. 18 seconds on the fault line, so will not come into play here on this execute.
Well, they have to go A now. There's no other choice. Let's see if they can get it done.
Dart over the top. It will get a ping through, tuck into the corner. They identify position of one. Spray through. RB finding Artist. Tom trading positions here with Zest. Gets the jump on him. Now finds himself in a 1v2. The Stinger has to go for the reload. RB trying to get ahead of it. He misses the timing, but Stacks will be able to finish him off. The RX get themselves on the board, but at such hefty cost. 4 players left on the ground.
I mean, so a couple things in that round. First of all, you can see why Zest is kind of really valued on this Sova. That dart there gets a lot of information and allows DRX to get in there, get what they got to do, but then Sam uses it against him. He plays, kind of finds the timing to get right behind Zest there to make this almost a round for NRG. Artist has the op, but DRX is too readable. I mean, the whole way through that's A, and there's no attempt to show anything otherwise. That entire round for DRX, it makes it really easy for NRG to do a ton of damage.
Flash out from Crashies, just scouting in a sewer, nothing going to be noted there. Very much same setup here from DRX, just pumping the brakes, getting tucked away into these cubbies. The Trailblazer to lead, Artis on the peak. Do they know? This time there's that Opera on the opposite side. They should suspect it just given the cash flow that he had. And oh, what an aggressive peek out from Buzz. Puts some damage down, doesn't find the punish, however. Crashies will just look to go ahead and heal up those wounds.
But already, NRG sensing a change of direction here from DRX. A high tide to come out. RB still tucked in right next to the doors on the other side of Garage. And it looks like it is going to be the B hit, the fault line to lead the way. The recon dart, but Sam is ready for the dash.
And Buzz trying to get the jump on him before that smoke bloomed, but then Sam just uses it against them. Zest now deep lurk, waiting to try to get this catch, because NRG should be very well aware that this is going to be this pulled back position that DRX want to play in. Stacks finding one before falling, Victor trades the other. Lockdown is available, and Zest gets outdone. Crashies gets the jump on him. Strikes him down, push out. RB finds the headshot. 3 members left to deal with, though.
You should run.
As they start working their way out of window. The full flash connects. Mako good for one. Have they called it? Crashies on the flank. He's just trying to get him off of this spike, but can't make it happen. Crashies just outflanks him, finds 3 in the round. His energy will do very much the same on the scoreboard.
Crashies continues to be amazing today. And this is just a great read from NRG, knowing that when DRX likes to plant B, you know, they kind of read this once again. It's the fault line into the recon dart and the flash. Again, you really watch these fault lines. This is a big, I think, weakness of Stacks as not just an IGL, but a player that he leads so much with that utility. It makes it really easy to predict what they're going to do. And then NRG's done their homework on DRX. They know that they love to sit back towards spawn, outside of window, with those lineups. Whether it be Zest or RB in particular, they like to hang out back there on those B hits.
Oh,
Artis.
what a quick shot.
Whew.
Artis reading the setup, knows that he wants to get tucked away and manages to nail the nasty flick and a follow-up shot. Stacks gone. The classic drawn out. Artis not quite firing it, but I think it's all right. You've done a good job, son. You can take a breather now. Crashies finds Mako. They keep them in with a nice little lead. Up in the hands here of Zest, just trying to use this against them. Perhaps just hold on to it for dear life. RB will find one with the Sheriff, but now Zest says, all right, I guess I got to grab a stinger. We cut across, and we'll be able to find the Bulldog. But from here, what do you do?
Well, he's got the spike and he's got space, so he can rotate off of this, find a place to plant, even on the other side of the map with Victor already all the way over here onto A. Right now, that Killjoy utility won't be activated initially. Still a couple of nanos there onto the site itself, though. Of course, though, Zest has to take his time. He has no information about what's going on behind him, but still some utility to work with. Still hope here, honestly, for Zest. A couple Bulldogs and a Vandal. I mean, there are some ults, but you wouldn't think that NRG will invest them.
It'd be a hell of a way to get yourself on the board as he finds himself 0-4 for the moment. To grab 3 here in this round. Spots the turret, knows that the Killjoy at the very least is not in range. Nano destroyed, and that will be the alarm bell that they needed. Gets cleared out, another one popped just in case he is in that plant position. Zest, where does he decide the position? Looks like he's just going to keep himself forward. He wants to try to challenge, but does he realize that all 3 are rotating? Seems like now he might be getting a sense of it, hearing some of those footsteps. This is the spot where they can start separating, get themselves split up, and try to approach here from different directions, but it's all 3. Straight up. The hold.
They're not faking?
No, they are not. The Cove is there for protection as well. Zest able to find the plant, but nothing else on the back end. Energy now moving up 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, with these Coves, this is 2 rounds in a row where it makes it pretty difficult for DRX on these post plants. You know, they're expecting typically to be able to use utility to clear them, but Zest doesn't opt to go for any of his shock darts. He still had 2 in the bag, but instead just tried to push through there. But with all that smoke, with all the control that NRG has, with those toxic screens, with those high tides, with those cascades, makes it very difficult for DRX to kind of fully understand what's going on, not just this round, but previously as well, what's going on behind them. Don't have a ton of ability to get information other than Zest. if he's down, makes it really, really tricky for DRX to maybe do some of those post plants the way they would normally like to. I think this comp for NRG does really suit not just their play style, but also against the way that DRX likes to play.
Timeout. Running dry here with 5 seconds remaining. Not sure what Zermi's saying to them to try to get them back into this one. But it needs to work some magic. It's already a very rocky start. Granted, we have seen runbacks. We have seen not just DRX, but other teams here at this event have some fairly catastrophic starts.
Sure.
And then be able to bring it into a more winnable position. But it feels like it really needs to start now. It needs to begin with this round. So it's been nothing but struggle street for them here on this attack.
Absolutely. A struggle bus on the struggle street for sure for DRX so far. As now blades up for Artis. Tons of ults here for both sides, really. Stacks with that rolling thunder. Mako will get tricky with those TPs from time to time with the Omen. It's definitely got to keep your eyes out for that. But I like what DRX is doing here. I was just thinking this, that let's take some garage space. Let's try to put some pressure down. Sam gonna get noted by the turret, able to clear it without taking any damage, but he gets the opener and Artis with the follow-up.
A quick check around the corner and Buzz is gone. Stack's only able to find Victor, but he's taking down to 21 HP. The spray through one to Zest knocks him down to 43, and already it just feels like this timeout is being worked to absolute perfection against DRX.
NRG read him. They kind of had a pretty good idea that this was going to be the change of FNS.
And it just keeps getting worse. Stack's now gone. Spike picked up. Mako, it's in his hands. They're going to start drifting over towards the A site here. Smoke maybe they're trying to fake that they're going to find some presence here onto B. But NRG, they don't need to really shift anybody onto A. They can play reactively. They know that they're in this 4v2. They know that Zest is low on health. Could just gather up, look to flood the site, not take any risks.
Cover going out. Blinding.
Smoke now in, rotations will start to come through. Paranoia used just in case. They'll find themselves with an empty site. Mako goes for the plant.
10 seconds left.
No contact off of that Paranoia or anything like that. Mako gonna readjust. Still has his ult. Don't think he'll have much of a chance to use it. Zest with a couple shock darts in the Owl drone. See if they can get something done with this Reckoning now. Mako gonna be in a tricky spot. Zest gonna maneuver into health.
And I mean, that's a hell of a lot of respect being shown here as Mako ends up on top of the box, not with any obfuscation. The smoke was off, the defuse comes in. 4 members still strong. His energy get themselves up to 5 and continue to just strangle DRX out of this map.
Yeah, they're just on one right now. Again, this is time and time again. Every time we came to this map, I would just think, okay, you know, in previous years, in previous events at Kilios, I'd be like, all right, DRX has a chance. Like, they're really good at Haven. But every time, it feels like this team, you know, Chet, FNS, and these guys, they have such a good read on DRX. And frankly, DRX makes it easy.
Yeah.
There's no trickery here. Every time DRX commits to something in the early round, that's basically what they're doing. And there's, you know, NRG can then overcommit to some of these early pushes to punish DRX out in that space, because once they get contact from one, you pretty much guaranteed there's at least 1 or 2 others.
I mean, it just feels like they started off, you know, talking about readability. DRX, they used to be like hieroglyphics. We're like, how do you read this? They have been translated down and down and down now into like a children's book. And NRG are just happy to go ahead and take a quick little peruse through the pages. Now though, Sight being attacked. Mako finding finesse. Buzz down to a sliver of HP as the dart goes flying. Artis up on top of Lumber, managing to find one. Victor at back. Sight looking to anchor it down. Finds 2. Snarby though trying back. Now Artis still standing. And Zest so very low. Just doesn't have any legs to stand on. 6-1. The slaughter continues.
I don't know what to tell you. This isn't... NRG is all there, basically, at this site right away. They're ready for this retake. They've got crossfires for days, and yeah, a couple really nice shots, a couple nice reactions from DRX, but then they start pushing back site, and there's 3 guns just pointed all right on that edge. I don't know what to tell you. It's too easy to react to this for NRG. There's just, again, there's no change of direction. There's no utility place to kind of try to confuse. A lot of the what I call like leading utility, like maybe the Owl Drone, or again the fault lines, or the Paranoia. Some of the utility that kind of signal that executes are happening aren't being used in any way to try to confuse NRG. They're just being used on executes. And yeah, sure, we know DRX is good executes, but if you just give them that space, don't get caught up in the mess that is their executes, then you're fine. Then you play retake, and good teams will punish them every time.
Doug was making mention of this map in particular. 3 sites, Finesse as your IGL, how much it can make you stand out. Right now, the way that things are going, it seems like he is just continuing to have that absolute perfect read. DRX trying to make something happen, a push up in the garage, they clear out some of the util, getting rid of that alarm bot, that KJ turret that stops them from having artists play contact off of it there on the C site. Looks like a drone up into the pit will draw out a snake bite here from the side of Finesse, but the rest of DRX going to start moving their way forward. The spike planted here on B. Can they get into their post-plant position? Mako trying to watch from behind. Victor creeping up. Spots him, but doesn't hit that headshot. Paranoia going to be let loose. Victor manages to dodge out on it. Well, the retake continues. Triple approach through the garage. Artis looks like he's ready to lead the charge. Finesse spotting Zest. Looks to zone him back as the lockdown is going to be invested. The creep up, Mako spotting him, Stack's gonna be good for 1. Let's Finesse now out of the fight, Stack's traded up, Victor finding that elimination. Now they start going for the defuse. Hunter's Fury coming across, Zez looking to go ahead and displace them. They get it to half, however, so it's still in a winnable position. The push up, the stun, RB able to find 1. Time dwindling, Mako sprays him off 1. The Zest will fall, but so too does Victor. And it took everything that they had, but DRX will be able to get a second round win on the board.
And everything in the kitchen sink here for DRX to get a win, but the way they start this round is way better. They're making attention across all 3 sites. You've got Mako faking footsteps over at C. You've got the pressure by garage door. You've got Zest using some of his utility to keep FNS at bay. This is much, much better here from DRX this round. Good call here by Stacks, good adjustment, but is it too little too late? If they can run 6 more together, that's great, but again, just like on Pearl Achilleos, DRX generally is slightly better on their attacker half on Haven than their defender side. But again, it's international. It does kind of sometimes play out a little bit differently. We'll see if they can start to string things together. And they're kind of going back to this again. They're gonna fan out across the map. They're gonna try to bait out some utility here from NRG, buy some opportunity, buy some time. See if maybe they can get a pick. Now that Trailblazer out on the other side of the map here, yes, is going to spot Zest. But he's the only one spotted out of that. That got pretty deep. So a smoke sent to maybe try to fool him. But this is full on looking like another B hit from DRX. But they did fool
Rolling
him.
Thunder available. Did they decide to commit that just to get themselves into the site? Now just going to flash out Buzz up over the top. The spray coming through. Fault line does help shove some back, but decent damage dealt here. DRX's Jet. Spike now going to be planted. Lock down a Rolling Thunder. Still in their back pocket. You can see again, this time they're very wary. They're worried about these flanks. Only Crashies who's attempting it for now is RB dropping the lockdown right outside of B site, just looking to buy them some extra space, some extra time, and make this that much more unassailable for NRG. Finesse has to pull away. Gets himself out to safety. Buzz trying to go on the hunt. No, actually no. He did end up getting caught, but it looks like Buzz doesn't want to overstep. Instead, pushes out, but it's just a bit too late. It's a little bit of minor damage down onto Victor, but finally, NRG realized, yeah, we've been outpaced on this one. The time buy from the side of DRX was just a bit too good. They will allow them to rack up that 3rd round.
This is really good now for DRX. They might be able to bring this back and get this, in a much more respectable state here coming towards the end of this first half. Still have that Rolling Thunder for Stacks. In a way, that's good. In a way, kind of been sitting on it for a while, but you know what? Whatever, at this point, it's going to force a timeout from NRG. See if they can adapt to the way that DRX is playing, but now you got to expect that DRX is going to be making some slight changes here. Are you going to maybe try to utilize Buzz instead of Zest to push some of that space out to A? You could kind of fake some pressure that way. And it did work in that previous round against NRG. Just, Zest plus a smoke got a rotation out of NRG, with the way that DRX was setting that up. So, look, I don't expect DRX to play this next round exactly the last two, these last 2 rounds have been pretty similar. I expect something a little bit different, but what's going to be the change up for NRG?
What condition do you think that you put them in? What is NRG going to be anticipating coming off the back of this one? Because we saw coming out of DRX's timeout, first one that they used, it was brutal. They had the perfect read. Is this the time that Termi and Stax agree and decide to go for a bit of a rush play, put that Rolling Thunder in, use it off the rip, try to rush a site? And if that is the case, is NRG ready for it?
No, I like that a lot. And as much in recent history here for DRX, Termi's been receiving some criticism, and probably rightly so. The team is a little bit static at times, but often his timeouts are quite good. Often they come out of a timeout and they win the follow-up round because they change, direction, change strategy, kind of change pace, whatever it may be. And let's see what they want to do.
Looks like they want to go big.
Well, yeah, it does look like something of that nature, but that cascade earlier from Zom, kind of anticipating some pressure towards that window. Trying, I think, to get some space here for Artis to do some work with this operator. He is continuing to push up around this corner. Zest has to be really careful, and he is. That's a really good owl drone to confirm.
A botch on that tailwind. Get out the safety, but they're not pinching through to try to take him down. Could have been a big opportunity for a punish, but they're not certain, who is there? Is he peeking alone? Is there 2, 3 players backing him up? Oh boy, RB. Knife in hand, trying to get tucked here into the corner. Swings around, finds Crashy, some will trade it back. Headshot in reply as they now turn their sights over here towards the C side. Rolling Thunder not catching him in finesse. He gets himself back into the side, spraying across, looking for Buzz, but Buzz finds him just a little bit faster. Oh, broken. A warning shot perhaps here from Artis as Mako gets knocked down to 58. It looks like they're still very suspicious about it, and they are rightfully correct about it here. As I throw out some more redundancies, they spray him down, they find the wallbang shot. A single shock dart sent to try to buy some space, some time. Would have been able to get the kill on a Victor, but he wasn't playing here on it. Artis up over the top, gets one with the operator. Stax sets up for a second, but now Buzz needs to try to clutch this one out. He's approaching from garage. Artis trying to get the read on it. Swings out, Buzz finds the perfect timing. Gets the kill, brings it to within 2. NRG still up 6-4. It's starting to dwindle.
Yeah, this is really, really well handled at the very end. I really like what NRG does here. They get right behind that Rolling Thunder. It's just off of their position enough that they can wait for it and immediately start taking space, but Buzz has a phenomenal response to start spraying in there, getting that opening kill, giving them the ability to get this plant down. Huge hold from Stax to find 2. And then Artis has to drop the op to try to go for this defuse. Buzz is repositioning. He's got a smile on his face. Really nicely handled there.
Artis.
Oh boy.
Okay, the jiggle from Mako. It's a little bit of damage, but I think he'd very much prefer that compared to the alternative. He's just trying to see, is Artis going to continue to push up? The answer is no, because Artis is not named something nor Kong Kong. So.
Well, he might get some utility into Cubby. Yeah, I think the fault line might come through here onto the Cubby or something. Yeah. So, you know what?
Opposite split. Artis still in a position to try to catch him, but turns away from the flash, and then Buzz again finds the timing. Exiting out of the cloudburst, Artis was trying to get somebody else pushing their way into the site, but it's a quick response. NRG, the other 4 players are here. Victor finding some value initially. Mako going to be taken down. Victor finds a second. Buzz going to be eliminated as well. Now Crashies gets involved as Zest will fall. 2 players left, Stax and RB. They try to get them in this one. The spike not surrendered on the site. RB caught in an awkward position between a rock and a hard place, and he gets crunched, as will Stax. And NRG with this quick rotates, the quick response, managed to bring it back. Yes, they lose 3, but they put up a 7th round win, so the best that DRX can now hope for is a 5th.
Yeah, and even though Artis is dealt with here, it's just kind of bait. I mean, DRX just completely bites on this. They're like, we can isolate Artis, we can take him down, we know how to get this. And they have a great setup there. They use the fault line to clear Cubby, okay, and then the flash to keep Artis pinned down around that left-hand corner, and Buzz is going to find that kill, but then, like you're saying, Achilleos, it's just all hands on deck for NRG right away. They know that there isn't anything else that's going to happen here. DRX is committing, and they punish it.
Looking for the orb, it will be taken. Som, though, pinged out. And that's going to be the aftershock to try to clear through. Up over the top goes Buzz, and he gets the punish. Som So desperately wanting to try to get that ult online. Well, now he's going to be dead. Crashies, however, holding it down from hell. 3 quick kills. 7 HP and a Dream with the spike is stranded. And he brings us back into a monstrous advantage.
I'm shocked. I can't believe it. I mean, that's incredible from him, but Mako there just dropping down and makes the first kill pretty easy. Able to isolate a couple others.
Finesse in heaven, looking like he's going to be ready to play off the back of this pop flash that Crashies has set up. Hard corner to check. RB will manage to find one. Blind comes across and Zest is left out to dry. Finesse finds him. Crashies gets the other for a 4K to close out the half 8-4.
Well, it's going to have to be one hell of the defender side here for DRX to get this done. And, you know, Mako TP'd up there and he had kind of control of heaven there. Could have just locked it down, let the rest of his team sort of clear that space, maybe get the plant down, you know, keep Crashies kind of stuck back there a little bit. Instead, they try to kind of pounce on him and it just doesn't work.
It's an 8-4 half. Yet again, this time NRG with the lead. Desk, I don't know what you guys think, but perhaps we could see history repeat itself on the opposite side. Maybe DRX can run it back.
You would like that, wouldn't you, Achilles? You would. But yeah, Doug, another 8-4, but this time in NRG's favor.
Yeah, and it felt like it was a very dominant half for NRG. A couple of rounds towards the end there, notwithstanding, Crashies had his outrageous moments. The double wall composition from NRG was very difficult for them to deal with. And you saw it. There was nothing innovative about how DRX were approaching the attacking half.
Yeah, exactly. And nothing innovative on the side of NRG. We understand how they wanted to use this composition. And on round 4, we had a very cool example. DRX just goes for the execute onto B, and they have a lot of util to use when it comes to the retake. The position that Crashies takes and the moment that Zest moves forward, it's a little bit jarring, but now we're going to see all the utility coming in from Sam. He has that high tide again that he's going to be using to cover the plant, and he also has the cove. If we add that to Crashies coming in behind with the flash and getting the 2 kills, it's very easy. But DRX later in that half found like a breach in the system, right? Like they learned how to work around it.
I get it. I see what you did there. Breach in the system. That was. I think I'm disappointed, but it was very good. But you're right. And this is kind of what I was getting at earlier, right? Like they started to find some traction. They started to change their approach that they had, and it was starting to pay off. They were able to get a couple of rounds together, but once again, it was Crashies. We got to talk about him, shine a fat light on him, because he was the hero for NRG at the end of that half when it could have gone even more towards DRX's way.
I mean, 11 rounds on that half of defense against FUT is 4 enough for DRX.
I don't think so. I think that also mentally, after everything that they've been through in this tournament and how close the last map was, is kind of jarring.
Well, Achilles and Paperton, this could be the last time we see DRX on this stage if they don't pull this back.
You're absolutely right. This could very well be the end of it. Much like we asked for from NRG to kick off that run back on Pearl after being down the same way the DRX is right now. We're saying, can they get that pistol win? DRX now going to very much do the same now that they shift over to the defending side, which is where they were able to put up those 8 rounds on Pearl. So we'll see if that's going to be able to transition very similarly here to Haven. But for now, it's going to be this triple creep out into mid. Stacks lingering back on B site for a little bit of extra reinforcement, but it seems like RB, situated in garage, going to make the call as the turret plays contact. That is going to be just a straight up C hits.
Yeah, and Victor's going to tuck back into spawn as all of DRX now swinging in from garage and spawn themselves.
Stun's good, but covering fires there. Finesse from behind finds Buzz. RB going to be taken out as well. Oh, the reveal is massive. Stacks only able to find one off the back of it. Now gets another. Turns over to Artis, but Sam catches him off guard. Just too many targets to Sam again. Putting up solid figures. 3 kills for him, but Zest gets the 2-tap, but Sam is just a little bit better. Finds 4. That is NRG taking another step towards closing this out to getting a 2-0 over DRX for the very first time.
That's a potential backbreaker here for DRX. A close one there by Zest at the end. Some great utility usage by Zest in this round as well to make this retake even remotely possible here, because DRX was just getting shut down at the point of attack. I mean, this is nasty from Zest, but cannot quite swing in time to find the third. And yeah, Sam, nod of the head, some fist bumps. Having a very, very solid performance here. All of NRG out ahead of it, and well, Buzz is gone.
Just trying to catch him off guard, but it's just far too many people. Only a classic in hand. Mako creeping back out of sewer. Looks like NRG given the anti-eco, just given they already have a pick. Not going to be too dissuaded for shifting away from this site. Push coming out, Artist just sprays to win. Mako taken out.
Well, this has kind of been a time, something that does hurt DRX. Sam is going to deal with Zest. Now, Stack's going to get behind the box. I don't think this is going to fool Artist in the least.
And he's been healed up, so yeah, Artist, the nice and easy headshot, leaving just RB with that Sheriff. Manages to find 1, but Artist will find 4. 10-4, now the scoreline. And this is it. This is everything. DRX need to win this round to try to run it back.
100%. The most important bonus you'll ever play is DRX right now, as they try to get through and find some stability. But right now, it's just NRG clicking. I mean, you know, the way that NRG also like sprays so many angles, sprays smokes when they're attacking, when they're retaking, just kind of anticipating the positioning of DRX. This happens to DRX a lot these days. You can spray DRX through smokes. HyperX does this quite often now as well. You can find some value. A little return fire from DRX this time through the smokes, but Flash is going to back them off as NRG is fully setting up here for this A hit. A recon dart from Zest confirming that there is still presence, but no rotations really. A slight shift of weight from DRX over towards the B site now. Alarm bot at the front to watch for that. Stack's getting set up as kind of in a pivot position with this breach to be able to kind of use that utility either at A or B if necessary. He's just going to push off that. Oh, I thought he was going to maybe try to get underneath that owl drone.
This good tag does get slowed up, but the approach still continues. Zest tucked into the corner, Buzz up top, staring down towards sewer, where only Finesse will grace his sights. The rest of the team ready to just go ahead, shove forward. Identify that Zest in a forward spot, spam through the wall. Artist finds the elimination. Buzz now tucked in off the flank. Just trying to catch him, and with that, they say, you know what? I think we pulled enough rotations. It's time to cut.
Just brilliant. I mean, DRX had fully committed. Mako is kind of standing over there in Link, but this is free. Cove as well. Not much that can be done about this. They're going to start spraying into it, but it doesn't matter.
And they are just absolutely drowning them right now. RB gone. The Stinger finds the elimination. Turret cleared out. 3 members left. Weapon advantage technically there, but it's so many angles to try to clear out, and Artist finds Stack, sprays through to find Mako as well. As if it wasn't brutal enough. No relenting, no mercy shown at all. NRG, they want to finish this right here, right now. Buzz just stuck in the attacking spawn, seeing if he can find anything to stop this from being a flawless, but as we know, inevitably, the spike is just going to go off, and that's going to be NRG moving up to 11 rounds.
It's just perplexing in a way from DRX. I mean, look, I want to give NRG all the credit in the world. This is a great call here to pull back and readjust to B. It completely bamboozles DRX. I mean, this is just quintessential FNS. He does this all the time to DRX, so many times throughout history. He's pushing and pulling DRX around this map on their attacker's side. And he does it again. And what really kind of frustrates me about this round for DRX is the positioning of Zest, because he's right around that corner. The trailblazers are still there in the hands of NRG, and there's no cover for him, like, just in case. There's like no protocols behind that corner to bail Zest out. He's in a one and done position that he's just hoping they don't check. Well, if you've been watching NRG today, they are not making many mistakes, folks, when it comes, especially now that we're on this second map.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could point back to Pearl, say that first half, a couple things, playing a little bit too slowly, whiffing quite a bit, honestly, at the beginning of that map. But as they shifted over into that second half, since then, it has been so very clean. DRX off the back of this timeout. We'll see if Termi can work his magic at least for, a round. But you're still so very far away. With NRG right there on the cusp of keeping themselves afloat in this tournament.
This whole thing is just like classic NRG. Start out a little bit slow, pick up steam as the maps go on, kind of just outsmart, outthink, outmaneuver your opponent. Just phenomenal stuff today from NRG. Just thoroughly impressed with how well prepared they are here for this Haven. You can see why they definitely wanted to lean right into this, and it's an awkward buy for DRX. Still have enough in the next round to do what they need to do, but that flash is going to buy a lot of space here. Mako trying to get out of dodge, get some reinforcements. It's just RB with him.
Yeah, they identify both of them. The fight comes down. It's on the vulnerable, but again, the spray through. Mako getting sprayed through smokes just has not been a great duo here today for him. Spray coming out. RB only going to be able to find one Som. Takes him out the site now, completely open. Buzz arriving, but they're wisely planting on the backside of the site. They expect that this flank is going to be coming through from the attacker side. Buzz up close, instantly snaps on for one, but cannot get crashes. That leaves just Zest now, all on his lonesome. The dart over the top, the reveal on one. Cannot get the weaker player, and Som will take him down. 12-4, match point locked in for NRG. One more to go. They will stay in, and DRX will be going home.
Just brilliant. I mean, a brilliant kind of counter use of the timeout here by NRG. They exactly like you said here, Kilios. They read this so well. They're able to take quite a bit of space. Just Mako on his own, able to kind of take advantage of that. The rotations here from DRX, because they come so late, they anticipate that it's coming from the long C side, from the attacker side, and they set up on the other side. Just brilliant. There's no other way to put this. This is a masterclass from NRG on this map.
There's no ults to work through here for the side of DRX. Nothing to give them a little bit more of a boon, that confidence. Buzz finding one, continuing to play forward. The shot does get whipped, and now the crunch comes in. Stacks arriving, find one, spots Victor, knows that he's in the corner, drags across for the headshot. At least answer back in additional round, but it's 7 consecutive that DRX need if they want to take this to overtime, where they fail to do so on Pearl. You can see still some smiles here from the players. I don't know if there's too much to smile about.
And it's not like there isn't precedence for DRX having a run back like that at Kilios. They've done it before. We've been there.
They have.
We were there at the WCG game, the WGC, excuse me. The team that, you know, almost had DRX beat last year in the first stage of VCT Korea. And then DRX rattled off 10 rounds in a row on Ascent.
WGS.
WGS, sorry.
It's all good.
Why did I say WCG? Anyway.
Because it's a tournament.
That's true. WGS, thank you. But regardless, you know, still there is precedence for it in DRX's history, but I don't see it happening today, to be honest.
I mean, it's today, but also just kind of as of late.
Yeah.
You know, ever since suffering that initial loss to HyperX, it feels like the team has just been stirred up a bit.
Honestly, it feels even like the secret loss. Going back to the team secret loss a little bit, it kind of feels like that too.
Sure.
And it feels like they started to have a lot of doubts about Foxy and his role on the team, and frankly, rightly so, guys. I know a lot of people are criticizing them for moving Foxy down. Guys, go back and watch some of the tape. Foxy makes some bizarre decisions sometimes. And, you know, they were trying to reel him in. They were trying to get it settled. Just didn't seem to be coming together. So go back to Old Faithful, go back to Zest. It got him at least to the, you know, finish line. They didn't cross it in Pacific. It was HyperX, but HyperX had hit another level, and now VCT Pacific fans, let's pray to the immigration gods that we can get something here.
Get out of my way. Be a fast turnaround on that one, but here we go. This could very well be the end of it all, and NRG are looking to hit this side fast and hard. Force up the high ground. There is Buzz, the op in hand. He's not ready, but now he's still moving forward. Op shot goes wide. Artist not going to be clipped by that one. Hunter's Fury now going to be unleashed. Zest fishing for something, fishing for a tag, but he's just going to be coming up shy. Nothing biting the line this time. And the rest of NRG have flooded their way into the A site now. His Artist will stay on a linger. Spotting Stacks, knows he's tucked away. They should have identified each other. A warning shot, perhaps. His Artist is just going to go ahead and rotate around. Still is going to be in range, though. On bot.
It's genius. They bait out the Hunter's Fury, and they get the plant for free. They don't lose a single player.
I think the alarm bot was recalled. I don't think it was destroyed. RP's still a little bit wary about this, but now he's making his way in through the spawn.
Oh, no.
Cutting around from behind, the Rolling Thunder cuts across, does manage to connect on the 2. Players, though, still avoiding being stunned up, and even with those stuns, they're not flooding them fast enough to try to find kills on the back of it. Crashes with the pop flash, brings out to the corner, eats a full flash. RB able to find one. The approach from behind, Artist mows them down. He lost sight of the enemy, Chet, and when he struck, it was far too late. A 4K to finish them off. 13-5. This time, it is not going the distance. NRG put their foot down. They say you will not take us to 3, and we will send you home once again.
A decisive, brilliant win here for NRG on Haven. Looking even better than before against DRX on this map. Just read after read after read. They had DRX completely studied. They have the book written themselves about the way the DRX wanted to play this map today. They have completed the final chapter as DRX will be sent home here in one of their earliest finishes. I think their earliest finish is Champ 2021.
Indeed. They find themselves, normally when you say that they find themselves alongside the company of Loud, you would expect that means great things. This time, not so much. It's an 8th, 7th finish here for both of those squads who have previously been on top of the world. But right now, the scriptwriters, it seems like they have determined that new blood needs to be in the mix, and in the mix it certainly is. NRG, though, with this victory, they keep the hope alive. They plow onward, and they stay here in Masters Tokyo. And a lot of it on this map. Granted, the setup from his teammates with the big man right there, Artis. He saw the comments, I'm sure he could have anticipated them after Pearl didn't have the most impactful performance, but he heard y'all talking smack, and damn did he reply. 350 ACS, a 23, 9, and 7 KDA. Artis dominated the lobby, and he didn't give Buzz a chance to even try to answer back.
He just looks so comfortable on the Jet. I mean, you know, previously against Fnatic, they forced the map pool where he's playing Killjoy, Sage. Now 2 maps where he gets to play Jet. A very comfortable role for him, and he's able to find his groove there into the second one. And so much of this is just brilliant stuff here from Chet, having them prepared so well coming into this map. There was very few rounds where I felt like NRG didn't know exactly what DRX was doing and how to respond to it properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 players from the side of NRG outfragging everybody on DRX. As we continue to see just very uncharacteristic stuff here from these guys. It's been a rough ride, and this is not the way I'm sure the DRX wanted this tournament to come to an end. They're still chasing a trophy. There's obviously still champions on the horizon. So it's a little bit of time to try to bounce back, to try to get things together and figure it out, flesh it out. But if this is the form that we're going to be seeing, I think that trophy just gets further and further away.
Oh, I agree. And if they're going to get this done with Foxy, man, it's got to happen in this next month. They've got to figure things out. They've got to stabilize and be ready for champions.
That they absolutely do, but for NRG, it is a time of celebration to get themselves in the tournament, but it's only going to get harder from here. We'll see how they continue on in the future, but for now, it's time to go to a break for the desk to break down all of this crazy action.
I'll still be around when I'm not home.
NRG, they live to see another day after a dominant performance on Haven against DRX. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Kakuka and Doug. I'm a little bit sad for DRX, but this is what NRG needed. They needed this 2-0 so badly.
Desperately, and to be honest, while it feels like, yeah, they live to fight another day, that didn't look like survival. That looked like they were thriving. They absolutely obliterated them on Haven, and it was so like neatly put together when you think about that 4K from Artis at the end. Like that was a chef's kiss, perfect manifestation of how ahead of the game NRG were from beginning to end.
Yeah, I think that, I agree, is something that they needed after the loss against Fnatic. I think that they could have a really good chance of making a very good run through the lower brackets.
Yeah, I mean, they would need to if they want another trophy, but let's talk about everyone's favorite streamer turned, well, I think one of the most entertaining pro players as well, Kakuka. It's Som, of course.
I enjoyed it a lot today. I think that this is one of the unsung heroes in the ways that, you know, sometimes even if he's not getting the kills, his utility is always on point, especially when you play in the Harbor and you need to be, you know, take account of the timings, of the limited utility that you have and when to use it. The fact that he can give us all of that and still have the performance that we saw today, the 4K with the operator, the way that he was literally an unbreakable wall there on A, I think it was perfect to see from Som. It was a very good performance that, to me, definitely made a difference.
Yeah, Som was a bad dude today. And he has grown up and matured so much from the beginning of his time when he first joined NRG up until now. He continues to flourish in this system. You saw this pistol to essentially, I mean, for all intents and purposes, close out the map, right? Like that 4K on the pistol was just so beautifully played. There were so many instances in which, yeah, we talk and I can gush about his utility timing and stuff like that, but he was setting traps. He was often setting up Artis to make plays. He was positioning himself to make the play if things went sideways with Artis or someone else. It was such a complete game from Som.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with the fact that I mean, I know he played VCT Americas. I don't know if Lock-in, we see how much pressure he was under, but this is realistically his very first big tournament on the master stage, and he is so consistent right now, which is really nice to see. But we do have to say goodbye to DRX, sadly. Again, this early on, I don't think many people anticipated this. I was kind of hoping Kakuka, they will have their redemption arc, but luckily, they will be able to at Champions.
I'm saying this is Purple thing and Achilles' fault. I'm calling it right now. No. But in a way, it's very sad. I think that this is going to be also a wake-up call. It, of course, changes the narrative a lot. I feel like throughout the last year, but especially this season that we've had, the teams have improved so much that you cannot just rely on who you once were. You need to keep up with the consistency because everybody's fighting for the same, and the level has equaled a lot.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. And this is just such a testament to the nature of the tournament that we're sitting in right now. Loud are gone.
Yeah.
DRX are gone. NRG could have been gone, right? Like that should speak so much in volume as to the caliber of teams at this tournament. We're seeing some of the best Valorant we've ever seen. And yeah, there's some really ugly Valorant we've seen sprinkled in, but by and large, it's just been a master class.
It feels like it's time for a new champion. You know, we talk about the first team to do it twice internationally. Sure. I don't know if this is the tournament we're gonna get that. Probably not. EG? Yeah,
Liquid?
It's that time. It's
EDG?
Probably more Liquid time. Yeah, I'm down for EDG. I'm super down for EDG.
I think Fnatic are poised to make history.
You think
I'm
they
not
do the
gonna lie to
back-to-back?
you. They look head and shoulders above the rest. And I feel like every day we're talking about another one of their contenders falling, right? So who's going to be left? Like, yeah, maybe EG, but it's been such a good tournament.
I know who's left. NRG. They did live to see another day. Finesse, I know for a fact that he's going to want to make history as well. And in fact, he is standing by right now with Golden Boy in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, team. Yes, I'm joined by Finesse, and I had to get you up here. I know we've talked to you before, but one of my favorite people to talk to, so why not, right? Run it back. So first and foremost, how important was it for you guys to have a statement game here today? Because it really felt like you came out here like men on a mission, wanting to be able to prove that you guys are top contenders at this event.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we lost yesterday, I told my team after we kind of got over it, had some time to rethink things, it's like, we're not going to lose like this, right? Like, we're not about to go out 0-2, and, you know, we have way more in the tank than that, and we didn't show our whole face yesterday, so we figured, you know, it's time to kick it into gear. We know we're really comfortable in these lower brackets. deservingly so, we lost yesterday, but yeah, we came in with a new fire today.
Yeah, you most definitely did. I mean, it looked like you guys were lighting the server on fire, but I do want to ask you about yesterday, though, because obviously we went into this one, like that opening 12 rounds, we were like, holy crap, we're getting a masterclass in Valorant right here. Then it really felt like the game just slipped away from you right away. Give us some insight into what happened. What do you think went wrong, and what
you talking about the Fnatic game?
Fnatic game, yes, the Fnatic game.
So we had a pretty good read on how they played. We knew how they rotated, but they did an incredible job of shutting us down on our main hits. So there was a round 4-4 yesterday on Fracture with the Fnatic. And they weren't even ready for the hit.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where they were mechanically just on another level compared to us yesterday, and they just rode with that momentum onto Bind, and just the way that we lost Fracture, it was really hard to continue with the momentum on Bind. And then I think at one point it was 2-2 on Bind, and the game ended 13-2.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's devastating, but at the same time, when a team is playing that incredibly well, you have to give them props, and we were just outplayed.
What'd you talk to the team with? You know, when you wrap that up, you know, licking your wounds, what'd you talk to them about?
I mean, of course, like I told you, I did say we're not losing like this. But it's not normal that we get destroyed.
Yeah.
It was a humbling experience for sure. The team we played in, Fnatic, was an incredible team, but that's exactly what I said. I was like, we got beat. That's that simple. You have to take it on the chin and move on. We're not out yet. So
yeah, no, that's right. You know, GG go next, right? Simple as that. Yeah. Now, obviously, the competition has grown exponentially here, like from EDG's performances, even EG in our own region, right? Like popping off as well. I really want to get your read on what makes this NRG team so special and why you guys are able to still, you know, despite the setbacks, despite the adversity, still be able to compete with the best of the best on this stage.
I have 5 incredible people behind me, you know. I have Chet as the coach and 4 incredible teammates. Any one of them can call a big round at any given point, and that makes it easier on me. So it's not just all on one person. That's the good thing. And I know a lot of people give me credit for my strats and stuff like that, but the whole team does an incredible job of calling things on the fly. A lot of those retakes that we went over on Pearl today, none of them were set. You know, we just have incredible comms in those high-pressure situations, and I think that's what differentiates us.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's always been a thing about you guys. I appreciate you always talking to me, brother. Best of luck, and looking forward to seeing what you guys do in the future, and hopefully you can get some time for yourself and then get back out there again, because I know you're going to come back even better than ever, continuing to improve. That is, of course, Finesse over here. Let's send it back over to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Finesse. This is the thing of having someone like Finesse on your team. I know he doesn't want to take all the credit, but Doug, him and Chet, being able to have those leadership qualities to dig people out of holes, to allow them to bounce back. This is why they're one of the best.
Yeah, and I think there is a lot to be said about Finesse and Chet and the value that they offer this team, but I want to lean back into what Finesse was saying on the stage there, because I fully believe it. I've had the privilege of listening to it, and I've seen it. Like, Crashies is so active.
Yeah.
Som has flourished so much as a young new member in the team, and his individual calling, asking for things from the team. Vic's another one who's very vocal, so it really is by committee. But you're right, when you have those two at the helm, I mean, what are you talking about, man? It's freaking Chet and Finesse.
We did have the chance to listen to them in the segment that we had right before the match started, and we could hear it right then and there, being like, okay, Crashies is telling about all the information that he's gathering, the position that he's in. Everybody, like, the conversation is not flooded with a lot of information. They're very, very, very concise, and you hear a lot of different voices trying to explain how everything is going to work out.
Yeah, well, today we had to say goodbye to 2 teams, but 2 do survive and go through. NRG and EDG is one of them. Let's check them out here in the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This was nobody. Cheeky little flick.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we have to play it in half speed so we can actually admire this flick. How many times have you had a neon running onto you and you have been able to hit this shot? It doesn't happen to anyone. It actually happens to nobody. Yeah, it was my turn.
I was about to talk about the mechanics individually and how he doesn't start to spray until the crosshair's already hit, instead of trying to control the spray behind it, whatever. You hit with that, man. Come on.
Let her have her moment. Let her have her moment. Yeah. But let's take a look at the bracket, because we are down to just 6 teams.
Isn't it crazy that we literally have already half of the teams?
Yeah, it is. And it's about to get even crazier, because we have Doug Liquid versus EG and HyperX versus Fnatic as well coming up.
And this EG squad just continues to get better. They continue to answer and stuff the face of doubters who continue to question, like, when are you going to meet your stopping block or whatever. But Fnatic has been
unreal with how good of Valorant they played in the one series
Yes.
we've seen. So I cannot wait to see that matchup against HyperX.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, the loser of that is the one that will go to play against EDG. So EDG is literally going to have to face every single champion from every region if it's HyperX fall into that lower bracket, if Fnatic keeps up with that performance. On the other side, Team Liquid versus EG. That's a candy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to lie. I'm not even going to try with this one. But thank you very much, you guys, for joining us today and for watching. We're going to be back with more Valorant tomorrow, so don't you worry about that. And before you go, please enjoy the Prime Gaming post-day highlights.
The America's champs find themselves in uncomfortable territory because their opponent has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Loud versus EDG has all the makings to be an incredible matchup.
Against the previous opponents is very impressive. Now this round shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll see if it does get towards it. That is terrifying. Feeling out the game here. Prime Gaming flawless round 2. Light work on that. And there's the fair fight, but Swoggy wins this one out. Spots out Tui's as well. The Seeker gives him so much space. Flash, yes! For the shorty! Oh, the follow-up! They don't fight alone here. EDG swarming the site. And look at the HP. Sag down low. If nobody can land these, which he can! Oh dear! And now one more kill, Swoggy! And EDG finishing with a flourish. It's 13-6, outclassing Loud by a mile. The shot not so much so, but it's enough to get across the line. Again, this is the bonus round, unless very safe on the site here. And he gives away the opportunity then. Give it a crack. Good damage! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, Aspas, thank you. Oh, he's so ready for him. Gang again dances away, 41 HP. Temptation, a swing, it's gonna be Chi-Chu to get it. Answering right back. And Loud are left in tatters as EDG live to fight another day.
Another ridiculous performance from them. I feel like they just get stronger and stronger every single series.
Truly enjoyed what they've been bringing, and my God, do they deserve it.
This is the elimination match. We never thought we were gonna get this early on. Every single time these two have played against each other historically, it has always gone the distance. It has always gone to map 3, and even in that best of 5, it went to map 5. We're gonna be here for a while.
No nano swarms to speak up, trying to clear out of the cove. It will get broken down, and it gets them both. A 3K clutch. Managing to find one. The tap, the hold starting to come through on this bike. Victor and Art is going to be cleaned up. Stacks with a third. Leaving Crashies on 14 all on his lonesome, and he just does not have the time to play through this. Full flash coming across. Tap onto the spike. Victor trying to get Finesse into a great spot. What a readjustment. The headshot. The follow-up. Finesse. He gets it done. And NRG, after being down 4-8 in the first half, will run it back 13-11 out of window. The full flash connects. Mako good for one. Have they called it Crashies on the flank? He's just trying to get him off of this spike, but can't make it happen. Desperately wanting to try to get that ult online. Well, now he's going to be dead. Crashies, however, holding it down from hell. 3 quick kills. Crashies gets the other for a 4K. Flash RB able to find one. The approach from behind. Artist mows them down, and he drags them over the line. 13-5. This time it is not going the distance. NRG put their foot down. They say you will not take us to 3, and we will send you home once again.